1, 2.
Yes, I'm in CS. Yeah, I did some discrete choice work in grad school, and then I worked in voting, so I've always been applying CS to different social science problems. Right, exactly. And then starting at NSR, we had LLM chat data, and Sid had big econ questions, and so we tried to put those two things together.
Is the paper out?
Yes, it is.
Dude, that's gonna be kind of badass.
Cool coverage of.
That's like all that's all the companies. All the companies. Yeah.
Hey folks, let's get started. Come on in.
Okay, grab your seats. Good morning, everyone. It is delightful to see such a strong turnout for this workshop on AI and economic measurement. As Sophia and David and Elsa all know, there was a huge turnout, a huge set of applications for this, and we're really gratified about how many people wanted to participate in this, and Karen and I didn't quite anticipate that the amount of demand in it, but it tells us something pretty important. You know, first off, obviously there's enormous interest in understanding the consequential effects of this big AI transformation, and secondly, I think there's a recognition that our measurement systems are not keeping up and we need to make some updates and adjustments. So we're fortunate to have a lot of the brightest minds in the field gather here today. We want to thank the presenters, the discussants, organizers, participants for participating, especially David, Sophia, Susan, Elsa, who did a lot of work to organize, and there's a whole team from the Digital Economy Lab that reviewed a lot of those applications. Let me say a few words about why this gathering matters. We're at a moment when AI capabilities are advancing very quickly. Things that only a few years ago seemed speculative, like having AI do coding, tutoring, designing, analyzing data, generalizing video, even now acting as agents, are beginning to really happen. And while that technology is moving very rapidly, our ability to measure it is still catching up. And that creates three big challenges that we're going to touch on today. First, there's an obvious measurement challenge. Traditional statistics were largely designed for an economy of physical goods and conventional services. They often struggle with intangible assets, quality change, free digital goods, consumer surplus, organizational transformation. And AI amplifies all of these issues. If an AI system allows a scientist to discover new insights more quickly or write code more effectively, or a small business to operate with capabilities that previously were only available to large firms, where exactly does that show up in GDP or the productivity statistics or prices or labor, and how quickly? And that speed actually creates a second big challenge. Because of the pace of change, as Tom Mitchell and I wrote, I guess 2017, we're sort of flying blind into this very turbulent era, and we need measurement systems that are much more timely and much more granular. So policymakers, business leaders, workers, and educators that cannot wait years to understand what's happening, they need the data now. But the conventional statistics, they don't necessarily capture the data in time, and by then the underlying technologies may have already changed. That's why many of us are exploring new forms of data, administrative data, firm-level data, online, high-frequency labor market information like the ADP data that's used in our Canaries work, and increasingly using AI-enabled methods themselves to understand it better. Third, there's most interestingly perhaps, there's a conceptual challenge. New questions that go beyond simply measuring the output, but how do these systems affect the organization of firms and business processes, the distribution of income, the nature of expertise and innovation, market concentration, human capital, the boundary between what's defined as labor and capital, and the relationship between substitution and complements, or automation and augmentation. In many ways, measurement is not separate from these issues, but it is foundational to them. Better measurement helps us distinguish hype from reality. It also helps us understand where the value is being created, and helps us understand which applications are complementing workers and which are substituting for them. It helps us design, ultimately, better policies and better organizations. So while AI makes our job harder in some ways by creating all these challenges, also I think it makes it easier. AI gives us a remarkable set of new tools for measurement itself. We can now analyze unstructured data, and we're going to see some of that in an unprecedented scale. We can extract information from text, images, software repositories, job postings, business processes, and scientific knowledge in ways that were just infeasible before. So AI is both the object of measurement, also increasingly a part of the measurement apparatus. That combination makes it a particularly exciting time for economists and social scientists and researchers of all types that are here. So if today's program is any indication, we're at an inflection point in building a real research community around these questions and topics. The range of topics that are represented here, from productivity and labor markets to pricing, diffusion, welfare, firm behavior, statistical methodology, that reflects a real richness in the challenge and the richness of the opportunity. So I hope today is not only informative, but catalytic, and a chance to sharpen the ideas and form some collaborations. In a minute, we're going to go around the room and hear a little, do the usual NBER introductions, and it will help us shape the research agenda for years ahead. So Karen and I are really delighted to have you here. Karen, if you want to say a few words about how this fits in the broader program, and then we'll get started.
I want to just second everything that Eric said about how exciting it is to be here, and just how excited I am about the program for today and to have all of you here. And I want to second everything Eric said about the importance of the topic. It really is, just couldn't be a more critical topic. And on that note, I just think that Eric and the Digital Economy Lab, their interest in this topic is coming at a great time from the NBER's perspective, because we at the NBER also have kind of a renewed energy around economic measurement. For those of you who don't know, economic measurement has always been kind of a cornerstone of our operation. We did really foundational work around the national income and product accounts decades and decades ago. We've had kind of a long-standing conference series around the Conference for Research on Income and Wealth that's all about economic measurement. But I think, what's happened more recently is that there's been this confluence of new concerns about our ability to measure the economy, but also, and this is really important, new opportunities. I mean, we just have new data, we have new tools, we have lots of kind of new interest among academic researchers in working with the community of people who are focused on economic measurement to kind of improve our ability to kind of understand these things. So just to be a little more specific, I'm running an arm of the operation, which is around kind of non-traditional. We're doing a series of meetings around non-traditional data and how they can improve economic measurement. But then the truly exciting thing that's happened is there is a new Economic Measurement Research Institute that's been opened up at the NBER. We have one of the co-directors here, Catherine Abraham. She is co-directing with Matthew Shapiro at the University of Michigan. We also have the executive director, Dylan Rossier, here. So if you're kind of interested in what's going on, please kind of connect with one of them or connect with me at the break. So again, I think I'm going to turn things back to Eric, but it's just really exciting to be here. So thank you, everyone.
Thanks, Karen. And just before I get into a couple logistical things, let's do our usual NBER quick go around. We only have like 5 minutes, so just say your name and your affiliation, and we'll do it once around the room, so we'll help build the community a little bit. Let's start right here with Ricky.
Ricky Chen from China, Europe.
Actually, if you could pass the mic around as we do it too, that would be helpful. Yeah.
So this is Ricky Chen from China, Europe International Business School.
I'm Kieran Tomlinson from Microsoft Research.
Sid Suri, also from Microsoft Research.
Ben Manning from MIT. Misha Fisher from Zillow Group.
John Sablehouse, Brookings Institution.
Sung Lee, Federal Reserve Board.
Catherine Abraham, University of Maryland.
Harry Holzer, Georgetown.
Carol Corrado, Georgetown.
Martin Beraja, UC Berkeley.
Wenxi Jiang from the Chinese University of Hong Kong.
Zhenyu Gao, also from CUHK.
Kristina McElheran, University of Toronto.
Hal Varian, retired, maybe.
Hi, Brian Jabarian from Chicago.
Tom Mitchell from Carnegie Mellon.
Andre Schleifer from Harvard.
Xavier Monroe, National Science Foundation.
Gad Lebanon, Burning Glass Institute.
David Wynn, Stanford.
Sophia Kazanek, Stanford.
Alberto Cabezas, the University of Oxford.
Carlotta Montolsi from Leiden, Luxembourg.
Andre Barbe, Office of Management and Budget.
Andrew Scott from London Business School and the Ellison Institute of Technology in Oxford.
Matt Jackson, Stanford.
Brian Scholl, Norm AI and GW University.
Tian-Yu Fan from Yale.
Jason Liu from Singapore and Bay Area.
Bruno Lepri, Bruno Kessler Foundation and Alice Institute, Italy.
David Garcia from the Central Bank of Mexico.
Margaret Underwood, University of Michigan.
Kenneth Fiao from the Infocom Media Development of Singapore.
Jenny Chen, I'm also from the Infocom Media Development Authority of Singapore.
John Sarushian, Americans for Responsible Innovation and NYU Stern.
Susan Young, Stanford.
Arul Murugan, UC Berkeley.
Johnny Dedio, Yale.
Superteam Sarkar, Chicago.
Dylan Rasir, Economic Measurement Research Institute.
Abhishek Nagraj, UC Berkeley and NBER.
Jose Ramon Enriquez, Stanford University.
Hu Yuli, Federal Reserve Bank of San Francisco.
Phil Trammell, Stanford.
Alexander Tomic, Boston College.
Arvind Sharma, Boston College.
Ron Jarman for 8 more days, the Census Bureau.
Emin Dinlersus, Census.
Corey Bro, Census.
Aditya Pandey, University of Maryland.
Oh, wait a sec. Here comes the mic.
Connor Hermurphy, Stanford.
Alex Pick, St. Louis Fed.
Tyler Schumacher, Vanderbilt.
Dan Milo, NYU Stern.
Eric Zivit, University of Washington.
Matthew Ensko, Bureau of Labor Statistics.
Chris Roseland, Bureau of Labor Statistics.
Great. Did we miss anybody? Okay, we are right on time. That's great, because we are going to try to keep the very strict time. Let me just say a little bit about how we're running that. So for the first few sessions, we have 3 papers, and they each have 20 minutes per paper. Then we have 15 minutes for the discussant, then 15 minutes for general Q&A across all of them. For the lightning round, there'll be 4 minutes per paper with time for 1 question as we transition. So looking forward to the discussion is all, and let's get our first group up here talking about, I think it's working with AI, right? So great, okay, great. So thanks very much, and and Karen, I think was going to keep time for the first set, and Elsa, you want to just sort of wave? So Elsa's got the time in the back there as well. All right, take it away.
Thank you very much. Very excited to be starting off this workshop. I'm presenting work with my great colleagues Sonia Jaffe, Will Wong, Scott Counts, and Sid Suri on measuring the applicability of generative AI to occupations. So the big motivation for us at Microsoft was to figure out how we could use some of our large-scale AI usage data to better understand the economic effects of AI. We thought this data source was very rich, given our reading of the literature on occupational AI exposure, starting with the work of Frey and Osborne, including work of some people in this room. But one thing that we were a bit dissatisfied about in this literature was that a lot of these were based on proxy measurements about alignments between AI benchmarks and occupational tasks, or patents, or maybe human or LLM labels of tasks and whether they could be assisted by AI. So our thinking was to use our observations of what people are using AI for to get kind of more real-world grounded AI exposure metrics. So using Copilot logs, we wanted to identify how LLMs were applicable to work activities and then by extension to occupations. In order to answer this question, we gathered a random sample of Bing Copilot logs from the US from 2024. And in order to align these to occupational tasks, we use a data source that I'm sure many of you are familiar with, the ONET taxonomy, which, just to give you a quick refresher, has about 1,000 occupations and maps each one of these to a collection of tasks, descriptions of units of work that they do, which are then mapped to cross-occupational work activities. At the lowest level, detailed work activities, and then these are clustered into intermediate work activities. So, for example, as a computer and information research scientist, one of the work activities I do is analyzing scientific or applied data. So our goal was to map conversations between users and Copilot to IWAs, and then use that conversation to evaluate the demonstrated capability of Copilot to assist with that particular work activity. So to give you an example of what this might look like, this is a kind of anonymized version of a real conversation where a user pasted in a command line error message from some tool, and the LLM replied with instructions for updating their configuration file. And one of the things that we noticed when developing our classification approach was that it was very common for the task the user was trying to get assistance with to be different from the action that the LLM takes in response. So in this case, the user goal is to resolve some kind of error with their software, and the AI in response then advises on a fix to this error. Another example that comes up very often is the user is doing some kind of learning or research task, and the AI in response does a kind of teaching or explaining task. And then when we map these to work activities, we might map them to different things, like resolving a computer problem on the user side and advising on the use of technologies on the AI side, or a research task on the user side and a teaching, explaining task on the AI side. And we think this reflects different ways in which LLMs are applicable to work. So on the one hand, if the user has a goal, the LLM can then assist them in completing that goal, like assist them in doing research or in resolving their computer issue. And then when we, in the ONET taxonomy, look at who does resolve computer problems, it's things like programmers, system administrators, et cetera. Or they can stand in for the work of a third party that that user might otherwise have sought assistance from. So explaining technical details of products or services is something that IT and tech support workers do. So we use an LLM-based classifier to identify the user goal work activities and the AI action work activities in each conversation. And these might, there might be multiple on each side. We then do a kind of scope of impact estimation from this conversation. So given the evidence in this conversation, what fraction of computer problems does this indicate that the LLM is capable of assisting with? We call this our scope classifier. And then we also do a completion classification. Was this a successful conversation? Did the AI complete the user's goal? So now I'll skip over a lot of the details of the methods for the sake of time, but let me jump into our results. We found that the most common work activity on the user side mostly involved learning type work activities, like gather information, obtain information about goods and services. And a lot of this, I think, ties to the positioning of Bing Copilot at that time as an add-on to the Bing search engine. I think this is something that has evolved quite a bit since then. But we also see a lot of writing work activities. And then on the AI side, we see a lot of communication and teaching and explaining activities, like providing information or assistance to the public and presenting research or technical info. And it's very common to see a large gap between the work activities represented on each side. So now that we know what users are doing, which of these work activities are most successful? We used a variety of signals to estimate this. One of them was thumbs feedback from users, so they can leave a thumbs up or a thumbs down on a conversation, And then we look at the fraction of thumbs reactions on conversations mapping to a work activity that are positive as an indication of success. And on the LLM classification side, we have these two classifiers that I mentioned, completion and scope. And what we found that made us feel like our completion classifier was capturing some real signal is that when we aggregate these signals to work activities, we see a fairly high correlation between work activities that receive positive feedback and work activities that are labeled by the LLM as completed. We were concerned about thumbs feedback having a lot of selection bias, since users might be much more likely to provide feedback on some types of conversations than others. So we lean more on our completion classifier. But to give you a sense of what some of the thumbs feedback looks like at the work activity level, here I'm showing the top most positive thumbs feedback work activities and the least positive. And among the most successful, we see that they broadly cluster into research or information evaluation or interpretation work activities. For example, research laws, precedents, or other legal data receives very positive feedback. And we also see writing work activities receiving positive thumbs feedback. On the other hand, at the low end, we see a lot of data analysis and image generation related activities. So these are things that people were less happy with in Bing Copilot. We also saw similar patterns with our completion and scope results. So given these work activity level measurements, what can we say about occupational applicability? To measure this, we compute what we call the AI applicability score, summing over the work activities that an occupation does with weights according to ratings in ONET, describing how important each task is to that job. We then use a filter to filter out very infrequent work activities and weight by the completion and scope scores for that work activity. And here I'm showing you a box plot of AI applicability scores over major occupational groups and highlighting information work occupations. And it's perhaps unsurprising that we see much higher AI applicability score for occupational groups that consist mainly of information work, with computer and mathematical occupations at the very top, and then a lot of physical occupations at the bottom end. We can take a deeper look at individual occupations and the work activities that contribute to them to see where AI applicability is strongest. So these occupations generally fall under customer service, sales, writing, etc. And then on the right-hand column, I'm showing the work activities that contribute the most to occupations in the left column. So at the very top is edit written materials or documents. And then there's a lot of information providing, explaining, and writing work activities. For example, if we look at explain technical details of products, this contributes to the AI applicability scores of customer service representatives, sales representatives, and advertising sales agents. And on the other hand, these editing tasks contribute to editors, technical writers, authors, etc. One caveat and disclaimer that is probably less important for this crowd than some others is that our measures are not indicative of what occupations AI is likely to replace, since all of our measurement is from these chat logs. There was some controversy around our paper about some of our claims, like this Washington Post article. If you want to take a closer look at our data, it's available online at this short link on GitHub. So all of our occupational applicability scores, as well as all of the work activity level measurements. So I want to briefly talk about how this compares to an earlier measure or estimate of occupational AI exposure. In particular, the Ilundu et al. E1 exposure from their GPTs or GPTs paper. Overall, we see fairly high correlation at the occupational level, but there are some notable differences. For example, AI applicability scores considerably higher for software developers, telemarketers, proofreaders, and then some occupations that are fairly low on our score include things like firefighting supervisors, facilities managers. So I think by looking at real-world AI usage, we're getting a more complete picture than some of these predictive estimation-based measures. So If you're interested in using an occupational exposure metric for some downstream work, I'd recommend you look at our scores. Let me briefly talk about some things that an econ crowd might be interested in. So we can, for example, look at how these scores correlate with wage or education requirements of occupations. And we see a fairly weak correlation, both with average wage and with education requirements, especially after weighting by employment at the occupation level. And this is not something that previous work has always done. And indeed, if we just look at raw correlation with no employment weighting, we see a much stronger relationship. And this is driven by some low wage, low education requirement occupations that are very large and that have high AI applicability. And these are clustered in sales and office and admin support. And we think some of this is kind of a side effect of how granular ONET occupations are, or SOC occupations are. In some categories, occupations are subdivided into many groups. In others, they aren't. And this leads to kind of very large differences in employment across SOC occupations, which, if we want to understand the kind of broad effect on people, we think we'd advocate for doing kind of weighted analysis. So in general, I say that the takeaway here is that there's very high variance in AI applicability across roles, and that this variance is across the education and across the wage spectrum, and that any correlations in means are much smaller than that high variance. We can also use some of our data to look at how different roles might use AI differently, taking advantage of our separation between user goal and AI action classifications. So we can compute our AI applicability scores using only work activities from the user goal side and only work activities from the AI action side. And our thinking there is that if we only look at user goals, this is just looking at work activities that AI assists with. And if we only look at AI actions, this is only activities that AI is performing directly. And our thinking is that if AI is assisting with tasks relevant to an occupation, then it's more likely that people in those roles will engage collaboratively with AI in existing workflows, whereas if AI is performing those tasks, then maybe they will delegate some of their work to AI and shift the core focus of their job to other tasks. And examples where we see high user goal and low AI action applicability are some of these very physical occupational groups, like food prep and serving and installation, maintenance, and repair. And on the other hand, we see kind of information work like business and financial operations and arts, design, media occupations. Taking a closer look at what makes these occupations skew towards one side or the other, here on the left column, I've picked out some of the occupational groups that are most skewed towards user goals or AI actions. And in the middle column, the work activities that contribute the most to that skew. So at the top, there's more AI performance than assistance for these communication, training, information providing type work activities. And at the bottom, we see more assistance than performance for these physical work activities like adjusting equipment, connecting components, preparing foods, and executing financial transactions. So these are things where people are getting AI advice for, but the AI is not connecting lines to each other. And some of the food and beverage type tasks are from people using LLMs for cooking assistance and recipe generation. I will say that some of this, especially on, for example, the financial transaction side, could change as we have more agents that have kind of tool access to interact with the real world. One last thing that we can do with our data is look at how these measures are changing over time. Since we had data from a 9-month period, we calculated all of our metrics for each month separately and found that the main trend, this is a typo, this should say 9 months, we found a broadening, an increasing in diversity of the tasks that people were using AI for. This is reflected on the left. I'm plotting the entropy of the work activity distribution, which we found to be increasing over time. And then when we compute our AI applicability scores, as a result, we see an increase. So we found that people were, rather than concentrating their usage on a small set of activities, kind of using AI more and more broadly over time. So overall, I think this data gives us some insights into where and how AI can change work. We find broad applicability across roles, reflecting that many occupations have information work components. And we can use our AI action user goal split to separately identify how AI might assist or perform tasks. There are tons of follow-up questions, and I'm especially excited to see the next presenter, which will show us a kind of entirely different way of looking at workplace AI impact. Thank you very much. Excited to have your questions later, and thanks for your attention.
That teed up the next paper well. So the next paper is, what work does generative AI do?
So thanks for having us on the program. This is joint work with David Deming, Adam Flanding, and Tyler Schumacher, who is also here. And I'm already going to get started even without the slides. But the broad question, right, that we're all interested in, I think, was... Use the mic. Oh, okay. Oh, sorry. So the broad question we're interested in is, like, what does AI do to productivity, to employment? I'm not going to speak so much about that, but rather get into some of the measurement details. And I think I'm very fortunate that Kiran presented in front of me because he's setting up the stage for me. All right, so how do we measure AI? We are doing it with an online survey. And then throughout the talk, I want to touch on 3 topics, namely state of adoption across occupations and tasks. And then kind of what are some predictors of AI adoption. And finally, I'm going to talk about some comparisons to the chat data from Microsoft, but also from Anthropic and Claude. Could I get the slides? All right, maybe I'll, thank you. Okay, so I'll talk about that. Let me go straight to measurement. Where do the data come from? Adam and I, we have been running this online survey, which we call the Real-Time Population Survey, since April 20. It's a 10-minute online survey. Sample size is about 5,000 people per wave, and currently we're running it quarterly. Now, what is key to the survey is that we replicate the core module of the current population survey, which then allows us to weight our survey responses against the CPS. So that gives us a national representative sample of the population aged 18 to 64 by key demographics and work status, okay? Now, one thing always, of course, to be concerned with these online surveys is selection based on unobservables. The people who are taking these surveys different from the general population. And we have written a bunch of papers where we, I think, at least for all the topics, including aspects of AI adoption that we were interested in, these selection on observable is not a concern. Okay? Now, the cool thing about the online service is it has extra information relative to the CPS that we can add. So since August 24, we've been asking about generative AI use, and it's kind of, by definition, by workers, it's a worker sample survey, okay? So I have not anything to say about if firms completely automizing some processes that leave the workers out of the loop. We can't speak to that. And since August 25, we have been asking about the top 10 owner detailed work activities and for which of those AI is used. How do we do that? We have a way, I think, of eliciting that works very well, the detailed SOC occupational code, and then we can map those detailed work activities with the important scores. Okay. Of course, I mean, there's going to be some measurement error, no doubt. But I think what we show is that all task-related patterns, whether it's about performing tasks related to adoption, they're quite stable across waves. And they're consistent with a bunch of ONET benchmarks that I don't have time to get into details. But I think it is working really well. One more caveat I want to say is that our survey elicits intensive margin of AI usage and time savings on AI usage, but just overall, not on the occupational level. So what we're going to do is everything is going to be about the extensive margin along the task dimension, okay? And we felt it was really helpful to set up a conceptual framework to talk you through some of the material that I'm presenting today, okay? It's very simple, lots of simplifying assumptions, but it really helped us guiding our thinking, and I hope you will find it useful. There's going to be just a set of O occupations. They have employment shares lambda O, and they sum up to 1. Okay? And then there's going to be capital T tasks that can be performed in different occupations. And this omega OT is the occupational share. That might be 0. None of us is performing surgery. Others are performing surgery, right? And then within occupation, all these task shares have sum up to 1. But we can also look at tasks, economy-wide task shares when we sum up a specific task across all occupations. Okay? And then we're going to have this task level output that aggregates linearly into aggregate output. Now, how do we think about Gen AI in that framework? If you adopt it, there's going to be some productivity gain, but there's going to be some adoption cost for the worker, you know? And, you know, you adopt when the gain is exceeding the adoption cost, and that gives you then on the task level an adoption rate. And then if you assume that, another simplifying assumption, that pre-Gen AI output was 1 in each occupation task pair, then you can get the simple formula that the change in productivity by adopting AI is simply the task share weighted adoption rate times the productivity gains. So what I want to talk now about is the adoption rate, okay? So these are adoption rates now on the 3-digit CPS occupation level. And one thing that you can see is that 80% of occupations have an adoption rate of at least 20%, and very few occupations come kind of close to 100%. What are the top adopters? It's computer programmers and public relations specialists. What are the bottom 2 adopters is maintenance and repair workers and fast food and counter workers. Now we can switch to the task level. This is on the DWA level. And here we see that about 40% of occupations have adoption rates of at least 20%. We don't have these extremely high adoption rates that we see on the occupation level because there are some, you know, tasks that you would think they should have very high adoption rate, but they're also performed by some workers who just don't generally have these high adoption rates. Okay? So here I just, you know, show you the top 2 tasks, and in light gray I show you the occupations, the top 2 occupations, and it's prepare research reports and design computer systems. And like, I mean, you can see how that maps to computer programmers. There's lots of tasks that have 0 adoption rate. So here I just picked 2 of them that have 0 adoption rate that match kind of closely with those occupations with the low adoption rates. And, you know, presenting food or beverage information and menus to customers is surprisingly little AI involvement. Okay? Now, what are predictors of Gen AI adoption? Through the lens of our framework, it's clear if you have a high productivity gain in a task, then adoption is going to be more likely. And we think these exposure measures provide a useful proxy for task or occupational level productivity gains. And Eric has contributed, and we've seen the Lundo measure just in the previous talk. And we're going to do something basically very similar. In the first stage, we're going to regress adoption on the Lundo CEDA score, which was the one that assumes the highest AI capabilities. And we do that at 4 levels of aggregation. So the first one I want to show you is just take occupational task-wide adoption rates and regress the Lundo score on it. About 40 to 50% of the variation can be explained by them. So that, I think, is some validation, some showing the usefulness of these measures, but it also tells you there's lots of variation that cannot be explained by that, okay? And in order to get there, I first want to kind of go back to our framework and think about what are these adoption costs. There's like 3 different parts. It's like a task-specific cost. Think about, for example, legal requirements that prevent you from using AI. That could be very high cost. Or if it's not regulated at all, it could be very low. There could be worker-specific cost. On average, maybe in some sectors or occupations, people are more tech-savvy than others or feel more comfortable with new technologies. And then there could be idiosyncratic costs, like I prefer using it for coding, but I don't like it using it for slides. Okay? So in here, I'm going to show you basically a very similar figure that we just saw before, but now we use our occupation-wide adoption rates. And on the y-axis is the exposure score, on the x-axis is the exposure score, on the y-axis is the adoption rate. And you can see this strong positive correlation that generates that high R squared. But you also see this massive variation for given exposure score and how how adoption rates differ. And you see exactly the same for tasks. And here I've switched now to the IWA level, okay? And now one thing, kind of trying to summarize what makes these tasks different, where we have high adoption, much higher adoption, that kind of what the fitted line would predict, or lower. So let's first focus on those that are over-predicted, okay? So think about these are dots beyond the fitted line. These are healthcare and clinical, verification and compliance. You could easily see how task-specific adoption costs, like these costs like legal complaint, legal considerations, factor in low adoption rates there. And then we have also routine admin work, which of course partly correlates with those other tasks, where maybe workers are less comfortable with using technologies. And then in terms of what is under-predicted, or vice versa, what are these dots that are very far above the fitted line, that are strategic planning, technical development, coordination, problem solving. So a lot of tasks where people have a lot of discretion. There's probably low kind of tasks, barrier costs, people that are very comfortable with tools, have good education in that regard. So again, this is no proof, this is just trying to fix some intuition. Okay? Now we go to the individual level. Now on the individual worker level or the worker task level, this exposure score has much less predictive power, okay? What has more predictive power are occupation fixed effects and task fixed effects. But what was really swamping everything is individual fixed effects, okay? So if you tell me you use it for one task, I'm way better at predicting if you use it for another task than if you tell me what the exposure score is or what your occupation or even the task is, okay? So we think that suggests a role for some type of experience. So this is kind of a bit more looser exercise, but our hypothesis is that Gen AI experience lowers the cost of using Gen AI in other domains, okay? So the problem is, of course, if you want to test that you know, if you think about what that experience is, if you have already low adoption costs on the individual level, that kind of tells you probably if you accumulate more experience, and that's going to also make it more likely to adopt for the next task. So you have this positive correlation with the unobserved fixed cost, okay? So we have 3 exercises that are consistent with diffusion. I'm not going to go into the details, but 2 rely on instruments and 1 relies on retrospective information, okay? One is where we can really literally ask, if I look at all the adoption in your other tasks and I want to predict adoption for one task, okay, again, this is like the clear endogeneity issue, but we have an instrument for that. That is really super predictive, even with the instrument of adoption in that focal task. Workers who are induced to use Gen AI at work through employer encouragement, they are way more likely to also use it at home. And then we have this retrospective question where we ask whether people used AI in the past. You can use that as some form of experience, and that also predicts whether you're doing more tasks right now. Now, any applied microeconomists in this room are going to nail me on all the identification. This is not airtight, and I don't want to claim that. I think about like the consistency of these 3 exercises, just giving us an idea that it is consistent with this diffusion mechanism. Okay. Now I want to go to a comparison with the chat data, and we already got a nice introduction to one of them. So what are these chat data? It's just a bunch of chats, right, that you partition into tasks using some classifiers. We have the OpenAI measure using ChatGPT. We have the Anthropic measure. And then we have Kieran's and Course's user goal measure, because I think that aligns most closest is when we ask workers, are you using AI for a task? So I think that has the closest map. But if you think about what is this chat chair? It's nothing else that you identify a task conditional on AI usage, right? Because everyone is using AI in those chats, and you just classify the task. Now we can construct exactly the same measurement in our data by using Bayes' rule. You can just, it's the adoption rate times the task share in the aggregate economy divided by the overall adoption rate, okay? Now, what would it take for these chat-based measures to recover the RPS-style type of measure, okay? First of all, each platform features the user base that is representative of the economy's AI adopters. So particularly in the Anthropic and the OpenAI measure, they exclude enterprise accounts, okay? So that already gives you an idea that this is not representative. Then the other thing is that each task instance generates the same number of chats. What do I mean by that? Take the Anthropic measure, the OpenAI measure, where they select one specific chat, right? They give you a little bit of context by looking at the 10 chats before. But if writing involves a lot of back and forth, versus searching for information is like just one or two interactions, that's going to skew the measure to writing because you're way more likely to sample this. Now, of course, at the other hand, it's also going to capture some intensive margin if AI is used more for writing, and that is something that we cannot capture in our data. Now, I think what is the most trickiest thing is that each chat is assigned to the owner task it actually assists. So for most people of us in the room, economists or economics professors, we presumably use it for a lot for coding. But coding is just not a task in ONED for economists. So what does it mean? For us, it would be conducting research. That would be the activity where we use coding. But that is not something, coding itself is not the task. So you see there's this room for misclassification, okay? Now, empirically, the chat data correlate, I would say, particularly at the rank level, highly with our measure, but they are way more concentrated, and I want to kind of dive into that now for a little bit. In particular, what I'm showing you here is the top Gen AI task in each data set. So in the OpenAI data, it's written materials, it's 15%. In Anthropic, it's designing computer systems, it's 16%. In the Copilot user goal data, it's gathering information, that's 23%. Now, in the RPS, it's directing organizational operation activities or procedures, and that's 4%, okay? So you see that was the much more concentrated. The other aspect is all of these data sets have very different top tasks, okay? And they barely overlap. Now, part of that could, for example, reflect that in Claude, people are way more likely to be coders, right? At least traditionally, it was very strong there. So that could reflect non-representativeness, but I think it also is classifying something about the classifiers. So the next bullet point I want to pay your attention to is in this column, the second to last column, we show you the RPS adoption rate for people who have that IWA, okay? You see, these are indeed tasks that have very high adoption rates. The next thing is I show you how many workers in the CPS feature that IWA. And with the exception of the designing computer systems, particularly adding written materials and gather information, that is just not a common IWA for workers, okay? They just don't see that. Whereas that little bit obscure one in the RPS that gets so much traction, it's like 56% of workers actually have that IWA, okay? Now, I said already that last bullet point, right? So the top task has a much lower share, so that's about the concentration, but it's also a task that is very common for workers. Now let me try to summarize these patterns of disagreement, okay? What is underrepresented in the chat data? It's higher order, purpose-oriented tasks. So think about conducting research, okay? Now what is overrepresented? It's basic generic actions that apply across many purposes and contexts, okay? Now, we had a separate question where we asked about writing and editing documents, and guess what? 50% of people tell us they are doing this task, okay? And among of those that are doing this task, 50% use AI for it. So that really maps nicely with actually what I've shown you before. The thing is, there's nothing wrong with these chat classifications. I think they're getting at what people are doing, right? And it's great to have these data. But I think ONED is just not the right framework to think about it, okay? And I think that becomes even starker if we want to infer occupational composition of platform users through ONED. One example is Anthropic says like 37% of the tasks are computer systems, computer programming tasks. But that's becoming because of the classification, because they classify so much as coding, right? And people are using those occupational measures as like, say, oh, this occupation is highly exposed, but it's kind of, I think, mixing up different things. And it's becoming even more important, though, in the light of the Workforce and Transparency Act of 2026, where it's now about that these AI labs should share the occupational composition and the type of tasks people are using. Again, this is all fine, but if we try to think of that through ONED, I think that is creating the mismatch. Okay. Now let me conclude. What are we showing? We use novel task level data for US workers to talk about the state of Gen AI adoption. One thing that I want to emphasize, because like there's this Author and Thompson paper about expertise, which makes stark predictions about wage changes, employment share changes in the occupation, depending what type of task in terms of expertise level AI is doing. And I didn't have time to show that, but we have figure 7 in the paper that gets at that, where we ask people about that. I think these exposure scores have been very useful. They are very informative, and they do explain a lot of the variation and the occupation and task level, but they also miss a lot of variation, and we saw that in Kieran's data too. At the worker and task level, it's really these worker fixed effects that dominate, and partly of that is driven by diffusion across domains. But that also tells you, if that is a story that you buy in, that as one gets more people into adopting it, people that maybe have less of an inclination to use it, you're also going to see more aggregate adoption. And I think the chat data, again, fantastic, because you can learn so much from them, but there's also some constraints on it, because they kind of concentrate on these generic activity-based tasks. I just think it's nothing that is wrong with that. It's just that ONET is not the right framework. And I don't think we can infer occupations of platform users from that because of this classification. So through the lens of ONET, we don't have a mapping from them who is adopting and for what they are adopting it. Okay? I hope that our survey-based adoption rates, while of course having lots of shortcomings too, you know, I don't want to oversell, but I think on the occupation and task level, they help us to close some gap, and I view all these different efforts as like complementary to learning about the state of AI and how it's making its way through the economy. Thank you.
Okay. Our next paper is going to be Voice AI in Firms, Natural Field Experiment on Automatic Job Interviews.
So yeah, my name is Brian Jabarian. The paper I'm going to present you was my job market paper. It's co-authored with Lookahead from Erasmus University. I think I would like to start by basically, the two first papers that we saw now were interesting because they show you a bit one side of the frontier of AI, which is basically AI as a way to provide information to humans. So it can be coding, can be writing, can be any type of task. But there is another frontier that it is less exposed for now in economics, but is going to become more and more present, which is basically also seeing AI as a technology that can collect information from direct interaction with the world. So you can think of robots. You can think of, like, in particular, Waymo, right? When you are entering a car, basically, Waymo, what it's doing is collecting information live and adapting their trajectory based on what it collects. Another side of this physical world that actually is really important in the economy is conversation, like talking with humans and collecting information from talking to humans directly, basically. And so this technology is not just an LLM put in voice, right? It's called Voice AI because it's a layer market that combines 3 different types of technology. One is like from speech to text recognition. Then you put an LLM on it, and then you go back to the LLM towards speech, basically. And you have to do this at a macrosecond level to have this naturalness of a conversation. And it's not just naturalness of conversation, but you need also the capacity of this technology to be able to adapt the follow-up and the answers, basically. And so what we are studying here, I think there is like a automatic, if you could stop the... That would be great. Otherwise, I have to rush.
Speak faster and faster.
Yeah, like I can speak fast, but with my French accent and the yeah. Yeah, great. All right. Jesus. Oh my goodness. Well, it's nice. We don't like surprise in economics, so I mean, it's a nice preview of what I'm going to present you. So what we are studying basically in this paper is a particular context of conversation, which matter a lot in economics, which is job interviews. job interviews are like one of the most human-intensive stage of the hiring process because you have to talk to a human being with like a goal, which is collecting information from this human being. The context in which we are studying job interviews here is BPO market, so the business process outsourcing market. So Google, Netflix, and all these tech companies, most of the tasks that like involve admin, legal, or customer services, basically delegate this to like external providers. These external providers is, in my setting, my partner was Teleperformance. Basically, they have recruitment process outsourcing, a firm which is making this hiring on their behalf. And in this setting, there is no need of like screening CV or resume or whatever, because what you want to see here, because you're recruiting for customer service position, you want to see how people behave in a conversation. So that's why the job interview here is like really key to this process. The other thing I want to say, thanks for the slide, is that basically the BPO market is a high volume market. This is another part of the conversation that I don't, thanks a lot for the time, that I don't see being discussed a lot in economics, but actually there is a lot of gain and economic growth and welfare improvement possible there, which is basically high volume market means that the firm I work with process 5 million candidates per year. So you can imagine the number of interviews that a human being has to conduct per day and per month, etc. And so this volume or this scale creates a natural variance in the way the human recruiters perform this job interview. And in this setting, when you have high volumes setting, variance is basically a negative feature both for the employers and for the candidate. Basically, create like a distortion in the match quality. Simply because humans, sometimes they forget to ask some questions or like don't follow the expected guideline, etc. And so the question we're asking in this paper is what happened when you replace human recruiters in the job of conducting job interviews? What happened in terms of like hiring outcome, job offers, etc., but also downstream data like match quality, retention, productivity once the candidates are like hired and working as an employee. How do we pursue this question? Well, we basically ran a large-scale field experiment with 70,000 candidates with a real firm, basically, called PSG Global Solutions, the subsidiary of Teleperformance. In this setting, the candidates were randomized in multiple branches. The two ones I'm going to focus here is getting a job interview with a human recruiter or getting a job interview with an voice agent, so it's over the phone. And one thing I really want to stress is that in this setting, the task that we are automatizing is the fact of conducting the job interview. After the job interview is conducted, this job interview is being reviewed by a human, a recruiter who is also taking the decision. So they have access to the audio, the voice data, but also the transcript, basically. There is no deception involved in any way by compliance, so the candidate here, they're aware of being interviewed by an AI and that someone is taking the decision on the basis of this job interview. Okay, so I will skip the literature, but because there is not a lot of time, but this paper basically contributes to 4 different strands of the literature. One is that we've seen in actually also the previous papers and like by other people in the room as well, that like augmentation, like when people use AI for coding or writing email, whatever, this can improve productivity. But also here what we are showing is that AI automation in the act of like collecting information from the physical world can also improve output, in our case, match quality. There has been a lot of work on algorithmic screening in the HR and labor economics, but this happened at 2 different stages of this recruitment process. Before the job interview for like screening CV, extracting information from a CV, or after the job interview is done by basically making a recommendation. Here we are making this screening in the job interview itself. The third thing that we are also interestingly observing in this paper is that when you automatize one part of your pipeline and then there is another human being after, the humans basically, how they look at the AI signal, not just as an AI recommendation, but just the mere fact that the data was collected by an AI, how does that change basically the weighting on different sources of information to make the decision? So it's not like people being averse necessarily around AI recommendation, but it's truly more about how to teach or like train humans to basically read and trust more AI signal in general. The last one, and it was like one of the motivation of my work there, was like I was trying to find a setting, the hardest one I could find and could access to, where I would show the AI would fail, basically. And here you have an expert task, which is not just recommending or like predicting, but actually talking to human being. Just, it is not like a goal form over like the voice, and then you have, like, you know, a checklist. You have a conversation here. It's a very hard and complex task. So I was thinking that basically AI would fail, and it didn't. So that made me thinking about like what we mean about human expertise and the boundaries of like human AI expertise. I would be more cautious on, you know, thinking that AI will never do X, this type of claim. Okay, so I will go briefly on the experiment. The weight here of the 3 branches that we have were negotiated with the firm. The third branch, I'm not going to present in this paper, but like we have a follow-up paper if you want to have a look on how choice, when people are, the choice between AI and recruiter can be interesting as a way to screen people on AI-mediated labor. But basically here, the two sources of information that the human recruiter is using to make a decision are the following. One, when they get the job interview, either by an AI or if they conduct it themselves, so they have to basically give a score, 1 to 3, and give an open comment, open-ended evaluation of the job interview. But after the job interview is done, the candidate have to take an independent test to measure 2 different skills. One is language, so like I did as a French, so you have this B2, B1, C2, etc., because you're working for US companies. And the other test that they have to do is analytical score, which is like how people are capable of solving problems. Remember, you're a customer service agent, so when people call you, you're here to solve a problem. And so what happened there is like a human recruiter uses 2 sources of information and take a decision here. If the candidate is good enough, according to the standard of the firm, basically they issue an offer. Okay, for the last 15 minutes-ish, I'm going to show you basically the results and then the mechanism for why we are seeing what we're seeing. So the first type of result I'm showing here are like mechanical or volume. Like when you replace an AI recruiter, when you replace a human recruiter by an AI recruiter in the job interview, what happens is that you observe a large increase in job offer rate by 12% more job offers. Mechanically, this also goes to like more job starters, but also to more retention after 30 days. So the retention here is a key metric in this market because you have a huge turnover in this BPO market. So this is the main metric for match quality. I can discuss this more in offline. Okay, here we see unconditional effect that also like are persistent through time because we have access to retention up to 120 days. But so far there, we don't know exactly why we are seeing those retention gains, right? Is it just mechanical or is there something happening in terms of like how the AI is conducting a job interview? So to get there, what we are looking first is the conditional effect of accepting a job offer and retention based on the fact of having gotten a job interview in AI. And what we see here is that we still have gains for people who got a job interview in AI. So 6% more job starters, but also conditional retention is increasing for 30 and 60 days. After it's not significant because the sample size is shrinking because of this turnover. So this is an indication that there might be something going on there, but we're still, you know, like maybe people are staying for the wrong reason on the job or, you know, so we want to nail this down as well. And this is why we look at like 2 other type of data that we're getting for employees. One is the separation reasons. Are people getting more fired or leaving more voluntarily depending on how they got a job interview, either AI or human? And as you can see here, there is no difference in the reason for separation after 30 days. So we have within 12% of the population who leave after 30 days, no difference. The other type of data that's interesting is like we have this for a subset of the population. When we look at the core KPI of an employee as a customer service agent, there is no difference as well between the 2 types of employees, those who have been getting a job interview by an AI or human. So here you can also basically establish a minimal boundary on the quality of your population and basically showing that this gain in match quality is not at the expense of productivity. So that's like where basically we are going now to the mechanism to understand what's happening in the interview itself, because this is the only thing that we have varied in this experiment. Okay, so the mechanism in a nutshell is that it's not AI being smarter or like more intelligent than the human, but like in this volume market, what's interesting is that AI can basically collect information more consistently at a bigger scale. So the mechanism, we call it control variance because both the human and the AI recruiter have basically to do the same job. It's not like the AI has a certain prompt and the human has another prompt. Here, the human recruiter and the AI recruiter can basically have conduct a job interview is a bundle of tasks, which include one, basically covering a certain list of topics. In our case, we have 14 topics that we cover that can go from testing, people abilities to solve like a problem. Here's a client that you face, he's angry, what do you do, how do you react, negotiating the salary, checking their attrition risk, etc., etc. The other type of task that basically involve when you do a job interview is like there is an expected guideline on how you cover these different topics. It is a conversation, so if I ask you a question about your education, but you want to start talking about your work experience, that's fine. The AI will go with the flow, basically, but what will happen there is that are you coming back on track afterwards or not? So that's another task. The third task is the language, which is to pursue those topics. Basically, both the human and the AI have recommended sample of questions and vocabulary that they can basically borrow to basically pursue those topics. And what we see here in each of these subtasks is that AI is more consistently covering more topics. So out of the 14, it's covering more topics than the humans. It is also more likely to come back on track. So yes, it can basically start, if you start talking about your education, it will be more likely, and you want to talk about your work experience, it will be more likely to come back and not forget to ask the question about education. And the third one here, which is also interesting for customer service position, is that AI is capable at the same time and having higher vocabulary richness within a conversation, but also less variance across the interviews on the different type of language they would use. And so that's interesting because you can consistently expect the same level of vocabulary applied to different candidates across the day. Okay, so that's basically the key mechanism that we are seeing there, and it does so without basically losing the ability to have this naturalness of the conversation. It's not like a checklist, right? So that's like the important part because that's something that otherwise would be just mechanical. To show you a bit how it looks like in terms of like the covering topics, as you can see, the red is AI, gray is humans, and so you see there is like a clear shift of AI more likely to cover more topics than the human being, basically. They have like in particular 50% chance of covering at least 10 of the 14 topics compared to a human who has 25% of chance of covering those topics. And so there is this notion of like, how can we improve the human decisions by improving recommendation? But there is a lot of upstream work that also happened here, which is, well, did you give me the information I needed to make the best decision, basically here? So that's like an example of that. What we also see here is the expected guideline. You can see on the gray here that like basically human beings are also like sometimes like at the opposite of what we are expected in terms of like guidelines in terms of the order. So that's quite interesting to observe. AI is not only better than the average in each of these subtasks I'm showing, not only better than the average recruiter, which is what we care because the decision here is made by a human, by an average human recruiter, but also better than the 15 or 20% of the top recruiters here, which is also interesting. The third type of things I want to say is that, well, there is more consistent and richer language used by AI for each of the topics that basically they're pursuing. There is this other channel that we don't chat and don't talk a lot about in discrimination or welfare in a labor place is like through language. If you say to someone, hey dude, or like to someone else, hi sir, this is not the same experience. But it's not like the human are doing this on purpose or like being mean, right? It's just like you're fresh in the morning and you're happy and you do your job properly. But again, 5 million candidates per year, like it's a lot to manage as a human being. And there is also this notion of like incompleteness of contract that you cannot impose on human recruiters, like to make sure they follow like for each interview, 14 topics, ask the expected guideline, like, you cannot design such a contract, so they do their job. Okay, what happened on the candidate side? Just I forgot to mention, how do we observe all of this is because, as I mentioned at the beginning, we have access to the job transcript. So we look at like the behavior through looking at the transcript. So we look at the interviewer behavior in the transcript, but also of the candidate behavior in this transcript. So what happened here is that, okay, 5 minutes, perfect. So what happened is that a human recruiter, when looking at the job interview, they're basically looking for skills or like signals that they're going to use to decide whether to extend you a job offer or not. What are those different type of skills? Well, for customer service positions, basically the recruiter are looking for communication skills in most of the time. This is the most relevant type of skill that they're looking for from the job interview, in addition to the attrition risk. I give you 2 examples of those type of skills that are looking for, like signals. First is interactivity. As a candidate during a job interview, do you show like a lot of interactivity during this conversation, or are you just like amorph and like kind of dead? And what the human recruiter wants is like to see candidates that have a high level of interactivity, because you're going to talk to your client downstream, so you want people who are like high energy and like having a lot of interactivity. The thing you want to avoid as a human recruiter is that you want to avoid candidates who are using too much like back-channel cues. So what's a back-channel cue is like this type of expression like all during the conversation. This is something which is negative, and if candidates basically use a lot of those type of skills, a lot of these back-channel cues, this is going basically used against them and not diminishing the probability of getting a job offer. And so what we see here is that when we compare both the AI interviews and the human interviews, is that the candidates who get a job interview in AI are more likely to be aligned with what the recruiter are expected from a candidate, basically. So it means that basically in these 2 types of signals that I mentioned, candidates who get a job into an AI are more likely to express a lot of interactivity during the job interview and less likely to express those type of back-end cues. And so at this stage here, if I had just this data, there might be the risk of having artificially increase your like perception of like who you are by lying or whatever. But because we have this independent data downstream, which is the retention, the separation reasons, and the KPI, we see that basically there is no change on those type of variables, but only a better match downstream. So that's why we say that basically AI here is more capable of like extracting the relevant signal that basically matter for the position that we're looking for. And so to conclude, I am a bit early, but like what I would like to give here and takeaways is that AI interviews here improve outcome, yes, in terms of job offers, job starters, and retention. But when you look at the conditional and decomposition analysis, you see that actually this translates not in just more volume, but like in better match, in increase in match quality. And when you look at the transcript analysis, when you look at the recruiter side, what you see here is that AI standardized coverage, the number of topics, the structure, but also the richness of the vocabulary. And so this matters a lot at scale, because this compression of the variance without losing the ability of having natural follow-up allows the candidate to more precisely reveal who they are in the interview. And this basically helps downstream firms to have the better employees in their setting. And so in one line there is that, so if you think about AI work so far, you can think of 2 types of family. AI as a provision of information to humans, like the type of work we saw just before my talk, like providing code, providing writing, etc. And this is great. This is an important channel of productivity. But there is this other way which is really coming. The minimal example of this is voice AI agents, which is dynamic collection of information from the physical world. But you can think about what the robots and all these type of new technology are going to be able to do in terms of productivity as well. And there, when you look at what happened, is that it's not just because those robots are like smart or whatever, but they have this capacity of like reducing and like minimizing or replacing inconsistency that as human beings we are not able to manage at scale from the start, basically. So yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you, Brian. That was terrific. Kristina McElheran is going to do the discussion. While we're waiting for Kristina's slides to come up, I want to offer a special thank you to our discussants. In order to kind of do a deepish dive on all the papers and fit as many papers as possible on the program, we decided to enlist 1 discussant for every 3 papers, which is a really tall order for the discussants. So thank you, Kristina, and our other discussants for agreeing to do this.
And then we'll have questions right after that.
Yeah, we're going to have 15 minutes for questions.
Okay, great. Well, thank you. Thank you for having me. Thank you for setting me this interesting and challenging task. I'm at the University of Toronto, so I had to put a mandatory U into my labor market and skills session. So that's what this track is ostensibly about, and you can see that we got some different takes on that. In the time I have, I'm not going to be able to give lots of really detailed feedback to every paper, so I'm going to try to step back a little bit, think about some themes, think about some some thoughts I've had working on similar topics that maybe will be helpful for all the authors, and then also for those of us who are consuming this work and consuming it at scale and speed, because it's a lot. It's coming at us very fast, along with the AI as the AI-focused work and the AI-enabled work. If I'm feeling motivated, there might be some Gen X humor, also spelled with a U. So I am not a labor economist, but I play one in the JOE. Gen X humor. I worked on this great paper with some bona fide labor economists, came out in 2023 in the Journal of Econometrics, where we were seeking to understand the impact of digitalization on the workforce. So we're looking at worker level outcomes and seeking to really unpack heterogeneity in what was happening for these individual people, and specifically what might be related to their age. So this was looking at the disproportionate impacts on older workers of big technological change. But what I learned in this project, sort of mainlining the literature and working with the detailed employer-employee data across the US, was how important firms are for understanding impacts on workers. And so this is not a shock to real labor economists who've been following the firming up inequality work in the QJ in 2019, and my co-authors in the Journal of Labor Economics in 2016, where what really comes out of this is that so much of the driver of worker earnings, of worker experience, of technological change, of inequality, it's at the firm level or even within firms at the establishment level, where the local context that shapes day-to-day activities of workers, that gives them their incentives and their complements and their training, has a massive impact. And what that is jobs. And so one of the things that you have to start looking for when you're consuming all of this literature is where the word occupation, where the word tasks, and where the word jobs come in, because they don't always mean the same thing. And I think maybe a couple of you need to check with your copy editors. They don't like you repeating. And so the word work comes in when you really mean occupation or task, or where you need to be very specific about whether this is a job or this is a unit of work. And so some clarity sort of across the board would be useful to underscore what we're trying to talk about here. I make this sound like I discovered this in 2023 or 2020 to 23 on that paper. And it's not a new discovery. This is something that I've been working on for a long time. Eric has been working on it for a long time. Eric and I have been working on it together for a long time, understanding how important the complements to technological change are for determining adoption and the productivity impact. So I picked this one because it's the prettiest graph we have. This is from our Power of Prediction paper that came out in 2021, where we're looking at the impact of predictive analytics on productivity at the establishment level. And what pops out of this when we're looking at the productivity impacts of predictive analytics is how wildly uneven it is, depending on the complements at the establishment level. So this is within firm variation. Predictive analytics with a lot of IT capital stock, that's the red, is productive. Without it, kind of meh, right? If we're looking at skills, worker skills, if you have a skilled workforce combined with the technology, so you've got the right education being selected in, probably not through AI back in the day, into your establishment, we get a productivity hit. Without, not so much. The green is my new obsession, which is workflow design and process design. And this is whether you have things organized in a continuous flow process where there's lots of sensors and there's lots of stability and there's lots of management for continuity, low variance. Turns out data is very useful in those settings. So it's the match between that workflow design and the technology that drives the productivity gains. Without this, it actually crosses below zero. We start to see maybe this is a misfit in some part of the population. And managerial capacity, management practices, the day-to-day management of the establishment matters tremendously for predictive analytics. Now, this is not just old tech. I mean, so predictive analytics is the Stone Age now, when we're looking at generative AI. we're seeing very similar patterns when we're working. This is with the MOPS data, when we're looking at AI use. And so this is a theme that just sort of comes across over and over again. Eric's been working on this a lot. This is Brynjolfsson et al. 2021, 1 of 2, 3, like how many did you have? But just to hit home the importance of the work context for shaping how this unfolds and why we really have to ask questions about what's going on with jobs. Which brings me to ONET. So in the ONET data, we have this workhorse that's being used across papers and across projects. I think most of you are familiar with it. If you don't know, this was like the origin story was the Department of Labor was helping people pick careers. And so it's like, what is it you like to do at the task level? Let's match you into a job. I think it's a wonderful thing to do, and it's a really rich data set, but we have to ask, what is this purpose of this data? And is it fit for what we're trying to get it to do? And just as a little heads up for those of us interested in AI, now we're gonna have AI classifying ONET stuff, so we can use the AI-generated ONET data to study AI. That's gonna be an interesting circular thing here. And so the level of analysis matters, and I'm gonna pick on Frey and Osborne instead of anybody in the room. Because this, I think, was kind of a seminal moment in how we think about using AI to think through job market impacts. This is at the occupational level of analysis and using computer scientists to talk about what the exposure risk is at the occupation level. They quickly determined that 47% of jobs were going away, and the citations rolled, and the headlines wrote themselves. Right, so nearly half of jobs are vulnerable to automation. As a Gen Xer, I really liked Wage Against the Machine. And very few people stop to say, well, this only works if 47% of occupations that are automated, if all the jobs are the same everywhere across all those occupations. And if we're mapping occupations onto jobs, you've got to have the same everywhere. And so a far less well-known study with only 1,000 citations, which, still not trivial, Melanie Arndt's, Terry Gregory, and Ulrich Ziran quasi-immediately said, what if we worry about within occupation heterogeneity in the task content of jobs? And so they went in with the exact same machinery and just said, what if we keep everything the same? The only difference between the approaches is that we're going to use occupation level median tasks on one side, and we're going to use the PAC data to ask workers what they actually do in their jobs. And what they found was that the automation risk drops. Their baseline wasn't 47, it was 38, fell to 9, which is a distinctly less scary number. At least my students find that when I tell them this. And the takeaway is that the occupation level assessment is kind of upward biased. And if we look into what is driving this, I'm having trouble reading this age. Overall, we find that the automation potential is lower in jobs that require programming, presenting, training, or influencing others. In contrast, the risk of automation is higher in jobs with a high share of tasks that are related to exchanging information, selling, or using fingers and hands. So first of all, I'm going to put a plug for reviving the Oxford comma so that we're not selling and using fingers and hands, but also to underscore the importance of thinking about jobs. So this one tiny twist changes the takeaway entirely. So I did a detailed literature review since 2017, and this is exactly what it looks like with the help of ChatGPT. We have built this edifice of thinking about exposure and worker implications that is all on this one narrow, and I'm going to use Claude's favorite term, load-bearing column of ONET data at the occupation level to tell us what's going to happen at workers. And I'm a little bit worried about this disconnect. Now, what's clear, and I really enjoyed with the Bick et al. Paper, is that they take this seriously as well and say, what happens if we're a lot more careful about looking at workers. If we're going to use adoption statistics, I love the adoption statistics that are really about the number of individuals who use the technology over the number of individuals instead of percentage of tasks or percentage of a list, because percentage of a list is very hard for me to think about in terms of magnitudes. So when I see percentage of occupations or percentage of tasks, I get a little bit quinky. Percentage of individuals I can really dig into, and it really engages directly with sort of this chat log measurement debate and what use means. As someone who's worked a long time with Eric, often to find out what does it mean to use a technology, this work takes us very seriously, and that's great. I was a little concerned with the truncation. So in the finest tradition of economic research, I decided to do some me-search. And I dug into my occupational classification, business teachers, post-secondary. I think that applies to many people in the room. And what you see when you look at the top 10 detailed work activities, that research topics and area of expertise comes in at number 11, which is below 10, which is like sort of sad. But attending training sessions or professional meetings comes in at 6, and evaluating student work comes in at 4. I don't use AI to evaluate my students. I had a colleague at another school who did that and got in trouble. So I don't use it for 4. I would love to use it for 6. If it could attend meetings and training sessions for me, that would be fantastic. I use it down here, but I would be coded as a non-adopter, and that troubles me a bit. And so I think just digging into a little bit more about taking this truncation more seriously. I think we got a better story today about how important the individual fixed effects are. It didn't come out so much in the paper. I think this is the story, that the individual variation is very, very high, and I think some of it's coming through firms. I think some of it's coming through jobs. In the paper, there's a bit of a sense that these are intrinsic human preferences or individual preferences. This comes through in sort of this plausibly exogenous argument about the IV, but it requires that nerdy people do not sort into nerdy firms in ways that also affect their home AI use. And this is like everybody I know, right? This is highly selected, and I think thinking through what we can attribute to the individual versus their context could enrich the story. And I got a little stuck on what overclassifying meant. And these papers are all in conversation with each other, but some of it is sort of complaining. And I think it's useful to step back and say we're just getting sort of different views on reality, or different measures of the phenomenon. So with working with AI, I really enjoyed looking directly at usage. That's very intuitive. I often wondered if we could see directly like cloud use and some of these other technologies we've been trying to track, if that would have gotten us some purchase. I think this user goal versus AI action is distinctive and conceptually novel, but I wasn't entirely sure what to do with it. And the wage and education results are really interesting. I think could be really interesting that this is coming out different from what we've seen. And LLM classifiers are cool. I'm doing more work in this area myself, so I think this is in the theme of not just studying AI, but using AI, which the other paper did as well. The level of analysis pet peeve really comes in here. So there's a lot of places where the sleight of hand happens, and we think we're talking about workers, but we're actually talking about tasks in occupations, and I know we can't always be responsible for what people do with our research, but we can try really hard to be super clear and direct that conversation in the right direction. There's some classification noise that I need some more careful treatment as you roll up into the rankings. Some of these things are within the confidence interval, and I think you probably want to do some bootstrapping. And I'd like to know more on where and why correlating is, the correlation is weak with wages. Running counter to the broader literature. So I knew I'd be sort of sprinting to the end. Sorry, I'm gonna be super concise here. So the third paper kind of like goes, the opposite. So we're looking at jobs. We're looking at one job, and so this is magnificent in some respects and has different trade-offs in other respects. And what we get out of this is a just really careful piece of causal data. This is pre-registered, it's big, this is really carefully done. We need more of this. I don't know if we need to take these narrow studies and put them into macroeconomic models describing the whole economy, but that's a beef for a different day. We need to learn more and more about all the different settings this can unfold in very carefully, recognizing that there's heterogeneity across those settings, lots of meaningful outcomes, it spans the full funnel. The transcript analysis is really interesting. And I like trying to get into the mechanism so that we're not just sprinkling magic AI fairy dust on an existing workflow and seeing what comes out the other side. That really figuring out what this does is crucial. And LLM classifiers are cool. Some concerns is again, this is kind of a narrow setting with kind of a modular point solution. I think we need to be upfront about where this could apply and not. I think the recruiter evaluation results have two interpretations, and one is really only dug into in the paper and being a little bit more transparent about that. There is a bunch of stuff that's sort of failing in the AI arm, and I'm not entirely buying that this is just sort of random or exogenous. Yes, I did read the papers. There's a funny thing in figure A, appendix A6, where the AI interview has like more unavailable candidate that's statistically significant. So don't say I didn't do my job. And I think my last one is the more substantive comment here is that I do think this is an interesting and hard job, but I'm wondering how expert this specific interview job is if reducing variance and homogenizing it is really what we want. And something that's not on my slide but occurred to me while you were presenting, and kudos to all the presenters because I didn't have to like summarize anything, is that we're hearing about the firm's response to how this human interaction was maybe less ideal, but you can imagine the humans have all sorts of tics and ways that we interact with people, and maybe we go off topic because that really serves us in some other aspect of our life. I know that sometimes when I'm in a conversation with my kids and they go off topic, it's not so great if I push them back immediately to where they were, and so maybe thinking through the performance metric is potentially a bit narrow. I get asked all the time if I'm a techno-optimist or a techno-pessimist. I say yes, because this is hard and this is complicated, but don't take my word for it because Wired this morning told me that using AI for just 10 minutes might make you lazy and dumb. So take it with a grain of salt. Thank you for the great work.
Thank you, Kristina. Is this on? Yeah, so we have about a little more than 10 minutes for questions and comments. We have one microphone, so if you have a question, comment, just go kind of line up at that microphone there.
I think the standing one, yeah.
It's a standing one, yeah, behind there, yeah. And please keep your remarks concise, but I am gonna give Eric the floor for the first question while others are.
Right, while you guys line up, just, thank you, Kristina, thank you, the talk. I have so many interesting things to bring up on all the papers, but let me start with asking Brian, and it really follows up on Kristina's last point. So this was an application where you're sort of standardizing, minimizing the negative, and there are lots of applications, call centers, assembly line workers, where having somebody substandard could really hurt the whole production process. But you could also imagine, or there are also productions where you're actually trying to maximize variance. You're trying to, when I'm looking for PhD, students, I'm looking for somebody who's like a rock star, and like maybe I want more variance, or an entrepreneur, the VCs on Sand Hill Road up here, they would much rather have higher variance. So how would that potentially change, the benefits of having, because it seemed like a lot of what the AI interviewer was doing was sort of standardizing and minimizing the downside.
I don't know if it's on. I have to go there.
See if that works, I don't know.
Does it work? Yeah, okay. Yeah, thanks for the question. So I agree with you. So it depends on when the variance, it's actually something that comes up often when I present this paper. I'm not saying variance is always bad. We're saying when it's bad, basically, there is a case where when should you deploy AI, basically. So if your goal is minimizing variance because it's bad, then you should do it. Even in job interviews, if you're recruiting for a CEO or like an artist or, etc., you may want to have more variance. In the case of like judge, for instance, like a lot of the casuistic like in the tail, so you don't want to standardize your context because you can send people in jail for wrong reasons, basically. So we're not saying variance is always bad, so I agree with what you say.
Thank you. Next question.
Thank you for the papers. I have a question also for you. Do you think if each candidate was interviewed by both AI and a human, you would get something that is better than either?
Yes, so we have actually the answer in the follow-up paper. So it's called Choice as Signal, and there what we do is we have a structural model on whether you should offer or not the choice, and then we can have all this counterfactual. When you run a hybrid pipeline, so first of all, actually this is interesting because there is this story of, I hear a lot of like automation, therefore displacement. Not so true in this case, for instance, because you can find a new comparative advantage of your screeners. And what you do there is like when you have two interviews, one with AI, one with human, so it's like counterfactual, you see actually improvement not only in job offers and also in minimizing separation. So you may have this potential gain for all these frontline jobs where now you can specialize your recruitment, not as if you're recruiting a CEO, but like, you can now differentiate a customer service agent for healthcare versus financial, and there you will have when you should have one or two interviews. So yeah.
Harry?
So this might be an unfair question because it's not about the research and data directly, it's about how we use them. I talk to a lot of education and training providers in community colleges and elsewhere trying to train people for jobs in healthcare or IT or business, and they're terrified about all this. All of them are. So given the state of the knowledge, given the state of the data, what's the best thing we can tell them? And that's either for any of the authors or Kristina or anyone else who wants to answer.
Grab a microphone because we're live streaming.
No, I think it's super tricky. Maybe I shouldn't be the one talking because this is not like. One of the things we saw when I was doing my research, not just maybe picking on the people I discussed today, was that there was this real concern over the skill atrophy. So older workers were really at a loss when the new technology came in. They didn't keep up. They left or were pushed out or paid less. And so I think being very comfortable working with the tech is going to be important. So the folks that are reacting to this by sort of pushing away, and I know we're kind of AI positive in this room, but there's a lot of folks who are really negative on the technology. And I think we're going to see this bifurcation where there's people who are they're scared, they don't understand it, they don't like it, they don't like how it was trained. There's all sorts of concerns about the environmental and energy implications of this. And I think they're at real risk of getting left behind, and we need to figure out a way to make this not so divisive.
Do any of the other authors want to jump in on this? Go ahead. Do you want to make a comment, Harry?
Yeah, so quickly, I think like there is a difference between the survey exposures that we see and people being afraid of AI and when you look at the data. So we have a survey in this setting as well, and actually it relates also to some of the work. When basically people have the actual experience of having AI, the way they form their belief about their fear is completely different if they don't have the interview with an AI basically here. So, the notion of fear depends on where you get it from basically, I would say.
John Sabelhaus?
Thanks. So this builds a little bit on Eric's question about the variance in the interviewing. And what I wonder, what you showed us was how the AI compared to the average interviewer, the agglomeration of interviewers. I'd love to know how the AI compared to the best interviewers, right? So you could sort of reverse engineer and think about, try and pull out those interviewers who did a good job on the metrics, retention, et cetera, and then think about those charts you made that showed us how they got there. And what was AI sort of more like the best interviewers, or were the best interviewers even better than the AI? Tells us something about how, this horse race between the two really comes together.
Yeah, thanks for the question. Great question. So I mentioned this on the way when I presented that we have the same graph, but like when we compare to top 15% candidate recruiters, and AI is better than top 15 or top 20, depending on the subtask of those recruiters. So you have this gain also when you compare the distribution. I don't think the race here is like to, so that's one. The other thing I want to say is that despite those like great results from AI being better than the top 15 or best recruiters, in this setting, in most of the setting, the firm rely on the average recruiter for the decision making anyway. So if you were just using the decision for the top 15, then I would be even more important what you say, but here a bit less because of this reason. The other thing is that we are not recruiting for stars here or like CEOs or PhDs. So here we don't expect a shift in the entire distribution of the talent you're recruiting, but more like a shift of the average. So, you know, if you're not that better than like top 1% recruiters, who cares in some sense here because of this volume? But great point, yes.
We have time for another 2 questions. I think we have one at the microphone. If anyone else has a question, we are especially interested in questions for the Microsoft paper and the big paper, but please go ahead.
Thank you. So I'll make a statement and a question. The statement is variation is not inherently bad, but we spent last 30 years in education trying to stomp variation out of every process. Maybe more mundane recruiting when everybody is given exactly the same question that you have to ask in exactly the same way. So we've kind of been setting ourselves up, I think, for the AI replacement. But having said that, have you looked at what happens when you use AI for the initial cut? Because if I understand for initial cut, so you don't immediately get to speak to the recruiter, right? You have to pass some. So instead of ATS systems that exist currently, what happens if we actually have a conversational selection because AI can do that at scale? If I understood your paper correctly, that's not how you designed this, but have you looked at anything that does that?
Great question. So no, we haven't not, because here the game that the firm, which is why they want you to deploy AI, is like they don't want to screen anyone before the interview. They want to have they want to give an interview to everyone as much as possible. So there is no like screening before that. The only thing they look is like how fast do you answer to your CV or like to your, invitation for this next step in the process, but that's it. So the screening here is a core process. The thing we are doing now in the follow-up is actually when you have AI and in the evaluation. So when you have an AI agent now looking at the transcript as well, because of what Kristina was mentioning, we have this miscalibration with the recruiter. So how can we basically help there? And in this setting here, you could see whether there is a difference between someone who get twice, an AI interview and an AI evaluation, or like a mixture, basically. So that's, I hope, in 6 or a few months, yeah. Thanks.
Thank you. We've got one more question. This is going to be our last question.
Are we seeing these workers that are using AI? Are these the ones that are using AI more? Are these the ones that are going to be less likely to be fired or lose their job in the next wave when you measure them again? Is AI usage sort of, when a recession comes, are all the firms going to just lay off the workers that are not using AI because it's very correlated with, once demand picks up, what they need? And so I think that it seems like what you have is, you can totally answer that.
Okay, so I would love to, but I can't, unfortunately, because it is not the actual CPS, right? It's our online survey. And the downside of these online surveys is to keep them affordable is that you don't have a panel dimension. So one thing we could look is at when they started their job, right? We could ask some questions to learn a little bit more about that, but we don't have a true panel dimension. We can only ask retrospective questions. It's just if you, from these online surveys, if you want to have a panel dimension, you have to pay them way more.
I see. But I'm sorry, just a follow-up. Like the CPS has the same problem, and in that, the one that you released, at least for us publicly, but you could ask retrospective questions, like, is this, to the same person when you're in a job last period?
Yeah, so we can ask retrospective questions in the cross-section of
Yeah,
people. Yes.
exactly. And so then you could go that, yeah.
Yeah, so we could get at some of that, yeah.
Right. Okay.
Great. This is going to wrap up our first session, but I want to thank all of our authors. These were terrific papers, and our fabulous discussant. We now have a 15-minute break. Please be back in your seats by 10:45 for the next session.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I thought they were going to link to the CPS. That was the same people.
In that moment, it was that our analysis was at the occupation level, which is like an aggregation of jobs, and that there's
So you're going to present. All right, folks, let's get started again. So we're going to have Ben Manning presenting the first paper as before, 20 minutes. And write down your questions. We'll have time for questions at the end. Okay, take it away, Ben.
All right. Is this microphone on? Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Ben Manning. I'm a PhD candidate at MIT. I'm really honored to have the privilege to present to you all today. I'm going to be sharing my paper, General Social Agents. This is joint work with my brilliant advisor, John Horton. Broadly speaking, this paper is about using large language models and generative AI to kind of simulate human responses to surveys and experiments. I think it's a nice sequitur away from some of the early presentations where we thought about a lot of survey data and classifying lots of tasks. So for those of you totally unfamiliar with the idea of using an LLM to simulate human responses, I've got a little toy example for you here that I wrote up last night. The idea is pretty simple. I'm sure some of you have done a little play acting with ChatGPT or Claude before. One thing you can do with a large language model is open it up and prompt it as if it is some sort of human. This is myself. You can give it a bunch of little traits or characteristics, and then ask it kind of any social scientific question you might be interested in. I've ripped this off from a paper in the 80s by Danny Kahneman and Richard Thaler that looked at price gouging. So that's the basic idea, but it's pretty general. One does not need to be limited to kind of simple personas. One can endow these language models with sort of any sort of observable traits, states of the world, or unobservable mental processes that one might want the language model to inhabit when it's making some sort of prediction about a setting. And this is exciting because these language models and these simulations offer a unique combination of features that social scientists, I believe, should be really attracted to. And that is, one, they're extremely flexible. So if I want to make a prediction for some setting, a language model can do so for any setting that I can describe in natural language. And then since it's a language model, it's really cheap and it's really fast. One can imagine using this to kind of explore ideas, augment survey data from some of the presentations we saw this morning, do A/B tests, understand people's behavior, lots of different things. And I should note, you don't have to trust me that this is potentially interesting. There are now dozens of papers demonstrating that these AI simulations can be highly accurate predictors of human responses. This is a small subset of ones that I picked out. I'll also note that there's a lot of startups looking into this. In fact, there was one that came out of Stanford recently that just raised $100 million and was, for better or for worse, talked about in the Wall Street Journal and New York Times a lot recently. However, for every one of these papers demonstrating that these AI simulations can be highly accurate predictors of human responses, there is another paper showing that the exact same LLM is a very poor predictor of human responses. It'll caricature human responses, it will respond with inappropriate variability, and sometimes it will hallucinate, for lack of a better phrase, give a ridiculous answer. Now, I kind of started off the presentation saying I thought that this tool was exciting and interesting, but I'll be at first to admit that if we have inconsistency with a tool that sometimes works well and sometimes does not, that's a little bit of a knife in the heart for its generalizability and utility for us as economists in social sciences. So as we're thinking about using this tool, there's a key challenge here, which is reliably building agents and simulations that generalize. And that's what I'm going to briefly talk to you for about 17 minutes for the rest of today. I'm going to ask the research question, can we think about designing methods and general approaches to creating agents that will more accurately predict human responses across a wide spectrum of settings? Hopefully by the end of this presentation, I'm going to convince you that we've started moving in the right direction on this. I'm also going to put a little bit of structure on this question because it is very broad. Today I'm going to be focusing on prompts, not fine-tuning. I'm going to be thinking about matching distributions of human responses, not individual humans. And I'm going to be thinking about looking at settings where no prior human data exists. Here's an overview. On the next slide, I'm going to present to you the approach, the general method we have come up with to improving these simulations. It's a little bit abstract, so I found the best way to do this presentation is to walk you through the approach and then effectively use the rest of the presentation as a case study example of applying the approach. So if it seems a little bit abstract, I'll get to it in a few minutes. I'm then going to introduce to you some behavioral economics games from the literature. These are classic games from a famous AER paper from 2012. And I'm going to use these games. I'm going to create a very large set derived from a simple game as a playground to test my approach. I'm then going to show you some experiments where we test the approach on human subjects, never before seen experiments. Then I'm going to talk about other applications, and then I'm going to conclude. With that said, I'm going to get right into it. So suppose you want to generate those simulated predictions for some setting where you have no prior human data. My claim here is that you should follow the following 4 steps. The first step in the approach is to identify some core theory that you believe explains or motivates behavior in your novel setting of interest. Although it's a novel setting, presumably you have some sort of domain expertise, some sort of priors that you believe might dictate behavior in that setting, and you're going to create a bunch of those little personas like the one I showed you on the first slide. Hopefully they don't have my name in it though, like the first one did. The next thing you're going to do is identify multiple and existent human data sets with different response distributions that you believe are also generally dictated by the same underlying theory. Third, you're going to use some of those data sets, but not all of them, to curate your original sample of agents. I'm going to do an optimization procedure. I'll talk you through it in a few slides. And then finally, you'll use the remaining data to validate that curated set of agents, a sort of agentic cross-validation. And the claim in this paper is that by following this approach, we can dramatically improve the predictive power of simulations. All right, I'm going to introduce to you now a reasoning experiment. I'm going to introduce a game, and then we're going to talk through applying the approach in this setting. I'm going to use a game from this AER paper, the 1120 money request game. This game is pretty simple. It's also my favorite game in behavioral economics. Here are the instructions. There's one slide you pay attention to today. Please be this one. The rest of the presentation will be hard to follow if you don't understand the game. The game's simple. 2 players simultaneously choose an integer between 11 and 20. Players are then given the amount of money for the integer they choose. So for example, if I pick 17 and Professor Brynjolfsson picks 19, I get $17, he gets $19. There's a catch. There's a bonus opportunity. If I undercut my opponent by exactly 1, I get plus 20. So if I pick 17 and Professor Brynjolfsson picks 18, I get 37, he gets 18. You can see there's this pressure to go higher to get guaranteed money, but a strategic incentive to try to undercut. Now, this game has a general structure that we can create a space of strategic games. You'll notice there's nothing special about 11 and 20 being the bounds for this game. One could kind of choose anything for those bounds. One could also choose anything for the guaranteed amount of money or the bonus. Maybe instead of the 11-20 game, we have the 5-14 game. Pick a number between 5 and 14. You get a guaranteed amount of money plus 2. I've kind of put in random rules. The 22-37 game. I could go on and on and on. And so what I'm going to do, and I did in the paper, is created a space of these games, 800,000 of them, and I also dramatically varied the bonus rule to make the strategic incentives different. I don't have time to walk you through each of these different bonus rules, but you can imagine creating a Cartesian product of tons of games. And these games are where I'm going to want to make predictions. Besides some of the games studied in Arad and Rubinstein, the vast majority of them have never been studied by humans. All right, so if we want to make predictions in these games, a nice first step might be to just see what happens when we do have an AI simulation play the game from Arad and Rubinstein, where they've already studied an experiment. What I did is I took the rules from Arad and Rubinstein, I gave them to GPT-4o 1,000 times with the temperature set to 1, and asked it to play this game. I used the real instructions from the paper. This is just kind of non-verbose instructions so you can get the gist. I also added nothing else to the prompt. I just asked GPT-4o to pick a number, and I'll note I'm going to call this the baseline or off-the-shelf LLM. It's going to be my reference. Here's how GPT-4o responded. It's an empirical distribution of its responses between 11 and 20. You can see it almost exclusively selected 19 across a lot of these runs. Now, how do the humans respond in Arad and Rubinstein? They asked 108 students from the Hebrew University at Jerusalem to play this game. And here were their responses. The black bars are their empirical distribution that I've superimposed on top of the AI. As you can see, they predominantly pick 17 and 18 with a little bit on 19. The takeaway is not like the LLM. We're not feeling great about making predictions on those 800,000 new games if we can't even get predictions on the places where we have human data on something that is surely in the LLM's training corpus. So what are we going to do? We're going to go to the approach. The approach has 4 steps. We're going to apply them each in turn. First step, identify a core theory where we think plausibly dictates behavior in the novel games. The model I'm going to use to generate that theory is level K reasoning. It's what Arad and Rubinstein originally wanted to study in their paper. And it is a theory that posits that people reason according to different levels in a population. There's lots of permutations. This is the one I'm talking about. I'll walk you through. A level 0 reasoner, for example, doesn't think about its opponent. They just pick the obvious number. We're playing the 11-20 game. 20 gives me the highest amount of money. I'll pick it. A level 1 reasoner, my opponent is level 0, so they'll pick 20. How do I get the best? I should pick 19. It gives me the $20 bonus. A level 2 reasoner thinks that they're playing a level 1 reasoner who knows they're playing a level 0 reasoner. Keep going down. You can see there's this cyclical process. The model more or less defines that a level K player best responds with the pure strategy according to playing a level K minus 1 player. So according to my approach, I just came up with 10 prompts that I think are broadly representative of this theory. There's the 10 prompts. The next step, find multiple distinct human data sets where we think the theory applies. Arad and Rubinstein, as I said, had humans play the basic version of the game, but they also had people play 2 other versions of the game, fortunately for me. These are relatively similar to the basic version. They vary the bonus rule a little bit and the guaranteed number of points. The big takeaway is that humans actually respond kind of differently to these 3 games, so they offer kind of distinct tests if we have our agents potentially generalizing. The next step in the approach is to optimize the original theoretically moded set of agents to match some of the human data from these games, and then the 4th step will validate in the others. When I say optimized, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take each of these 10 prompts, you can see them on the page, I'm going to give them to GPT-4o independently, have each of those 10 prompts play the game 1,000 times, and then I'm going to find the mixture of those response distributions that they generate that best approximates the original human data in Arad and Rubinstein. There are a lot of ways to solve this optimization problem. I use some linear programming. So once again, prompted the model to create a response distribution for each game, learned the weights that best optimize to the original human data. We get these weights. Happy to talk about them more later. Digging into them would take a lot of different time. And here is the response distribution implied by solving this optimization problem. The black bars in both histograms are the same. It's the human data. And we can see the red is GPT-4 out of the box, and the blue is doing this optimization procedure, curating a sample of agents. As we can see, it's far closer. Of course, we were specifically solving an optimization procedure to bring the distribution towards the human subjects. It's like in-sample training error for machine learning. So the 4th step in the approach is to validate these agents. I'm going to take that exact same set of agents without any changes, that weighted mixture of them that I identified, and have them play the other 2 versions of the game that Arad and Rubinstein have human subjects data for. Here is the basic version on top. I'm keeping the results there for reference. We have the human subjects data is going to be consistent in every single row, black bars. The baseline is in red, and the optimized is in blue for all of these histograms. When I have GPT-4o play the costless and cycle, those other 2 versions of the game from the paper, here's how they respond compared to the human subjects. 2 things to take away from here. First of all, once again, the model always seems to pick 19 for the most part. And you can also see that the modes have shifted substantially for the human subject data. Now, we're going to take the optimized agents, optimized only to play the basic version of the game, and see how they play the cycle and costless and how that matches the human data. Here are the results. The blue histograms superimposed on the black human data, consistent across rows. As you can see, the optimized agents are far closer. The costless is almost perfect. And these agents shift appropriately despite the fact that there's a mode shift in both the AI response distribution for the optimized agents and the human subjects. For the basic version of the game, the mode is 17 for humans. For the costless version, the mode is 19. 2 key points here. They were optimized only to match the basic version of the game, yet they generalized to the other 2, which means the agents are kind of by definition flexibly predicting responses across various sets of games. How did we get agents like this? Well, we followed the 4 steps in the approach. We identified a core set of theories, the level K reasoning that we thought might dictate behavior in some of these settings. We identified 3 existent but distinct human data sets. We optimized on some of those data sets, and we validated on other sets. The central claim of the paper, as I said before, is constructing agents in this way can dramatically improve their predictive power in novel settings. I've yet to predict anything that's novel, so the next thing we did was put that to the test. We want to see how our agents do in a novel setting. Remember those 800,000 games I introduced to you before? That's where I'm going to try and make predictions. I'm going to try and predict initial human play in those 800,000 games. Technically, the 3 games from Arad and Rubinstein are a subset here. I'm going to remove them, so it's maybe a little less than 800,000. We ran a human subjects experiment. I randomly sampled 1,500 of those 800,000 games. I had GPT-4 out of the box play the games 100 times. I pre-registered it. I then had the optimized sample, only optimized on the original Arad and Rubinstein data, play each of the games 100 times, pre-registered in it. And then we asked around 4,500 prolific workers to each play one of those dramatically varying 1,500 games. We then paid out 1% of them, and we're going to see how well we predict them. I should note that this incentive was large. Some people played the 35-45 game and then won, and so they won like $55. So the bonuses were substantial if you hit. The way I'm going to evaluate these predictions is using likelihood ratios. So my agent distributions are effectively a model for each game. We have a response distribution generated by the optimized AI and the baseline AI for each game. So I can calculate the joint likelihood that the human data for any given game comes from the optimized or the baseline. I can then set this up as likelihood ratios, 2 competing models, the log of the optimized over the baseline, and this will give me a distribution of per game likelihood ratios across all of these games, the relative predictive power. Note that if a likelihood ratio is greater than 0, it means the optimized is better when I show you these results on the next slide. So here I'm going to show you a histogram of the per game likelihood ratios. 0 means the optimized is better. I put them in green. Less than 0, the optimized is worse. Here is the histogram of the results. This is the 1,500 games, their log likelihood ratios. The dashed black line is the average. The standard errors are there, they're just incredibly small. The interpretation here is that the optimized AI is a far better predictor of the human responses. It puts something like 50% more probability on the choices the human made than the baseline GPT-4 out of the box does. I'll also note something cool about the setup is that since the 1,500 games were randomly sampled from the 800,000 games in the population, and we randomly assigned some people to those games, we get some nice econometric guarantees saying that this is actually valid over the entire population of games. We show this in the paper. Another thing I don't have time to talk to you about today that we do is we compare these optimized predictions to a variety of maybe stronger benchmarks. Maybe you're not impressed that we just beat the LLM out of the box. We use the best theoretical models that we can come up with that can also generate predictions over such a wide variety of games. There's actually not that many models that can do this. We use the cognitive hierarchy model from Kammerer et al. In 2004 and try various different values for the Poisson distribution if you're familiar. As I end the presentation, I'd reiterate to you that this is the approach that I proposed that can dramatically improve the predictive power of AI simulations. And we demonstrated that it worked in this setting. In the paper, we also demonstrate, trying to be good scientists, what happens if we explicitly violate portions of the approach, how everything goes. So we don't ground our original agents in theory, and we show agents that fail validation largely do not improve predictive power. We also test this approach in an entirely different domain, games derived from social preferences. These are drawn from a paper by Charnas and Rabin in the early 2000s. We do the exact same thing, go through, optimize, and validate with different theories on subsets of games from their paper. We then make up a bunch of new games, pre-register our results, and see how we predict humans. I also have another setting that I've been working on as a part of the revision, where we've been running opinion polling for consumer views on sentiment relating to AI, governments, and advertising. And we're asking people lots of different questions, coming up with theories that we think motivate their answers, optimizing and validating on some subsets of questions, and then seeing if we can predict the others. I think this might be particularly relevant for some of the things we saw in the second presentation this morning, predicting people's views around AI. I'll conclude with 2 slides. First of all, as I said in the 2 initial slides of the presentation, AI simulations are powerful because they are extremely flexible. They're fast and they're cheap. However, they're not necessarily well calibrated out of the box. But doing a procedure of theory grounding and calibration on multiple related data sets can really help. We're hopefully moving in the right direction. We haven't solved everything. There's lots of open questions. Here's a few of the many questions I'm hoping to pursue. First of all, I showed you one setting in depth where we think this works. I then briefly referenced 2. We're hoping to scale it to hundreds, if not thousands. I think that's what it will take to make this really compelling at scale. I also think it'll be interesting to think about how you can get better measures of when things might generalize. We're focusing here on settings where we have no prior human data, where it can be hard to get guarantees of generalization without strong assumptions. But maybe there's new tools we can make through discussions at this conference to understand when we might generalize better. And finally, I think an interesting question that I've yet to answer myself, but hopefully some of the mechanistic interpretability researchers will, is thinking about what does it mean when a set of theoretically motivated prompts improve predictive power. So as I showed you today, using those level K prompts, I was able to improve the simulation's power. But since the LLM is a black box, it's hard to know how those actually went through. So could we potentially search for more hypotheses based on improving predictive power? Is a little bit of an open question. That's all I have for you today. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I really appreciate it.
All right, thank you, Benjamin. And our next paper is Interpreting and Steering LLM Agents for Social Simulation.
Okay, this works. I guess you wanted me to stand here. Okay. Thank you for that, Ben, and I think a really good segue to kind of what we're going to talk about is we're going to continue the theme of social simulations with large language models. Our starting point will be another old theoretical paper. This one that. Oops. I think this stopped working. Oh, there. Oops. Okay. This one from Tom Schelling in the 60s and 70s, where he was trying to help understand models of segregation. What was most interesting to me about the methodology was not empirical data or even closed-form economic models, but really agent-based models. Simple rules applied to individual agents, and the key idea is that these simple rules can then lead to big aggregations, such as explaining things like the separation between the blue and the red dots, for example, in this period, right? And so there's this hope, I think, if you can indeed simulate individual human preferences from large language models, that you can actually start to get another way of theorizing that used to be quite popular, but more recently has gone out of style within economics. And so what we've really seen is the applicability of these general social simulations for a variety of different reasons that Ben talked about. And so I won't belabor them. But in particular, this idea of scalability is particularly interesting to me, is that there's lots of experiments, there's lots of examples that we would want to test with human subjects, but the cost of doing so, as well as the kinds of interventions that we want to run, are often impossible with human subjects. So I see this as a new methodology that almost sits before. It's a kind of theorizing that Schelling did that helps us generate new hypotheses, new understandings of humans that we can then take to design much better or better targeted human interventions. And this includes not just the scalability aspect, but also the type of heterogeneity that Ben was talking about. Our discussant also has some great work in this area of how do we generate synthetic heterogeneity with these LLM agents so that we can better understand human preferences and the heterogeneity of human preferences. And so we've seen, my mental model for this is that neural nets kind of offer a lab rat for social scientists. For a long time, our colleagues on the other side of the university have had the ability to test their ideas and theories within these mouse models really cheaply and at scale before going out to the field. And so the vision here is that kind of complementarity between methods that these kinds of large language models operate. And so if you take that analogy seriously, and you go look at kind of how that research operates, biologists don't just use vanilla mice, right? So they don't just work with mice that you find in the wild, but these mice are often engineered to help understand very specific questions. So, and I think Ben's paper was a really good starting point at that vision, where we don't just use something like GPT-4o off the shelf in order to answer the questions that we want, but we want to engineer these agents in a way that are specifically geared towards building better social understanding. So the 2007 Nobel Prize was given for these transgenic mice that are particularly modified, right? So in this case, the way that we're moving away from off-the-shelf mice, if you would like, is we're actually modifying with their internals, with their genetic structure, and then giving birth to mice that are specifically engineered for studying particular diseases. At this point, you can go to any supplier and basically get a menu of mice in order to study any particular question. So the vision is, if I have a theoretical model about risk preferences, can I go and get a risky LLM and I order one from one of the companies? Unfortunately, I don't think this is going to be a very big business model for the foundation lab companies. And so it's something that we academics ourselves have to build is a menu of these social simulators so that we can better advance theory. And that's really the goal of this paper, is to provide one vision of what that might look like. How do we start going beyond off-the-shelf mice to maybe particularly engineered mice in a particular setting? And so the way I think about this is what we want to do is we want to open up the black box. So what happens inside of these models as they're responding? So as they're giving me a preference, for example, in a particular situation, that I prefer vanilla over chocolate, what might be going on inside the model that leads the model to choose vanilla or chocolate, and what drives the distribution in those preferences over time? And the way we frame it in the paper is we actually want two things from these models. We want interpretability, so we want them to understand why is it that they chose one option over another. And second, we want controllability, right? That's what these genetically modified mice do, is not only do they help me understand why somebody picked vanilla or chocolate, but I should be able to dictate that a particular agent picks one over the other, and it does that consistently. I think we refer to this idea as generalizability, or predictability of these models. So not only I want to study their predictability, but I want to engineer that predictability. And so Ben again referenced this term, mechanistic interpretability. It's a rapidly growing field in computer science. And the basic idea is to look inside the model, and I'll say a little bit more about what that means, and use that for all kinds of practical computer science applications. So that includes AI safety and alignment. For example, if a model is thinking about devising a nuclear bomb, I might want to deactivate that capability. I might want to understand why models fail in certain situations. And this idea of steering and control has also been examined, right? And so there are, at this point, a few different attempts in the field to use the internals of a model for all kinds of applications. But none of those applications have really had a social scientific topic or comport to them. And that's precisely what we want to do in this study. So for those of you who are not familiar with this field, and I don't blame you, it's pretty recent, perhaps its poster child is the so-called Golden Gate Claude. So a couple of years ago, Anthropic put out this paper and blog post where they engineered a version of Claude that was completely in love with the Golden Gate Bridge. So they said you could actually engineer the internal activations of the model, and no matter what question you asked it, it would refer to the Golden Gate Bridge. And they showed that you can have that kind of predictable behavior inside of the model if you engineered it that particular way. In our example, we're going to use models that go not just at objects, but at specific features of economic interest, such as things like risk aversion or trust, kind of these theoretical ideas that we've long written down in our models, but never been able to actually study. So here is a version where I can actually find capabilities or parameters inside the model that relate to these specific fundamental characteristics, and then actually turn them up or turn them down. And so the idea is that, is this just science fiction, or can this actually work in practice? And I'm going to show you a few examples where it can actually be a really promising approach. And so how can we engineer these models so that we get interpretability and controllability when we do social simulations with LLM agents? That's going to be our focus. Just a quick reminder, we won't have a ton of time into the internals of how LLMs work, but one of the key pieces is the step 4, where there's this residual stream of activations, right? So as we put in an input, such as the cat, we're doing a bajillion calculations in order to generate the next token, which in this case is Matt. And so the core insight of mechanistic interpretability is that those internal tokens, as they move through the different layers of the transformer, might be able to be read, might have some interpretation in order for me to understand whether the output is going to be a cat or a Matt. And if I can do that, then maybe I can not just read out that preference, but I can maybe change the Matt to a ball or something else in the future. Okay, and so we're going to try, so that's precisely what we're going to do, is we're going to put these LLMs inside of social simulations And we're going to layer on these interpretability techniques. We're going to mess with the model internals. So we're going to both read out the model internals so we can understand what these models are thinking. And then we're going to perturb them in order to get predictability of options. I'm going to show you how that helps us really design better social simulations. In particular, we're going to test two different approaches from the computer science literature. The more recent one that has been popular and that was part of Golden Gate Cloud are the so-called SAEs, or sparse autoencoders. I'm going to talk about that in a second. But there's also an older technique called linear probes, which is much simpler. One thing you might want to, kind of as a broad way to distinguish between these two approaches, is think about approach one as kind of an unsupervised approach. So even before I'm going out and training, or even before I go out and trying to use the model for any kind of applicability, I train something called a sparse autoencoder, and what that does is takes the model internals and maps it onto a set of features. The model that we use will have about 65,000 features. And that's kind of independent of no matter what game it is that you're using in or what application you're using it for. So if you look at step 4 here, there are these internal features such as economic trade-offs, fairness, equity, rejection, so on and so forth. The drawback of this approach is that this can be quite costly. It can, say, cost tens of thousands of dollars to train. But once this is trained, it can be used across all of these parameters quite flexibly. The other options, kind of the classical approach, are these linear probes, where basically what you look at is you train the probe for a particular feature that you care about. So in this case, for example, we have examples of altruism. So we feed the model with examples where it's choosing between being altruistic versus not, and we get some natural variation in the model's responses. And so we train a simple classifier on top of that and say these kinds of activations correspond to altruistic behavior, and these other kinds of activations correspond to less altruistic behavior. And so I have a very specifically engineered probe just for altruism, so that's great, but it doesn't work for anything else. So what we're going to use is compare these two approaches to the more accessible way of prompting, which is give models certain traits. For example, tell the model that you are an altruistic individual, or tell the model that you're a risk-loving individual. And we're going to compare these kind of, I guess, like a more interpretability-oriented approach with a more prompting approach. Okay, so in particular, we're going to go over 4 different games. I think I'm going to have time mostly to talk about lottery choice, but then I'll also talk about ultimatum games, which we think about as games of preferences, understanding whether models inherently are risk-loving or risk-averse, whether they trust the other party or not. But we'll also look at things like capability, where we want to understand how creative are models. Many people are using these models in order for idea generation. That to me seems like inherently a different kind of task. Okay, so here's how that works. So we use John Horton's EDSL, where we use that as a basic framework for simulations. And on top of that, we have models basically go through lots of lotteries, ultimatum games, creativity games, and product innovation. On top of that, the underlying base model here is Llama. So you'll notice that we aren't using some of the closed source models because you can't use them for these kinds of techniques. You need to be able to look inside of the black box to be able to apply them. And so all of the simulations that I'll be showing you will be based off of the Llama 3.3 70 billion model. On top of that, we'll train these 2 specific tools, the SAE as well as the probe. Okay, so this is what the lottery game looks like. Again, important to understand. We give the models a choice between a guaranteed 50 tokens versus a probability of some set of tokens, right? So if a model is purely risk-averse, purely risk-neutral, at the level 100, is going to be indifferent between choosing the lottery or a guaranteed $50. Anything above 100, it chooses the lottery. Anything below 100, it chooses the safe option. But of course, if the model is risk-loving or risk-averse, the 100 number goes up or down. So the question is, can we engineer models at a very particular level of risk aversion? Can I engineer a model that at 120 prefers the lottery, but below 120 it prefers the safe option, right? So then I can quantify the level of risk aversion of that particular model. And so this is what happens in our game with the baseline model. So Llama is a little bit risk averse, so it chooses to switch to the risky option at about 120. With prompting, so here we prompt the model to be you're slightly risk loving. It switches completely to always preferring the lottery. So even though I guaranteed it, $50, 50 tokens, it switches to the lottery way before that in some ways. Right? And so that's kind of not the behavior that one would want if one was trying to engineer some degree of risk-loving or risk aversion in the model. And so one of the cool things you can do with McInterp is you can read out the internals of the model through these SAE features. So here are the top activated features as the model is thinking about the lottery. And what you can see is the most activated features have nothing to do with risk aversion. They're more about, well, looks like I'm faced with a situation with multiple choices. How do I decide between that? So that's a feature inside of the model. But pretty high up there is features around calculated risk-taking. So what I can do is engineer the SAE to move that up. I can say, well, I want you to be particularly risk-loving in this particular situation. And so we use this pre-trained Goodfire SAE on top of Llama 3.3. And when we use that model, what we find is that these features go to the very top of what's activated. And even more interestingly, now that model behaves in kind of a more systematic way. It does take more risk, but somewhere in the middle. I can also engineer a different degree of risk aversion. And what you see is that with these pre-trained SAEs, you get some variation, but not precise control. Right? So I get some control in a way that I understand, but I can't still engineer the model to have an exact level of risk aversion. For that, you need probes. And so for probes, now I'm going to throw away the generalizability or the general utility of SAEs. And instead, I'm going to say I'm going to engineer this kind of classification model just for this one task. And so I'll skip some of the details of this. But what you can see here, the colors represent what the probe was trained for. That's the level of risk aversion that the probe was trained to exhibit. And the curves that you see are the practical behavior of those models. So now I basically can give you a menu of agents exhibiting whatever level of risk aversion that you want based on this kind of probe training, right? And so that's a level of predictability and control, kind of this engineered mouse that might be a very useful input into any kind of social situation. We show the same thing for interpretability with the ultimatum game. Again, there's a feature for altruistic behaviors. Again, we show that steering is helpful, and these kinds of linear probes can add a lot of granular control. And so the general methodology here that seems to be working for us is one where we use the SAEs to understand inductively the inherent motivations, and then use the probes for very precise control. How much time do I have? Perfect. Thank you. I appreciate it. Okay, great. What happens when we go to other types of games? So here we look at, from psychology, games of divergent creativity. So what's commonly done in divergent creativity is people are brought into the lab and given a limited amount of time and say, give me all the unusual uses for a brick, or list the different ways in which you can use a stapler. And so what we do is we, again, take Llama, and we have it go through all of these different tasks. And then we evaluate so what's harder about this task is, unlike the lottery, there is no quantitative evaluation. So we have to use kind of an LLM as a judge to score the creativity responses on a 0 to 10. And so this is one of the other things we find in the setting is your ability to control will be a function of how well you can validate or check the model responses, because you're training the model for that kind of validation. And again, with these tasks, we can read out. One thing that was interesting in Llama is it thinks about the Russian word for brick as it's thinking about lots of different uses for brick. But again, I can change that. So with SAEs, I can make the most activated feature the feature around professional innovation and creative problem solving. It turns out that that does not work so well with the creativity task. So SAEs are a pretty blunt instrument relative to prompting in changing how much more creative these models get. So SAEs are, again, very helpful in understanding activations, but much less helpful in getting predictability in future returns. But again, here, the probes do really well. So we train the probe particularly on being creative on this brick task. And I have a target creativity score. So again, I have more creative versus less creative LLMs for this brick task. And indeed, the more creative LLM has many more uses for a brick than the less creative LLM. And this also works kind of out of sample. If you change the object, or if you change the kind of application, the creative LLM continues to be much more creative in some of these high creativity zones. Okay, so what did we learn and take away from these sets of experiments? So first, compared to prompt personas, interp methods give social scientists just a more direct way to open up the black box of social simulations. So I'm excited as we move. I think there was kind of this early excitement about simulations that this can do everything. And then there's some kind of disillusionment that they, in lots of cases, don't really simulate what it is that we want to do. And I think there's clearly a ton of value in them, but we need to use them with care and developing better control methods, including the previous paper, but also McInterp offers another way in which we can get kind of standardizability in social simulations. In particular, I think our other contribution was to introduce these two specific tools. SAEs help with interpretation, right? So they decompose activations into human-readable features, making them useful for inductive discovery. So in this case, I knew that lotteries are about risk aversion, but maybe it's about two different kinds of ads. And I don't know why one ad works better than the other. SAEs might help develop hypotheses about why that happens. And SAE steering works well, especially for these kind of preference-oriented tasks rather than the capability-oriented tasks. And linear probes, on the other hand, are completely useless for interpretation, right? So they need labeled data. I need to know ex ante what kind of behavior I'm looking for. But if you can actually do that, they can be very precise in terms of the kinds of steering that you can get. And so the practical recipe seems to be to use SAEs to discover model is using and use probes to steer what you can define. So to conclude, I'm excited about a future where we kind of might have a menu, a digital kind of transgenic mouse for social simulations. And so that's an exciting possibility. Thank you to my co-authors, Gabriel, who led a lot of the work, and Aurel, who's also here in the room, as well as Shreyas. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
Third presentation will be GPTs as a measurement tool, and then we'll have discussion and questions.
Hello, I'm Hemant. This is Elliot. That's Andre over there, but I'm pretty sure you could have figured those out. We're going to shift a bit from talking about LLMs and AI modeling human behavior to AI manifesting a specific human skill, specifically in the idea of comprehension and what extraordinary things we can do in social science with comprehension at scale. So just the basic idea of what we want to get into. First, what do we mean by this idea of GPT as a comprehension machine or as a measurement tool? Sorry, I'll keep saying GPT because I work at OpenAI, but it applies to other things too. Some examples of this in operation, how this can actually show up in real research, validation of how this can actually be confirmed and that it actually works as we intend, and then a new application to the history of technology adoption and learning some lessons from that. The big idea we want to start with is that in the social science, in economics, we really care about, what people do, how people behave, but almost all that, so much of that data is encoded qualitatively. It's in text, it's in blog posts, in diaries, in websites, in curricula. It's in the entire history of the NBER slide decks and transcripts and all of that sort of stuff. And so there's all of that data, and we kind of have two choices at social sciences. There's like the sociologist route, which is like, I'm gonna really interview a few people, look at some data really, really closely and understand the richness of it at that qualitative scale with human intelligence and comprehension. And I'm gonna do it at a low end, so you can't have that statistical rigor. Or I'm gonna go down the more econ route of, I'm gonna use the sliver of data that is quantitative, that is abstracted, unfortunately, but allows us to do analysis at bigger scales and get statistical rigor. And it's really been a choice of those two routes. And our proposition here is that with GPT, there doesn't really need to be that choice anymore, because you can have something that can make comprehension, do that sort of task of reading the richness of data, but do it at extraordinary scales and at very low costs. So what we bring to the table with this paper is, we have a specific package we built, like a open source Python package called Gabriel. But just to be clear, everything we're talking about here is generally about LLMs, generally about AI. This is just a tool to help anybody use it. What Gabriel is doing, it has many functions. I'll just give you one idea. Like, say we have some qualitative data and we want to ask some questions about it. We want to measure something about it. Say, for example, it's the State of the Unions. We could take a State of the Union. We can ask, like, okay, on a 0 to 100 scale, You could ask this to ChatGPT right now. How populist is this? How individual is this? How, like any sort of complex human concept, just ask that question as you might a human labeler, and then see what GPT says. Now, this is this entire idea. It's not tuning a model. It's not technically complicated. It's just asking that sort of comprehension question to the model and seeing what it says. So, the speech about the space program will be very much about tech optimism and get a high rating for that. The speech about American rugged individualism will get a rating on something else. So the idea at play is that very simple thing you can do with ChatGPT, but the really interesting thing is what you can do at scale. And the key shift here from human labeling, because we could do all this stuff before, is just how different the price and the experience and scalability of this is. Like, with 100,000 full-text church sermons, that's on the order of $1 million to rate 10 attributes, 10 human conceptual attributes with human labelers. It's $50 with GPT. So the scale is really important here, not just because it's way cheaper and more accessible, but because there's a whole host of new research questions that you can answer now, or you can try to ask, because it's so much cheaper, because it's so much more feasible. So just to be clear again, what we're going for here is something that is, the lessons we're talking about are broadly applicable to GPT. The stuff we put forward in our paper with Gabriel, with our package, I think the best analogy is like Stata. Anybody can code a linear regression model. In fact, with like modern coding tools like Codex or Claude Code or whatever, it's pretty easy to do it. But people still migrate to stuff like Stata because it's good to have a standardized source of measurement. It's good to have some sort of reference validity and something that's consistently used. And there's more complicated methods than the most basic ones, like the Gabriel package has, and we're happy to talk about. But we're gonna start with the really simple thing, which is just, hey, GPT, how populist is this speech, 0 to 100? So let's go through some examples of applying this in practice. First, basically the entire congressional record. So let's just take from 1880 to near the present. We're going to take all the speeches made on the Congress floor by one representative in 1 year, smush them together, and just for one of those representative year transcripts, we're going to ask GPT a bunch of questions about how pro-foreign intervention is this congressperson in this year, how tech optimistic is this person, how much anger towards the other party does this person do. And because it's so cheap, we can do this across an incredible amount of attributes really quite easily. Here, this one shows, I think, a pretty interesting trend, like following some things we'd expect, like Congress becomes, much more pro-foreign interventionism, following World War II. We see other patterns in that if you look closer. But I think the more striking thing is just how completely bipartisan it is. To be clear, again, GPT is only looking at one of these representative speeches sets at a time. It's not seeing this overall trend. It's not trying to do some big guessing game. It's looking at only one of these confined things. And yet it still seems to not be able to distinguish Democrats from Republicans the vast majority of the time, on average. We actually see a somewhat similar story on moral universalism and a whole set of progressive coded attributes, where you see differences between Democrats and Republicans. They're varying over time. In fact, in the 90s and the early 2000s, you actually see them basically being identical. Like they are indistinguishable on moral universalism and a bunch of other progressive attributes. And then suddenly there's a divergence in 2008. So we were able to see this with granularity, a different story of partisanship, at least in Congress, where you see not a gradual shift, but a pretty sudden shift in 2008 from an era of, at least in this data, the most bipartisan era of Democrats and Republicans on these progressive attributes. And another one, we can see optimism about technology increasing over time, contrary to some narratives about, a little bit of a doldrum we're in right now and how people think of technology. Over history, that narrative might not be as simple as we think with some of those current explanations. Switching gears to another category of analysis, this is analyzing the question of how toxic is social media, how toxic is the internet. Again, with the granularity and the scale we can do these analysis, we basically take a bunch of subreddits. I don't know how many of you've read it, but basically there's these internet communities. Like, there's the little Pokemon forum where all the people talk about Pokemon, and the one where they talk about politics and all sorts of other things. And we basically, for each community, we take a bunch of the threads, a bunch of those conversations, measure toxicity, measure admitting you're wrong, measuring a bunch of these complex human concepts, and we analyze those things. For toxicity, there is a decent amount of toxicity on average, but it's extremely heterogeneous. There's a few communities where you see a ton of it, and then a bunch of communities where you see none of it. In fact, we show that basically the communities you'd expect kids to be in have way less toxicity. So the narratives around what kids are exposed to don't just match the big picture narratives we could show before this sort of granular measurement. Our third example we'll talk about here is on school curricula. So these examples we just talked about are about GPT analyzing data sets, text data we have. This is about GPT also collecting the data, using its prowess as a web searcher in the last year or so that it's gained. So basically the steps are fairly simple. You start GPT, like you would do with ChatGPT, one instance of GPT, one county in the US. Hey, GPT, go research like an RA, everything you can find about this county, about how US history is taught in schools in this county, and rate, and then write these long reports about what is taught in those things. Find syllabi, find homework assignments, find everything from school districts in that county, and then write these reports, and then do these pairwise comparisons, another method in Gabriel, between County A's report, County B's report, across the data set. If you play chess, you can create these ELO-like rankings out of that, and create these ordered rankings for how much each county focuses on different things in their US history curricula. And so, for example, you can see that focus on historical racism is, as you might expect, much higher in more liberal areas. But if you control for liberalness, you actually find that race doesn't really have much of an explanatory power there. It's mostly explained by political lean and some things related to education and stuff like that. Completely different pattern if you look at things like focus on rugged individualism. You see that, as you might expect, in the rural West, in Texas, in places like that. Some more surprising patterns, being pro-technology, the focus on technology and historical innovation, highest in the south of the US in these high school US history curricula, and even more surprisingly to me at least, the positive portrayal of the New Deal. And you actually kind of see Tennessee light up on there, kind of like the history might have indicated in retrospect.
So I'm going to talk a little bit now about validation, which I think is a really important component of this method. So, the obvious question is we're presenting various things with LLM classifiers, LLM ratings, and we want to know that it's working. And by working, we care about probably two things. The first, is it accurate? And by that I mean, does it match either human judgment or some external ground truth? And it's not necessarily sensitive to specific prompts like what we built. And secondly, is it direct? And by that I mean, are we measuring the variable that we say we're measuring, or are we measuring some proxy? An example of that would be if I give a speech and I'm trying to measure how pro-environment that speech is, am I really measuring whether it's pro-environment, or is the model instead guessing and it's measuring whether it's liberal? That would be bad. And so we've tried to be thoughtful about this validation and really understand the capabilities of the models, and we have a series of tests in the paper. The first starts by looking at a couple of well-known data sets in a variety of sectors where there's human labels. For instance, the V-Democracy data set, which looks at quality of institutions, or Metacritic movie reviews, and we find that the model matches human judgment extremely well. But one of the things that we try to do to get beyond just a few examples, which might, you might worry that these were selected or that performance is uneven across the task, we run a very exhaustive evaluation of performance across many, many gold standard human text data sets, which are taken off of Hugging Face. And so we take every single data set on Hugging Face that has gold standard human labels, which is more than 300 data sets in the end. And each of these have, hundreds of observations or thousands of observations, and we replicate them using Gabriel, and we look at performance across the board. And what we find is that, the performance is very high. In general, we find, this is true across models, not just for the most expensive models, but also for cheaper distilled models, which we think is important for researchers, meaning, that this is truly a thing that is available at low cost. And this is true, accuracy really holds across the board. But it's not quite 100%. And so the question that we ask is this a product of noise, or is this a product of the models not being quite there? And the way that we get at this is by comparing to human if multiple humans rated the same text, the human variance, how would the LLM compare to that? And we look at data sets where there were individual human raters of the same observation, and we compare with the model's evaluation. And we find that across the board, the LLM is typically statistically indistinguishable from individual human raters relative to the distribution, and often better than the marginal human rater at matching the human mean. Which gives some credence that, you know, this variance or the noise that we're seeing is really just noise, that this is a subjective task and it's hard to get perfect accuracy. We look at prompt wording and robustness, and we find that for our purposes in this specific use case of trying to understand unstructured data and qualitative data, the prompts do not matter that much, as in we generate many, many variants of the prompts that we use in the package, and we find that, in fact, the accuracy holds quite well across the board. And this is to allay the fear, you know, that our prompts are some kind of magic. We don't think that that's true, and we think that this is more a product of general comprehension. We look at the possibility that performance on our tests is a result of memorization, as in that the models have read these labels and therefore there's high accuracy as a product of the models knowing what they're seeing. And so we, in this Hugging Face, you know, data set, we look at data sets published pre and post training cutoff, and we find that there is in fact no difference in performance. And lastly, we look a little bit at this idea that I referred to previously of, can you measure whether the model is actually looking at the variable that you want or at a proxy? And so on that example I cited of, you know, pro-environment speeches versus pro-liberal or like politically liberal speeches, we generate some speeches and then we look at measuring both speeches with liberal content and liberal content removed. And we look at the pro-environmentalism of them, and we find that there's in fact no difference, which gives us confidence that the model is measuring what we want. And we also do this in a more general way by looking at regulation throughout the country using the web scraping approach, and we find that, you know, when we remove irrelevant signals, the scores are essentially the same.
It was a real blow when I learned that our prompts were not magic, but I think it's probably good for the research community. So now we're going to talk about technology adoption and using GPT for a bigger research demonstration using Gabriel. So what we want to do, the question we care about is understanding the history of technology adoption. How long does technologies take to adopt? How else can we characterize the history of technology? Now, there are data sets that have been assembled before on the order of maybe 100, 200, maybe 300 technologies. But with GPT, we can scale this to extraordinarily larger sizes by an order of magnitude. We just start with the entirety of Wikipedia, 18 million titles, you know, including like Bon Jovi or whatever. And we just use various methods in Gabriel to filter that down to historically significant technology. So, you know, filtering, deduplicating, and a set of things like that, and we get 37,000 historically significant technologies. And then we pull a bunch of attributes about them. When were they invented? When were they adopted by their target audience? Where were they invented? Who invented them? What institution? How large and bulky were they? How much did they require highly specialized training to use? What category they were? All these sorts of attributes. And if GPT can comprehend and use its understanding, can we leverage that to get a bunch of useful data to do it in structured and statistically rigorous ways at scale? So big headline finding was that we can show that the adoption lags of technology, but we can show with granularity how this has been declining secularly over the last 2 centuries. From about 50 years in early industrialization, from the invention to the wide adoption of technology by its target audience, to closer to 5 years today. And one variation in this is the category of technology. Now, our original hypothesis was something more software-based, or more like AI or even, would be something you'd expect to be particularly fast because it's updatable or easy to shift. But what we actually find is software is fast, but it's not fast because it's unique, it's because it's just modern, that it's not relatively fast relative to its contemporaries. So we do this by considering excess adoption lags. How much faster are you than your contemporaries? We actually find military technology to really be quite fast there. And I think what we saw in the data was kind of technologies invented near the beginnings of wars needing to be adopted before the end of the war to be useful. So like people should be less critical of Boeing by that account. And then we can also like just look at a bunch of trends over time of how technology has evolved. So like because these are, you know, complicated attributes, human level attributes, we can see, you know, that technologies have gotten smaller, kind of from the 50s onwards. We can see that there was a steady increase over time in the requirement of specialized training to use the technologies, and went up and up and up until the 50s, and then with the computer age, it's gone down since then. And we can see how these attributes explain shorter or longer lags in the technologies, like needing network effects makes technologies adopted slower. Academic research, sorry guys, makes technologies adopted slower. But we go through a bunch of attributes to explain variation in adoption lags. Other things, where was it invented? We can map the history of the United States' rise as an invention powerhouse, but also are able to capture, other countries, but able to capture how high that share is, at least in our data set still, of US invention dominance, even relative to its GDP share, which is quite a bit smaller. Similarly, we are able to do that at a subnational level because we get the specific information with GPT doing all this research and using all of its knowledge, and we're able to show that, like, in US history, 3 states, California, Massachusetts, New York, account for more invention in US history than the other 47 put together. And where these technologies come from. We see the rise of corporations as being sources of technologies, and the decrease of the classic early industrial independent inventor. So like, Eli, Whitney then, OpenAI hopefully today. So what does this all say about AI? This was a part of our motivation for studying tech adoption. What it says about AI is actually the things about the specific attributes of AI. It's kind of a mixed bag about whether it'll explain whether AI gets adopted faster or slower. But the first order factor is just that modern technologies are adopted much faster. So, the old narratives about older general purpose technologies don't necessarily apply to how we should think of tech adoption today, because things seem to be much faster. Overall, like, the core idea at play here is, like, yes, ChatGPT or Codex or whatever can be your RA. It can help you with coding. It can help you with writing. It can help you a lot as a researcher. But what we want to proffer is, what can you do not with one GPT RA, but with 1 million? What can you do when you have an extraordinary scale of cheap intelligence at your behest? And so we think that just this whole realm of qualitative data, this whole realm of new information is opened up to us, and it's all about us asking the models to do these sorts of tasks. Thanks.
All right, perfect, thank you. And our discussant's Matt Jackson.
The slides. Okay, great. So thanks to Eric and Karen for organizing this and to assigning me to 3 very exciting papers to discuss. So I want to start just with this picture, and I don't know how many of you know historians, but historians, a lot of what they trained themselves on was collecting data, going through archives, spending time making sure they could translate qualitative things or undigitize things into things that could be eventually used, and curating it and making sure that they could somehow validate it, and then going on to using it to do some study. And so one question is, how long did it take to do this compared to how long did it take historians to spend time collecting this kind of information? It couldn't be done at the scale that was done here in a matter of probably days or weeks to put this together. So it's very impressive, and the scale is eye-opening. So AI-aided research is going to lead to an explosion in the quantity and the potential for quality of research. And so we need ways to harness it and evaluate it, and I think that that's something that comes through in all of these, is making sure that we're understanding what we're getting out of it. And so I want to talk in a little bit of detail about this. And I'll start with just a picture from a paper on AI behavioral science that puts this in context, and a number of the authors on this are in the room. So this is from a workshop last year, and it sort of breaks things down into 3 different categories. So we can think of assessing AI behavior. So AI is out there. It's going to be being used in increasingly complex ways. We want to understand how it's behaved. That's sort of the alignment problem. We're going to be using AI for behavioral science, so using it to actually understand behavior and to study humans. And then there's also understanding human AI interactions. And that was more what we saw in the first session today. And so these three papers fall mainly in this category of using AI for behavioral sciences. And when we think about why AI is useful, it's useful to sort of think about what it expands in terms of why is it better than humans at different kinds of tasks. And I think in these papers, what we see is it can digest a lot more data, it can make predictions, it's going to be useful in simulations, and we can design and control it. So these are sort of different ways in which AI is enhancing human behavior, and it's useful to keep those in mind when we're trying to evaluate this. Okay, so AI-enhanced research, it can enhance the simulation techniques we have. It can help us develop new modeling tools. It's going to allow us to do larger, more complex, better trained and calibrated simulations. It's going to be much cheaper than humans. It can run many more experiments than we can. It can infer things from prompts and we can use that to understand behavior, and I'll talk more about that. And then it also has this possibility for new data analytics that we saw in the last paper, where it can quantify qualitative data, it can digitize things, we have ways of doing visualizations and categorizations that we didn't have before. So there's a whole series of ways in which it's going to be enhancing. And that's not to mention the way that we use it every day, which is just doing, if you're a theorist, you do proofs and conjectures or coding, you can do lit reviews, you can do a whole series of things. So it's going to be coming into our lives increasingly as scientists, researchers, people developing, engineers, et cetera. The papers that we saw in this session, I think it's useful to sort of take the high level and think about where do they fit. They fit in these categories. We're going to be building larger, more complex, better trained simulators and models of behavior, ways in which we can emulate humans, or imitate humans, I should say. We can infer from the prompts, and the settings about these induced behaviors. So I'll talk about that, especially with respect to Ben's paper. There'll be things we'll be able to infer about theories from this. And then we can also quantify qualitative data and use it in ways that we were not able to before. And so what do each of these papers teach us? So with 3 papers, it's hard to sort of spend a lot of time on each paper. So I'm going to try and pull out big points from each of these papers and think about what are we learning more generally. And one thing I want to emphasize is that LLMs are temporary. So we're looking at this sort of particular object that's come along in the last couple of years. 5 years from now, we'll probably be talking about a different form of AI or an enhanced version which is going to evolve in ways that we can't anticipate at this point in time. So I want to keep this at a level of, what do we learn in general rather than what do we learn specifically about these instantiations of AI that are quickly becoming ubiquitous. So Ben's paper made clear that we can begin to harness the steerability of LLMs and more generally steerability of any kind of system, and we can train it in some settings and then see how it performs in other settings. And that's going to be a general, it used to be agent-based modeling, now it's going to be LLM-based modeling or other kinds of models. The advantage of that is that it allows us to see exactly what we're putting into the models in ways that we can build prompts that generalize and try and understand what we're inferring from that. And I want to point out one thing that I think is important in terms of Ben and John's paper, is that when you think about the example that they did with the 1120 game, they were using level K reasoning. So level K reasoning allows you to produce a human behavior map that's very nice. Now, you could have used some other model instead of, that comes out. So suppose instead we want to test whether humans are risk averse or whether they're fair or altruistic. You could have instead tried to put that into that model and see whether it would have done it well in terms of this, predicting the 1120 game, and it probably would have failed miserably. And so that allows us to say, actually, there's something about the depth of strategic reasoning that is present in these kinds of settings. And so now this is a tool for saying, if you want to understand how people are behaving in certain kinds of strategic settings where they're interacting with other people and trying to anticipate them, you need a model like this. So it allows us to sort of, go through and decipher, as I put in the bottom, decipher human behaviors. And as you change the game, you change the models you're using. We can learn a lot about that. So I think that it can be a very powerful tool for not only simulating, but also, going back and figuring out how do we understand human behavior by what we had to do to train the LLM in order to give a certain kind of behavior out. So it can be a very useful tool in that manner. And I think that gets back to the lab rats that Abhishek mentioned. And effectively, we'll be building different kinds of lab rats, and we actually learn a lot about human disease by figuring out what kinds of lab rats did we have to build in order to test a medicine. And so there's a nice feedback there. And in terms of Abhishek's talk, I think, again, this is teaching us something about the harnessability and the steerability of LLMs. It goes a little more into the black box of LLMs, and I want to come back to that point in a minute. But using these sparse autoencoders, probes, prompts to steer in increasingly interpretable ways. And that interpretation word was mentioned a bunch of times. And I'll say a few things about interpretability. It's going to be important in terms of us understanding how these things are working. And as AI becomes increasingly complex and opaque, it's more and more important for us to be able to understand why is it doing what it's doing and how do we interpret it. And it's useful to, the idea of working on Llama rather than other LLMs allows you to work with the sparse autoencoders and the probes in ways that you can't with other AI. And having access to the understanding of how these systems are working is going to become increasingly important. So not just building better simulators, but understanding why they're simulating in the ways that they are, and that's going to be an issue. In terms of Gabriel and the paper on using this as a systematic LLM tool to measure qualitative data, again, I think this points to both the enormous potential of us being able to replace a lot of rote repeatable tasks of quantifying data, collecting it, analyzing it at scale in ways that are going to be consistent. If you employ 4 different RAs to go and do this, and they each have slightly different encoding techniques and so forth, you might end up with data that's much worse than using a very simple system that you can give explicit directions and it's following very specific rules in how it's coding things. So it can do it with accuracy, it can do it directly as was mentioned, and the cost, replicability, and so forth, the scale is unmatched. I think one thing that comes up in sort of thinking about this is this approach could be used to start dealing with a problem that we've had for years, which is understanding measurement error out there in data sets that are existing and have been used quite a bit. This morning's talk about building everything on one pillar, understanding to what extent are we sort of using data which was collected by humans or constructed by humans in ways that might be somewhat idiosyncratic. So are there ways that we can use this kind of tool to better understand and collect parallel data sets, other kinds of data sets, and begin to understand measurement error better? So I think there's a lot of promise in this that goes beyond just using it as a single tool for single studies, but using it in more general ways to understand measurement. Okay, I want to say a few things that I think are sort of interesting, big picture issues that we face as AI enters into our world of data and so forth. And one is a lesson from a data boom that came in the 1980s in finance. And people, there was suddenly minute by minute stock data that was available. People started analyzing it like crazy. We found the day of the week effects, the January effect, the index effect, large cap effect. There were all kinds of particular anomalies that were coming up and sort of shiny new facts. And as we start deploying these tools, it's possible that we can become just inundated with different interesting relationships that we couldn't have seen before. And I think that means that we have to start disciplining ourselves, or we're just going to be under a sea of potential research questions. And so somehow managing to understand what we should be asking, how we should be asking it, rather than just throwing it out at everything we can see is going to be hard. And theory in this age of AI can still be very useful in sort of guiding the deployment. What are the questions we should be asking? How do we assess AI's use and output? And how do we enrich the models in ways that are useful? And I think there's one kind of interesting paradox I've been thinking about quite a bit, and I think that this is going to be becoming increasingly important. And you might think of this as like the chess Go paradox. So it's been just about 30 years now since Deep Blue beat a grandmaster. It's been about 10 years since AlphaGo beat one of the best Go players in the world. So we're getting to a point where AI can do things in some ways better than humans, at least in very specific kinds of tasks. Then the question becomes, at some point, if it's doing things that we can't understand, so it generates kinds of plays that look very peculiar and so forth. So that teaches us things, but at the same time, it might be that we can, it's doing things that are beyond our abilities to comprehend. Then how do we make use of that? Do we just trust it? So if this is, if we get a simulator that does better at weather prediction, that's fine. Maybe we don't need to know exactly why it's predicting exactly what time it's going to rain tomorrow and how much it's going to rain in different parts of California. That would be fine. What if we start using it for predicting what's going to happen to 3 different potential rate decisions by the Fed? And we say, okay, it can give you really accurate predictions. We can't tell you why it's predicting that, but we can tell you it's doing that. So these systems are going to be able to do that. Do we want to understand why a certain rate would lead to one thing in the economy versus another? And eventually when trade policy, understanding things like trade policy and what the implications of trade policy are, we can be using these tools to create new simulations, to analyze larger and larger data sets, to build these systems. And these systems are going to become increasingly opaque. And so the kinds of tools that were talked about today to measure, understand, and again, this word term mechanical interpretability, we need to be able to look under the hood eventually if we want to understand and explain why things are working. And so that, I think this is an interesting paradox that we're going to have, that it's going to be doing some things we'll never be able to interpret and other things that we will, and how do we handle that trade-off? So thanks.
Thank you. Really interesting set of questions from Matt and from the presenters. So why don't we line up over here for questions, and while you're all doing that, I'll take the moderator's privilege to ask the first question, but go ahead and line up there. It's interesting, all these papers, thinking about where these things seem incredibly powerful in many ways. Where does the power come from? I was disappointed to learn that it's not magic after all, but it seems to come from the knowledge that's in it, and I think there's a bad aspect to that and a good aspect. One that I'd love to have people discuss a little bit more is the risk of contamination. I was actually surprised at how bad the LLMs did just out of the box on 1120, because the answers were right in the corpus, and they could have just looked it up. But and sometimes they do that, and you don't realize it. But also, there's some potential for it to be really powerful, and that also has an interesting thing. As the technologies get more and more powerful, they're going to read all of your papers as well and learn the 4 steps to making a good simulator, and know the relevant theories that it should be drawing on, including some that we didn't think of in all likelihood. And then you sort of start wondering at some point, will the out-of-the-box version actually be so much better because it's drawing on everything and then more that any of us can think about. So I'd be curious how you react to those pros and cons. And that's a question for any one of the papers presenters who'd like to. Yeah, go ahead.
Is this working? I think it's a great question. I'd first of all say, like, I'd love for my paper to be obsolete. I think that would be kind of cool. I don't have a perfect answer, but I think there's a thing I've been thinking about, like good memorization and bad memorization for these foundation models for making predictions. And I think since it's an economist crowd, I think that bad memorization would be a student who is learning game theory for the first time and memorizes the fact that defect effect is the pure strategy Nash that you should always play. Like good memorization would be a student memorizing that a Nash equilibrium is when everyone is best responding to one another. And I don't have a perfect answer of how I would differentiate between how to learn those two different types of memorization. I think they are in effect both memorization. Maybe like a cognitive scientist will argue with me that like one is a learning memorization. I don't know how to articulate those differences, but I think us being able to specify when models, us being able to understand those two different types of memorization better is going to be key. And I've been thinking about it a lot. I don't have a perfect answer, but I think that's the distinction.
There is a difference between memorization and contamination in the sense that just because a model knows something doesn't mean it actually is using it in making a decision or something like that. So like just because it knows of a game or knows a story or even knows the outcome of something, like we do some tests in our appendix of our paper on this, like doesn't mean it uses that when we're asking it to do a measurement task. So I think you have to be like more careful if that, like, you know, in a prediction task, for example, where that's more likely to happen on prior data. But I think that like part of what we see in our paper is that like even though it could have known some of these labels or known the game or known stuff like that, that the models are, you know, kind of like we are capable of compartmentalizing to a certain extent. We don't understand that full extent, but I think that's there.
Just to quickly add to that, in some past work, we've like actually looked for memorization when we know that the model was actually trained on the data, and even then those rates of memorization are maybe in the 10 to 20%. And I think one should be worried about memorization in a statistical way. It's kind of a case by case question. But I think the rubric that like just because a model is trained on something is necessarily spitting things out verbatim from the text doesn't really hold, partially because these models are trying to compress all the information that they're trained on. And so even if they're trained on a bunch of things, I don't remember like chapter 6 of a book I read, even though I read it, if I read that in 3rd grade. So the models have kind of that same feature. And so we have to start to get at a prompt by prompt or a case by case basis of what are they relying on when responding to a particular answer, and that gets a bit more trickier.
Okay, let's take questions. Okay, so I have 2 questions for Benjamin. So first I wanted to know if you've tried any of the new models with your methodology, like if you use GPT 5.4 or 5.5, and if the baseline improves when you use a better model, and if the difference between your method and the baseline changes if the model improves. And then the second question, I was wondering so you talked about the first moment on the distributions and that it gets better. I was wondering on the second moment, because we were talking before about kind of the variance of the responses and how there's less variance for the interviews, for example. And I was wondering if the responses, if there's as much variance as there is for human responses on the AI responses, or does the variance shrink, or if there's any comment on that.
So for the first question, I haven't tried more advanced models on our games specifically, but I have tried more advanced models doing the approach in other settings, and I know other people have too. And I don't see a clear pattern that the LLMs do a better job of predicting human responses unless human responses are like more rational. In that case, better models do tend to predict it. So but in games like the 11-20 game, where it's hard to say what the most rational thing is, because the rational thing to do is to know what your opponent is. Like, I am rational to pick 18 if I know my opponent is a 19 picker. So to that point, not necessarily seeing it better across settings, and have tried the approach, although not for the specific games on other models. And then for the variance, I haven't explicitly checked on the variance. I think you could kind of extend this to trying to match as many moments as possible as part of the procedure. I think that'd be like a cool extension. And I think kind of the kind of what I would like to take, what I would hope I would be conveying from the method is not that like one had to follow a particular optimization approach when trying to set up these simulations. I'm a little agnostic to the optimization approach. I think there's lots of things you could try. I'm guessing the more data you have, the more moments you could match probably means better, but it's an empirical question we'll have to explore.
Thanks.
Okay, this is a question about the application of AI Gabriel. It's a really interesting application we have here. My question is, I want to take the author's stance on to what extent the post-application human involvement are needed after you assemble the data. To take an example, when we write papers, there is a first stage. We circulate within the department in brown bags, and we keep getting more and more comments, and all of these are, thoughts and improvements. It's not really, they go a little bit deeper and benign, they tackle benign issues. So taking the example of the adoption rates, one may say, well, when historians look at the wave historical events, we select those diffuse slowly and become important. And when we think about what Wikipedia categorize as more impactful events more recently, maybe it's the faster one that get picked there. So things like that, just as an example. To what extent do you guys think we can close our eyes and rest easily, and to what extent we still need lots of brown bags and seminars like this? Thank you.
Well, I'm happy we're doing this seminar, so let's keep doing that. But I think that it's a great question, because I think that as we try to treat it in the paper is thinking of this as a measurement tool, like a lot of other types of measurements, like a survey or a ruler or whatever else you might use in a scientific procedure, which still means you need to have scientific discipline around it. And obviously, especially because it's a newer method, you want to have a particular rigor around that. So I think that for example, the tech adoption stuff, there's all sorts of still decisions that we have to make. Maybe GPT will be able to make them later on as a research designer, but we have to make about, when do we want to cut off the data because we're afraid of skewing of that sort of adoption rate thing. What do we consider a historical significant technology? What other data, other data sets do we want to validate against? So all those decisions, I think, still need to be made before and after. I do think one shift, alluding to the discussant point, is I think that that there is a need for understanding what we do with an explosion of data. I think that, it just is very easy to measure a ton of attributes. So having some more rigor and thoughtfulness about what we measure, or do we measure on one sample and then only run it once we've done all our experimental methods on a left out sample, or things like that to avoid p hacking or other sorts of concerns that can emerge from just having so much data.
All right, I appreciate all these presentations. I have 1,000 questions, but I will limit myself to one. And this is for the authors of the Gabriel paper. So I think the scope of the paper is very impressive, but I was kind of surprised about the complete absence of references to the existing tools in NLP. In fact, natural language processing doesn't appear in the paper at all. And since 2018, we've had tools that do this with just encoder-only models. And I was wondering if you've compared your data and accuracy to any BERT models, either off the shelf or fine-tuned, because it seems to me the gold standard in NLP is using bidirectional encoders, and just that's my question. And let me just say as a comment, these BERT models just run on our laptops. They don't require a server farm to run, and they basically do the same thing. And so it seems to me maybe the future isn't just using these massive behemoths that we have to prompt to do the work, but to build better small tools, small BERTs that do the job and that we can just run on our computers.
So I think in terms of comparisons, there's a few comparisons we do in the paper, but I think there's more to be done. I do think part of the idea we're trying to get at here is something pretty orthogonal to what you can do with something like BERT, which is BERT, or some of these more recent usages in NLP, are stuff you can train, that you have to have technical skill to train to match human labels or match human performance on one specific labeling task or a narrow range of labeling tasks. What we're trying to accomplish with GPT LLM scale models is
the general nature of human comprehension, the general idea of human labeling, that you just ask the question, you don't train anything, you don't do any steps like that, and trying to establish that as a competent method. That isn't to exclude that like a set of other methods might not be useful. Like for example, there's still cases where you want something really lightweight to analyze like 100 million documents, and you need something more lightweight than an LLM. But what we're trying to show is that LLMs are broadly capable at this sort of comprehension type task, and they do this labeling task about as well as we would get from human labelers, which is also the gold standard for BERT and other sorts of methods. So we try to show that generalizability, the technical ease for more researchers and accessibility, and then finally that it works for pretty small models that are still LLM grade. So small LLMs can still do this at scale.
Okay, we're about out of time, but one quick question and quick answer.
Yeah, so for Ben, so you showed us the statistic that your more fancy model is doing better on average than the on-the-shelf model, but maybe I misunderstood it, but I didn't see like how good is the model doing, like in an absolute sense.
So it's actually a little hard to quantify. So the games are incredibly variable. Some of them are like the 511 game, and some of them are the 2045 game. And so like kind of doing traditional distance metrics are not like really interpretable over the vast majority of the games. We have like a bunch of statistics about the optimized agents, you know, putting the majority of the probability on the choice the people picked most like 80% of the time. And just in general, they're putting substantially more probability on the choices the human took most in the baseline. But honestly, it's a little bit of an open question about how to like give a really interpretable metric of how to compare so many games at once with vastly different action spaces. We're still working on it. I'd love to talk about it.
Okay, thanks. So before we go to lunch, we're going to do a photo out front so future AIs will know we were all here at this moment. So if you could please, Elsa, is it right out there in front there? By the front stairs. So let's head on over there, and the sooner we get over there and get the picture, the sooner we can get to lunch.
Yes.
Okay, you gotta set a good example.
Time-wise?
I don't, 4 minutes, so, yeah,
I'll try.
exactly, yeah. I guess they're timekeeping over there, so.
Folks, please come on in, grab a seat. We want to get started. Hey, good to see you.
I'll be back by 3.
Okay. Okay, all right. Sounds good. You saw the sort of bullet points of topics. Nothing, no surprises. Yeah, yeah. Great. Folks, come on in, grab your seats. Yeah, I'll do that. Okay, folks, let's get started. This is the lightning round, very exciting. So we're gonna have very strict timekeeping rules, so strict that neither Karen and I can keep them. Sophia is going to keep the rules. 4 minutes per speaker, and as the next person's coming up here, there's time for one quick question during the transition, so every moment is accounted for. So our first speaker is George Gui.
Thanks for the introduction. Hi, everyone. My name is George Gui. I'm an assistant professor in marketing from Columbia Business School. This is a joint project with Song Wu. And the motivation for this project is closely connected to the 3 talks that we have talked about before, and that's related to using LLM predictions to simulate and predict human behavior. Like the previous talk already discussed, that is informative, but potentially biased. And the natural question is, where can LLM safely contribute to social science research? And what I'm going to talk about today is to use LLM to improve experimental design through stratification. And why LLMs are a natural fit for pre-experimental stratification is because we know that stratification by theory is effective when units with similar potential outcomes are grouped together. For example, like some optimal stratification theory says that if you can sort units by yi0 and yi1, then it's the optimal stratification. But the challenge is that there's a chicken and egg problem. Before we run the experiment, we don't know what the potential outcomes are going to be. And what we're proposing is to use LLMs to approximate the potential outcome to generate effective strata. So the procedure is going to go as follows. For each unit that we have, that we are planning to run our experiment, we're going to use the unit covariates and also the experimental context to predict what is going to be the outcome if this unit is treated and if this unit is in control. And then based on that, we're going to combine this with existing theories on optimal stratification to generate strata, and then we are going to randomize within strata. Because this is still a randomization, it's safe by design. Is regardless of whether the LLM predictions are accurate or not, the estimate is going to be unbiased. And it's going to be at least as good as simple randomization. And if the prediction is accurate, then the performance improvement can be substantial. And this is an illustration where we look at the existing published RCTs and look into what is going to happen if we are using our generative stratification methods. So I want you to focus on the 2 columns on the right. So the simple one means that relative to the simple randomization, our method can improve the mean square error by around 10% to 90%. And relative to the actual stratification method that was used by the original paper, our method also generally improves. And sometimes the improvement can be very substantial. For example, if you look at the 89% number, it means that it can take only 10% of the sample to achieve the same level of accuracy. And if the improvement is 50%, it means that it takes half of the sample to achieve the same accuracy because of the stratification. And another way to think about interpreting the magnitude of the efficiency gain is to think about another method, which is using pilot study, because pilot study can also be a way for us to derive efficient stratification. And so we also conducted a similar exercise. So here what you see is what is going to happen if you run a small-scale pilot study, and what is going to be the efficiency gain in terms of variance reduction. And here, the blue line is what if the sample size of the pilot study go to infinite, which is the optimal stratification that you can obtain. The red line is the LLM stratification, and then the black line is the stratification improvement that is induced by a pilot. So we do this exercise. This is one study, and you see here, the LLM stratification can already provide a very informative prior that is worth around 900 observations of pilot study. And overall is around hundreds or thousands of pilot studies for the purpose of improving experimental design through stratification. So to summarize, efficient stratification requires a good prior over the potential outcomes, and such potential outcomes are usually not observed before the experiment or cannot be calculated or predicted in a scalable way. And LLMs provide this method to do that, and the efficiency gains are substantial. It can be equivalent to hundreds or thousands of pilot units. Thank you so much.
Okay, good afternoon. Today I'll be presenting work done at the University of Turin with my co-author Carlota Montorsi on generative modeling for econometrics. So, why do we care about generative modeling? We all know administrative records are crucial for social science research, and the lives on those records are by nature sequential. But traditional econometric models rarely exploit the sequential nature of the data when modeling it. And we all also know that GPT-like models excel specifically at modeling sequential data. So there is this recent trend in research on applying GPT-like models to model administrative records, and we want to continue on that. So how do we do it? This work uses a decoder-only transformer to model and generate live sequences. We introduce a novel encoding for live sequences, we test generation correctness, and we test against standard causal inference methods. Crucially, our generation does not depend on control groups. So life is a sequence of events unfolding over time. Similarly, language is a sequence of words evolving over text. But my point is that both have a strong non-Markovian structure, and we want to exploit this, or we can use transformers to model this. So this is just to illustrate that tabular administrative data can be seen as sequential data or time sequential data, but how do we go into sequences of tokens? We introduce our token encoding, which divides observations in yearly segments, and then events populate each year, and events encode duration and information regarding timing and position of the tokens of that event in the sequence. Static demographic characteristics are prepended to the sequence. We use a GPT-like decoder-only transformer to model our live sequence language. This model is relatively small compared to LLMs because our live language is much simpler than traditional spoken language. We then test generation on various experiments, all on the test set of our training data. Here we focus only on one for time. When simulating, we truncate the live sequence before the outcome of interest. Then we generate that sequence from that point onward, conditioning on previous live events. The model only sees the live before the outcome of interest. Then we can generate infinite simulated continuations of that live. Okay, so this experiment looks at childbirth as a live event. We study the penalty on income resulting from childbirth. On the left, we plot simulated incomes given a childbirth event. So the model does observe the childbirth event and then simulates from that point onward. On the right, we plot simulated incomes given live 1 year before childbirth event. So the model doesn't observe the childbirth. It can choose to simulate it in the next year or not. And we only plot cases where the childbirth is simulated. Simulated mothers are plotted. How do I go back? Okay. Simulated mothers are plotted in red, real mothers are plotted in blue, and clearly the model is able to capture the effect of childbirth has on income. Furthermore, we do an event study on income penalty. On the left, real mothers are simulated up to 1 year before childbirth, so again, as before, the model doesn't observe it, it can choose to generate it. And then real mothers are compared with simulated non-mothers with the same life. On the right, real mothers are compared with propensity scored matched non-mothers in the test set. Our paper, you can read more about the details of the results. One thing I want to mention is how the short-run penalty on income is consistent for both results, but the long-term penalty is more prevalent in our simulated mothers rather than on the propensity scored matched mothers. So to wrap up, we show a transformer-based model can generate coherent labor trajectories. We show our model can recover well-established causal effects, and we propose that a model could be used to simulate matching observations for causal inference.
That's it. Thank you very much.
Okay, hello everybody. I'm Johnny Dedio. I'm presenting joint work with Taha Chukma, Cormac O'Day, and Larry Schmidt. And so to start with some background, about 100 million Americans save in employer-sponsored defined contribution retirement plans like 401ks and 403bs. The total stock of wealth in these accounts has reached $30 trillion, 10 trillion of which is just from employer matching contributions. And so this is a large and growing portion of employee compensation. It's important to understand who benefits, and also how it incentivizes saving. But the comprehensive data on plan design that we would need to answer this question just doesn't exist, and the data that is available is either non-representative or impractically small. But with AI, we can formulate a new strategy. And so what we take advantage of is the fact that every plan sponsor is legally required to submit an annual Form 5500 with the Department of Labor. And this form contains a wealth of information about plan characteristics. However, it can run up to 100 pages long. It's in narrative plain English, and it's in PDF format, so we can't just download it as an Excel and analyze it there. And so what we've tried to do in the past is have humans go in and hand code this data, and we've just found it to be way too labor intensive. And so instead, we developed an LLM-powered pipeline that takes in these regulatory filings and returns a tabular description of the retirement plan features. And for time, I'm just going to discuss matching, but everything else is the same for other features. And we don't use off-the-shelf LLMs for this process. We take advantage of the fact that we already hand-coded a relatively large sample of data, and we use these high-quality input-output pairs to fine-tune LLMs to reach near human-level performance on the task. And the final result, I'll walk through the pipeline next, but the final result is about 150,000 plans over 21 years in an unbalanced panel that gives us a lot of new information about these plan characteristics. And so once we've bulk downloaded these PDFs and extracted the text, we have the first LLM in the two-step process just read through the entire text of Form 5500 and pull out the section relating just to matching contributions. And this is where the needle in the haystack metaphor comes from. You see it highlighted in blue, and really, we just want that yellow sentence. That's all the information we need from this filing. And so the LLM pulls this out, and then we take all of these snippets from the population, and we cluster them by semantic similarity in our hand-collected data set for use by the next LLM in the pipeline, the second and final LLM. It receives the full text of Form 5500, as well as the 5 most semantically similar snippets from our hand-collected data set, along with their correct tabular output. And the idea here, it's a retrieval augmented generation implementation where we prime the LLM with high-quality input-output pairs that are very similar. And the final result is a table like this, describing the employer match schedule. This employer matches 100% of the first 3% of employee deferrals and 50% of the next 2%. Now, for time, I won't go too much into the accuracy metrics, but we're convinced it's about 95% accurate relative to humans. And so what this data set has revealed is preliminary findings. If we look at the employer match schedules here, we're seeing the employer contribution as a function of employee contributions, shaded by prevalence in the master data set. And we see a huge variation, but the darkest lines show concentration in actually just a few match schedules. We found what these have in common is a favored regulatory status called safe harbor. And we've looked at how the federal government selected these plan characteristics to favor, and we couldn't find good evidence explaining why. Nevertheless, these plans have risen. In 2003, they were about 19% of the sample. By 2023, they're closer to 60%. So it's clear that this federal regulation is influencing behavior. And then some other interesting findings that we just get from this panel data set. We see match generosity has increased by 60%, automatic enrollment has gotten much more popular, and vesting schedules have accelerated. And so we used LLMs to create a new panel data set that covers a large, growing, and often unmeasured feature of compensation. And with 150,000 firms over 20 years, we've just scratched the surface of what we can find with this data set. Thank you.
Can I ask you a question? Absolutely. Yeah, so that's great sort of as an independent variable. You said it's a big part of compensation. Have you looked at how it's changing either employee behavior or other outcomes of interest?
So I have not, but my collaborators are writing follow-up papers on that. There's some interesting findings. I don't want to speak too out of turn, but there's like bunching of caps, and it does seem to be enforcing employee defaults.
Thank you. I'm Tianyu Fan from Yale. Today I will discuss my project on using large language model to measure geopolitical alignment from historical events. Starting point is simple. Geopolitics matters for the global economy, while it is hard to measure. And my object is to measure bilateral geopolitical geopolitical alignment with global coverage, and use it to study how it shapes economic activities. So geopolitical alignment refers to the strategic and diplomatic relationship between countries. This relationship is not directly observable, while it is formed, reviewed, and updated through international political actions, or what I call them geopolitical events. These geopolitical events span 6 dimensions: economic relations, diplomatic, political, security and defense, and others. For example, Nixon visited Moscow in 1972, and the US put sanctions on Russian entities 2022. And the large language model enters here as a coder within this measurement framework with 3 major tasks. First, it searches authoritative sources to compile a set of these geopolitical events for each country pair in a given year independently. And then this event is high-dimensional. Large language model classifies and evaluates the conflict and cooperative intensity of each event using existing frameworks in international relations studies. Each event receives a score from -10 to +10. So the idea here is that geopolitical events are well-documented historical records that can be systematically coded by large language model with accuracy. And after 15 billion tokens, it gives me 800,000 events across all 193 UN member states since 1950. So here is an example. The left panel is the US-Russia relationship. I use this event, 800,000 event, to construct a bilateral time-varying geopolitical score. And blue line is my event-based measure, and the orange line is the commonly used measure based on United Nations voting similarity. You can see from the right-left panel, the event-based measure tracks the 4 historical arc between US and the Soviet Union and Russia, from the Cold War to détente to the Afghanistan invasion and the collapse of the Soviet Union until recent deterioration. And the right panel is a sharper comparison, which is India, Pakistan. The event-based measure captures all the major historical episodes and the turning point in this regional rivalry, despite they always vote similarly in United Nations. And the measure also is done by LLM, can be reproduced and can be validated. Different large language models achieve similar measurement output, and also is not sensitive to specific prompt structure. The measurement arrow is, they don't affect the downstream empirical analysis. So I will just briefly mention that this measurement has economic payoff. It allows me to study what I call the external geopolitical environment economic development. Countries develop with domestic institutions and policies, while they also develop within the international political environment, which shapes the stability, access to market technology and capital. In my empirical setting, I use local projection with within country temporal variation. I find a standard deviation improvement in alignment with the rest of the world is associated with 10% GDP growth over the next 20 years. And this measure also can be applicable in different settings. In a companion paper, I study how geopolitics shapes the post-Cold War trade globalization in a dyadic gravity setting. So in this project, I use large language model to compile a historical database to transform historical record into measurable external political environmental development. Thank you.
Questions? That's another question. It can predict trade going forward. It can predict also other kind like trade wars, shooting wars,
diplomatic breaking of, have you used it to predict?
So we look at different variables, for example, sanctions, like we have a sanction database, foreign aid, migration, also like scientific collaboration and trade. So this geopolitical alignment appears in different international economic activities. And ultimately, it affects cross-country growth and income differences.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Arvind Sharma, and today I'll be presenting joint work with Sasha Tomic and Lawrence Fulton at Boston College. We are looking at how to balance different policy objectives in the Social Security reform. We know that the Social Security Fund is going to go bankrupt in 2032, so it's a ticking time bomb, but so it's a very timely topic. So the setup is pretty simple. We are looking at the actuarial scores published by Social Security Administration for about 140 reform proposals. There is a hard constraint of solvency, which is defined as 75-year balance, collecting 3.5% of the payroll taxes to fill the deficit. And these reforms fall under 9 different levels. These could be cost of living adjustments, benefit solutions, tax solutions, and so on. Now, for any reform, apart from the quantitative constraint being satisfied, there are also qualitative constraints that need to be satisfied. And here we list 6, for example, trust or program legitimacy, equity, sustainability, administrative feasibility, and so on. The issue is that to evaluate these proposals, because there are 142 that have to be evaluated at 6 dimensions, that requires a very big panel. And we come up with an alternative method using LLMs as an ensemble. So we simply begin with using 4 LLMs, ChatGPT, Claude, Gemini, Copilot, to rank these 142 proposals on the 6 dimensions on a Likert scale from -5 to 5, and use that to construct our symmetric Dirichlet distribution so that we can generate the probabilities over the joint simplex from our 6 construct importance measured by alpha and our LLM importance within each construct measured by beta. And we limit ourselves to a portfolio of 6 policies at a time and set it up as a mixed integer goal programming problem. So we are essentially looking at if the portfolio of 6 policies would maximize the weighted goal attainment minus penalized shortfall, subject to the hard constraint of solvency. So we find that the model construct is aligned, or rather highly agreeable, on trust, individual cost burden, sustainability, and political viability. This is because there are empirical reference. But when we look at the construct of equity, presumably because of equity interpretation, and when we look at administrative feasibility because of operational feasibility, there is a little bit lower agreement, and this is being measured by Cohen's kappa, which is a measure of agreement. So the key results are that privatization solutions never enter any of our selected portfolios, and this is because the privatization portfolios does poorly on trust, equity, and political viability. But there are 11 course of action plans that are selected. 3 of them are pretty robust. Those are listed here. Reconfiguring the special minimum benefit, and I particularly want to highlight the COA 85, which is the progressive payroll tax, which suggests that we should increase the taxes to 15.9% in 2032 and 19.4% in 2060. The reason that's important is because we had tax amendments in 1983 and 1993, which directly is a tax-based solution, and that's why we find support for our COA 85. At the same time, our priors of privatization or equity investment reforms were not met, which is a methodological point that we use to suggest that the algorithm didn't really go for suggestions that we were looking for. So to just conclude, we know that there is a potential bias of training data towards familiar reform space. We're not claiming external validity, and we're not claiming this to be a substitute for expert panels, but we have a recipe which is important or useful whenever there is a discrete choice that meets a multi-criteria under a constraint that's outside the LLM interpretation. And this is not a substitute for feasible panels, but for an infeasible one.
Could you give us a quick rundown on why the model rejected any benefit cuts? Because the 1983 Act had pretty big benefit cuts through delayed retirement ages for the baby boom.
So I would think it's because of the equity qualitative dimension that we have, where I mean, we do have some other proposals that where benefits reduction is being selected. So it's not just the most probable outcome. But our model is suggesting some solutions that have benefits reduction, but it's just not the most popular one.
Hey, thanks. I'm Wenxie. As joint work with my CUHK colleagues, Zhenyu and Yutong. Zhenyu is sitting there. So large language models have shown to outperform traditional methods in making financial forecasts. So for example, now you can prompt the corporate headline news to ChatGPT to ask the ChatGPT how GPT think about it. So look at this corporate headline. So Kodak triple on loans to make COVID-19 drugs. You can ask GPT, do you think this good news is good, bad, or neutral for the stock price of Kodak? So GPT will respond to you, this is good news with perfect confidence. And then indeed, the Kodak stock price surged for more than 300% on the following day. So you may think this is a great opportunity to become very rich, but there's another possibility is that this is simply a recall from the training data, because the next day media coverage on that price surge also mentioned tripling on loan, and is also in the training data. So what we do in the paper is to develop a statistical test to detect the two scenarios apart. So the first step of our test is to measure the likelihood the prompt text in the training data. We don't see the training data directly, but we can infer the probability from the token probabilities. So the idea builds on the computer science literature to MBER literature. The idea is that if the model have seen the text, even for raw tokens, the model will assign reasonable probability for those tokens. On the other hand, if the text is new to the model, raw tokens will get a very low probability. Specifically, we calculate Lookahead propensity measure, LAP, basically is the geometric mean of the token probability for the bottom 20% least likely tokens. We only focus on raw tokens to rule out the impact from frequently used words. So high LAP means that the text you prompt into the model are likely have been seen by the model in the training data. The second step is running the statistical test. We regress the outcome variable, the stock price on the second day, on LLM, that's the prediction from the model, LAP, and the interaction term. The key intuition is following. If the beta is positive, that suggests that the model predicts well only when LAP is high. That is only when the model have seen the data before. This is a clear sign of memorization. It's basically like the students answer question well only when they have seen the question before, meaning that they have already seen the answer as well. On the other hand, if the interaction term, the coefficient is 0, that means the model is reasoning the content. The prediction accuracy is not related to LAP. So we apply this to the news headline predicting returns. So in column 1, we use Llama 3.3 from 2012 to 2023. So in the first column, you can see there, the LLM prediction alone can predict next day stock returns. But after controlling the LAP and its interaction with LLM, the coefficient of LLM became insignificant. And then the interaction term is highly significant and positive. So this suggests that the in-sample predict power is largely driven by memorization rather than economic reasoning. We also do the auto-sample test. So that's after the model release date, the model have not seen any news event, so beta 3 should be 0. So do the bootstrap, you see the beta 3 is around 0, and the in-sample estimation is on the tail. So, let me summarize. So there are a couple of ways to deal with Lookahead bias in the literature, but we provide a new approach. It's based on it's cost-effective and easy to generalize to many applications. We're also in the process of revising the paper, so if you want to keep tone, and then you can scan the code. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Margaret Underwood, and I'll be presenting Inflation Uncertainty, Measurement Causes and Consequences. Inflation uncertainty is key for many decision makers, including investors, firms, and households, and is also key in determining monetary policy. Despite its importance, little is actually known about inflation uncertainty, mostly due to an issue in how to measure it. This paper contributes to this question by creating the composite inflation uncertainty measure, which allows us to study the causes and consequences of inflation uncertainty. To create this measure, we look at two underlying measures, news-based inflation uncertainty and market-based inflation uncertainty. News-based inflation uncertainty is looking at the amount of inflation uncertainty expressed in economics-related New York Times articles. Our underlying data is 570,000 New York Times articles from 1980 to 2025. We use these articles and then we feed them through an LLM, in our case, ChatGPT, and we ask it to answer 3 distinct questions. First, does this article relate to inflation uncertainty? 2, if so, how much inflation uncertainty is expressed in the article on a scale from 1 to 100, with 1 denoting high stability, 100 denoting high instability, and then finally, what are the key factors driving inflation uncertainty in 1 to 2 words? We're then able to leverage this data to go and create the following counts. LM count, which relates to the first question, being the percentage of articles within each year month that have to do with inflation uncertainty. We also create LLM intensity, which is using that second question, creating the average intensity for each year month. We also conduct a human audit as a robustness check, finding that our LLM is performing on par with the average human. To create the NIU, we then take the average of the standardized measures of the count and intensity. We then also have a market-based inflation uncertainty measure. While there's no actual direct measure of inflation uncertainty in the market, we're able to proxy this. First off, we use real and nominal government bond data, and then through the Fisher identity, are able to create implied volatility of expected inflation. We further this data by using commodity options and futures. We then create our ultimate goal, the composite inflation uncertainty measure. This is the first principal component of NIU and MIU. As you can see in the graph, there's high correlation. Not only that, they also do what we'd expect with major economic events such as stagflation in the 80s, or most recently with the COVID pandemic and the invasion of Ukraine. Overall, we're able to extend this data all the way back to 1926. It should be noted that CIU measures covaries with other uncertainty measures, but features distinct variation. For example, we have a 0.31 correlation with the EPU and 0.41 with the VIX. We then are able to use this data to ask key questions, such as what drives inflation uncertainty. Leveraging that information that we found from question 3, we break our factors into 6 distinct categories, as you can see in this above graph. What we find is that supply factors and monetary policy are some of the key drivers of inflation uncertainty. Monetary policy is particularly salient in the 1980s, and then more recently in the post-pandemic hiking cycle. We then ask, what are the economic impacts? We see that industrial production and investment both fall following an increase in inflation uncertainty. Furthermore, we ask what the financial effects are. We find that the prices of real assets rise when inflation uncertainty is high. Meanwhile, those of nominal assets fall. Overall, this paper is able to make contributions in 3 ways. First off, we create a measure, the composite inflation uncertainty measure, that allows for the studying of inflation uncertainty. We find the consequences, finding that inflation uncertainty appears to affect real and nominal assets, future investment, and economic output. Finally, we're able to find that supply factors and monetary policy are some of the main drivers of inflation uncertainty.
Thank you. My name is Dan Milo, and excited to share with you our work using large language models to measure housing regulation. Our methodology addresses 2 key challenges with LLMs. First, they often struggle with the length of zoning codes. So we use retrieval augmented generation to semantically identify the most relevant sections of a code for each task the LLM is assigned. Second, LLMs are often not well aligned with human expert interpretation of zoning codes out of the box. For that, we develop detailed instruction guidelines and multi-step workflows that are fine-tuned on a training sample. When we test performance out of sample, we find a 96% accuracy for binary questions and a 0.87 correlation for continuous ones. This motivates a scale-up of the project to nearly 6,000 zoning codes in the US. And we apply our methodology to over 20 questions in each of these towns. We then organize the resulting dataset with principal components analysis, finding that a single strictness index does not well represent zoning codes. Rather, the first 2 principal components are needed to explain systematic variation across towns. The first of these is a value capture measure. It loads most heavily on questions about inclusionary zoning, age-restricted housing, and public hearing requirements. This measure is highest in towns with both high housing prices and high construction rates. And in the scatter, you can see it's highly correlated with measures of local amenities. So we interpret this as an implicit tax on development in high-demand areas. The second principal component we associate with exclusionary zoning. This loads heavily on bulk regulations like minimum lot sizes and multifamily housing bans. Actual development binds on these regulations as well. You can see in the plot here, I've plotted actual lot sizes minus current regulatory minimums, and we see evidence that development is binding on the LLM-identified regulations. We interpret this as setting a minimum consumption level for housing, which effectively left truncates the housing price distribution. This leaves far fewer affordable homes in often the highest opportunity towns. In our paper, we further interpret these facts through a model of municipal regulatory choice, and we're scaling up the scope of this project to more towns and more questions, as well as 2 follow-on projects. The first of which estimates the causal effects of zoning regulations by developing a new panel of zoning codes and extending our methodology to identify instances of regulatory change. We then estimate the effect of these changes on housing prices, construction, and rents. In our second project, we explore the origins of American zoning. Here, we've developed an AI-human hybrid direct municipal outreach platform that has yielded nearly 2,000 historical zoning codes spanning the past 100 years so far. We're using this data set to trace the evolution of zoning as well as to determine the initial causes of zoning codes. And one more factor that I'd like to leave you with is we've just launched a first version of a public-facing website. This hosts code that we use in our project, as well as a data set on national zoning. And there's also an interactive visualization you can use. Here is the Bay Area with our second principal component, our exclusionary zoning measure. Stricter areas are highlighted in red and less strict in green. Thank you very much.
This paper is about the effect of AI on employment. And to answer that question, what I do is collect data on almost the universe of commercial software developed in Brazil. So this data comes from a very particular intellectual property regulation in Brazil that allows firms to register their software with the federal government to get a certificate that looks just like this one. And they use it to as proof of ownership of that software. For us as researchers, this is an interesting document because it provides me with a descriptive title of that software and the areas in the company where that software is intended to be used. What I did here is collect data on all these certificates, and I'm going to study the ones that use AI technology. What I show in the paper is that AI is used not only in management applications like HR, but also in production, things like quality control. And that's important for us to understand the labor market effects of AI. What I find is that for administrative workers, AI decreases employment, and that effect is larger for young workers and workers performing tasks related to data processing. However, for production workers, the effect is quite different. There, I find AI to increase employment, specifically for young, low education, and low ability workers. And workers that benefit the most are those doing tasks related to decision making. Because in Brazil, a larger share of the population is in production-related occupations and is low-skilled, the second force dominates. And overall, AI increases employment in Brazil. I want you to see this impulse response function and interpret the zero here as the point in which a new AI technology hits the market. A way to understand these results is to remind ourselves of what AI does. So AI is a prediction technology, process data to give information to workers across the firm. So it's reasonable to think that workers that do data processing, they get replaced because this is what AI does. While workers that do decision making, they get complemented because they have access to better information. And this figure here really helps us visualize that. So I'm plotting here in the y-axis the effect of AI on employment in different two-digit occupational groups. And in the x-axis, I plot what I call the information use intensity, which is the percentage of tasks among those occupations that use information to make decisions relative to the percentage of tasks that do data collection or data processing. So the higher to the right is occupations that do a lot of decision-making, like managers. What I want you to realize is that occupations that are intensive in the use of data to make decisions, they get complemented and employment increases, while occupations that mostly do data processing, they get replaced by AI. And you can even see that that also affects the composition of workers. So occupations that are intensive in decision-making, when a new AI technology hits them, they get a decrease in the average age of the workers, meaning they get younger workers there, while the ones in which is data processing their main focus, they actually get older workers, so young workers lose their jobs. So the way that I want you to remember this paper is the following. So what I'm showing here is that AI is used both in the office and the factory. In the office, it leads to automation and decrease in employment, while in the factory, it gives information to workers, leading to an increase in productivity and employment. Thank you.
Sorry, Gustavo left really quickly. All right, thank you for putting the paper on the program. I'm Hui Li from San Francisco Fed. All the views expressed here do not represent the Fed. All right, okay. All right, so AI is expected or has been affecting many aspects of lives. I guess macroeconomic variable forecasting, that's an aspect of life of some economists, at least at the Fed. It is an aspect of life, certainly. There's some growing interest in terms of using out-of-the-box AI tools or modifications of AI tools to help with macroeconomic forecasting. So there is a growing literature that studies this and finds some promising results that even the out-of-the-box LLM tool seems to be doing relatively well in terms of forecasting compared to existing tools. One strand of the literature will use what's called pseudo out-of-sample benchmarks to test these forecasting methods. An example would be an LLM will be asked to forecast the event after the event has occurred. But to make sure that the LLM is not just recalling the event, the prompt that's given to the LLM will have an information control that asks the LLM to not use any information after the forecasting date or just before the forecasting date. So, of course, pseudo out-of-sample benchmarking has certain issues. We saw just now the paper about look-ahead bias or forward-looking bias. There's also leakage and recall. So the question is that we're asking is LLMs, are these new forecasting tools really good at forecasting out-of-sample? So to answer this question, we use ChatGPT 4. This was like an out-of-box tool. And we use similar prompts to those that's been used in the literature. And we try to create a truly out-of-sample benchmark for these tools. So basically, since May 2024, for the entire year, we asked the LLM to forecast inflation every hour for the current month and up to 1 year ahead before the data was actually released, so that we know that since the LLM is predicting the future, it's truly out of sample. Of course, one method of controlling for leakage or dealing with issues like that is to use the knowledge cutoff. But as far as we know, these tools still have access to the internet, so we're not really sure just how much information they actually have access to. So I think the out of sample allows us to really truly control for the information set. So here we have results for many different types of forecasts. I'll just show the nowcast here. So in this graph, we're plotting the realized CPI inflation for the current month that they're forecasting. That's in the black line. The dashed line is ChatGPT-4's forecast, and the dotted line is a Cleveland Fed nowcast. That's a common benchmark. So the first vertical line is that you see on the graph. That's a knowledge cutoff date. So before the knowledge cutoff date, the dashed line tracks the black line pretty well. It's a little bit further away from the solid line compared to Cleveland Fed's forecast, but overall it tracks pretty well. But after the knowledge cutoff date and also out of sample date, the dashed line starts to deviate from the solid black line, showing a deterioration in the forecasting ability. Another way to look at this is look at how well it gets the correction right. The black bars are when the ChatGPT or Cleveland Fed gets the direction wrong. And the white color ones are the ones when they get it right. So right after the knowledge cutoff and now out of sample, you see a lot of black dark areas for ChatGPT compared to Cleveland Fed. That tells us that ChatGPT became much worse at forecasting right after the knowledge cutoff. You can also do this in numerical form. Here we measure the mean squared error and mean direction error compared to Cleveland Fed. A higher number means ChatGPT is doing worse. So before the cutoff date, which is a pseudo out of sample, the number is much smaller than post cutoff date and out of sample, telling us that the forecasting ability deteriorated a lot. Okay, I guess that's all the time I have. All right, thank you very much.
All right, thanks very much for all the presenters, a lot of facts, very quick. So we have a 15-minute break, and then we'll come back with the last set of papers. So please come back at, let me just get the time right, 2:15, right? 2:15.
1, 2. One, two. Check. 1, 2.
Comments.
One, two.
Best if I bring my suitcase. You go separately.
Just to get an idea how
One, one. One, one. One, one, one. Test. Testing 1, 2.
And as I mentioned, I'm out. So let me give you
Should we just turn these off?
I've been very well, actually.
Interesting times.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, I wrote this, 37-page paper or something, and no, well, the one I'm going to give, in like probably half the time, working with
Because
others.
of GPT?
Oh, yeah, Claude in
Claude
particular.
co-work is great. No, I find it very gratifying because you work with it and you have like, oh, what about this data set? Normally like some RA or whatever, they come back a week later, but now it's like 20 minutes later, not right away, but like 20 minutes later you get this like,
I know.
and then you just like keep going and it's just sort of,
It's amazing.
you feel like you're getting stuff accomplished. Yeah.
Right. I need, we got 10. Okay, so this works. This is the.
Should work, yeah.
Okay. I am a little worried I'll go over. I timed it, it was over, then I cut out some stuff. Anyway.
We're gonna get started. Take your seats. Hey, folks, please take your seats. I'm going to start calling you out by name. John, Saroshan, take your seat. Sorry. All right. I just want to get us started for our session on productivity and economic value. Our first presenter is Carol Corrado. She's going to tell us whether software is eating the world.
Thank you. Well, Mark Andreessen famously said software is eating the world. And this paper, we ask, is that measurable? And is the National Accounts Framework set up to see it? The answer is that the signals and basic framework are there, but the measurement is not, and that matters for policy. The visible. Oh, now it sort of ran ahead. Is there like a lag? There we go. The signals are visible. Software capital explains roughly half of US labor productivity growth since 2012, and the software producing sector, that is just 6% of the non-farm economy, contributed 43% to a notable acceleration in TFP after 2017. So something real is happening. The three measurement problems systematically hide it. First, the cloud asset boundary hides AI capital income. When a firm in a traditional industry buys compute from AWS to run its AI applications, or even to use it in current production, that's booked as an intermediate consumption rather than an input of AI capital services. Second, there is no quality adjusted price index for AI. And the official statistics actually have no counterpart to what I'm going to be showing you about the pace of price declines in this sector. And third, concentration. The aggregate factor share for AI-related assets in the national accounts mostly reflects what's happening in a handful of frontier firms, that 6% that I was telling you about. And it does not necessarily reflect broad diffusion across traditional industries in the economy. All three problems point in the same direction. They understate the true capital deepening, especially in traditional industries. So our framework has two sectors. Let me start. First, there's the upstream sector, which you can see on your right, produces AI capital, software, trained models, data assets, and it conducts R&D. Crucially, it uses AI to produce AI, creating a recursive loop, sort of like the turn of a flywheel, where with each turn, the cost is lower. This leads to superior TFP in the upstream sector, which drives the price of capital down. The downstream sector, C, uses AI capital along with labor and other factors, and the user cost is what the downstream firms pay for a unit of AI capital, services. So as the price of capital falls, the user cost falls, driving substitution towards AI capital. That's sort of just basic economics. A key parameter governing how much substitution occurs is the elasticity of substitution sigma between AI capital and other factors of production, mainly labor. But firms cannot simply swap in AI. Organizational capital Z must co-evolve with AI adoption. So this gives us two conceptually distinct substitution channels, both of which show up in the aggregate factor shares. First, there's the downstream diffusion, where AI replaces or augments labor. And then the second is this upstream recursion channel, where AI is used to produce more AI. And they have very different drivers, very different determinants, and so very different sort of policy implications. So to fix ideas, this diagram just shows the mechanisms just described. And as seen in these mechanisms, the user of national accounts can focus on two observable diagnostics to follow the diffusion and progress of AI. One is the downstream AI capital factor share, and the other is the rate of decline in AI capital costs. The latter emanates from technical progress, and the former is about diffusion. And the problem is that both of these are mismeasured. So what can we do? Well, before we go any further, there is I guess I would say a theoretical caution, certainly a conceptual caution. What we can think of, in this framework, we can think of Z, which is like organizational capital, as playing the same role as what Jones and Tonetti call the weak links constraint in task models of production. So this is where even if AI displaces labor completely within a task, in every task it enters anyway, the output gains depend upon how easily one task substitutes for another. To see how it relates to our Z, a point we make in the paper is that we take a cue from Milgram and Roberts' 1990 and suggest that the coordination of production itself is a task, sort of a meta task, if you will, requiring large investments in new business models. That's the Z in our framework. And the best example of this is the Amazon logistics revolution, which is a good example of how new coordination methods ultimately, but certainly not initially, become a driver of profits and then eventually downstream TFP. And it's not sort of substitution that goes on, it's just the pure expansion of the production possibility set. So a high sigma and a falling user cost are necessary but not sufficient conditions for diffusion and broad-based productivity gains. With that in mind, let's go to the three measurement problems and how they are all biasing our diagnostics downward. To do that, to go through these issues, we use the tool of the AI production stack. In other words, to understand the measurement problems, we need to understand how the AI supply chain. So this gets complicated. I don't want to read everything, but it organizes the supply chain into 5 layers. Applications, you can see familiar applications at the top, followed by the foundation models right underneath them. These two are each about $20 billion today. Well, today I mean 2025 when initially put this stuff together. Platforms and toolings is where, enterprise data sets might sit, or the vector database that you might have for your research lab or research project. And then we have the hyperscalers, but here, crucially, we're just talking about the AI increment. And this total market is we estimate, is $72 billion today, globally. Compute sits right below it, and it's now the largest layer in the stack, 180 billion. 2 things to take from this table. First, you can see there's a projection for 2035 in this table as well, based on industry sources. So first, the sheer scale of what is coming underscores the urgency of getting the measurement right. Second, at the L4 level, the revenue from the cloud revenue is precisely where this asset boundary problem is most acute. And then, so I'm going to talk about that in a minute. And then at L2, these API prices, L1 and L2, are our observable price series that I'm going to be developing later. So that's how it all fits in. The paper formalizes this cloud asset boundary problem and discusses the issue in some detail and how the SNA hasn't really solved it. Basically, they're going after a one-size-fits-all solution, and I think I've just convinced you that it's not the upstream producers where the problem is, it's the downstream producers. So basically, cloud just creates a mirror image error. Too much capital income in the upstream sector, too little in the downstream sector. Before going any further, I can show you just an example of what this means. Panel 1 shows observable digital capital income shares for the US non-farm business sector that's built by asset. In this case, ICT hardware, software products, and software and AI R&D. The overall ratio rises gently until 2017 and then accelerates rather sharply. Then panel 2, it's the same top line, only the segmentation is by software producers and then all other traditional industries. And here you can see that what drove that line up was activity in the software producing sector. And certainly the downstream diffusion looks relatively low by this standard. And then panel 3, I've added a very crude sort of shadow cloud adjustment that we made for this paper. It's deliberately conservative, and you can see how it begins to close the gap. So the bottom line here is that the concentration is genuine. A lot of activity is happening upstream, a lot less downstream, but if we fix this cloud asset boundary problem, we begin to see what's going on, and it's a little more of a hopeful picture. And although I don't want to cut into my time, I mean, this is where I would circle back to the paper's title and say that the actual prophecy that Mark Andreessen made in 2011 was that software-driven companies, I think he said, like Amazon, Netflix, and Google, would disrupt and dominate traditional industries. So that hasn't happened yet. But that line is, it's hard to judge the level of the line, but that's sort of where we are right now. So what about prices? So here, I think we need to have a break from the past. The IT era priced hardware and software separately, and it was captured in the era's oft-mentioned adage, "What Intel giveth, Microsoft taketh away." And I can still hear Bob Gordon saying that at one CRAW conference or another. And that separation was genuine. A chip index could be built independently of the software running on it. But AI breaks this separability. Capability gains emerge from the interaction of all the layers of the AI stack that I showed you. Architecture, data, training scale, no single layer can be priced independently. And improvements also are often discontinuous. architectural breakthroughs rather than smooth progress along sort of a fixed attribute space, which means that hedonic methods don't help us very much because they need stable, measurable characteristics. So the right unit, we say, is the deployed model, specifically the price per unit of AI productive output, regardless of which layer in the stack produced the gain. So that's the concept that we're going to advocate, or that we advocate in this paper. So in contrast with the IT era, I guess we could say, I don't think I have it on this slide, that we rather have what the frontier model delivereth, if you want to keep the verbs the same. So how do we do this? Oh, right, to save time, I skipped a slide that gave you a lot of information on how we delivered a price index, but here's just the results. The paper details the construction. We build 2 price indexes. One is a token price index. You've heard a lot about tokens. That's our unit of productive output for generative AI. And that falls at about 24.5% a year. And second is a capability adjusted index that adjusts token prices by an industry performance metric, the EPIC Capabilities Index, a metric that incorporates a suite of industry metrics like reasoning, coding, and knowledge are the main benchmarks that are in that. And then that price index falls at 38.5% a year. So this is there's no software price that, there's nothing that compares with this in the national accounts, because we're in essence lumping chips and software and models and R&D and all kinds of other things together, and saying what's coming out the end. I think it's noteworthy that there's a 14 percentage point difference between what is essentially a unit cost price index and a quality adjusted price index, but we could talk about that another day. So I can see I'm running short on time. So the proof of concept in context, that means I only regard this price index as a proof of concept because it has very few observations, really. This is the whole software market. At roughly $72 billion today, AI is 17% of it. And again, what this tells us is that if we look forward, it's going to be 79% of the market by 2035, just industry guesses. And if we don't treat these measurement challenges as urgent, we're going to have a problem with our fundamental statistics. The window to act is actually very narrow. And actually, that's what the rest of the paper addresses, because we connect the price index to factor shares. And to do that, we estimate a translog cost function on the downstream industries using a cross-country data set. So we have time, country, and industries. And we report Morishima elasticities here, which is the conceptually appropriate measure for a multi-input case, and note that every entry is below 1. And that means that, well, I think we all know that what that means, that firms are going to substitute for cheaper inputs, but not by enough to raise the input share. And I think this is prima facie evidence for the Jones and Tonetti weak links constraint that I mentioned earlier. We do some simulations that are very labor friendly, not surprisingly. I could, it takes a bit to sort of interpret them, but let me just say they're labor-friendly. But there's limits to what those simulations and the estimation shows. I think that crucially, we need to say that these estimates embed the existing sort of meta technology of the coordinating tasks, and we're holding that constant. And unless AI, sort of with the passage of time and better and updated estimates, if AI shifts the Morishima elasticities above unity, then the labor-friendly results will go away, but they haven't yet. So the bottom line is that you can't, is that it's hard to capture the structural change in any sort of production possibility set or talk about it. And that's precisely why the measurement agenda is not just a technical exercise, but a prerequisite for understanding whether AI's arrival ultimately complements or displaces labor at the aggregate level. And I think it's clear that the paper's covered a lot of ground, and the future agenda seems pretty clear, and financial signals from announcements could give us leading indicators to work with, and measuring all these dimensions correctly is a prerequisite for the policy analysis that AI's arrival makes urgent. So thank you.
Okay. Our next paper is the microstructure of AI diffusion.
Okay, just making sure this works. Just this one. Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you very much. This paper is very much a first look at the microdata from about 120,000 firms collected in the second supplement of the Business Trends and Outlook survey. The data are weighted using firm and employment weights to ensure that the estimates are representative of the US employer business population. I should say that the paper was written in a very short amount of time to accompany the public data release on April the 23rd, and we would like to build on the analysis here and add more elements to the paper. But for today, I'm just going to go through some of the very basic descriptive patterns emerging from the data so far. And these results will pertain to general diffusion patterns, both time series and cross-sectional. Firm level versus worker level use of AI, both assessed by firm respondents. And I should make a caveat here that none of these estimates we're going to talk about on the worker side will be at the worker level. BTOS is not a worker level survey, only a firm level survey. So the best way to see these results is a firm level assessment of both organizational adoption and worker use patterns by the respondents at the firm level. The ideal survey should, of course, strive to collect data matched at the firm and worker level, but we didn't have that luxury. So we're going to look at also diffusion within firm, AI deployment across business functions and worker tasks, impact within firm, task effects, employment and capital substitution. And finally, we'll relate in a non-causal fashion AI use aspects to firm outcomes, how the breadth of functional use, worker task use, and complementary investments relate to overall firm performance and changes in sales and employment. So since November 2025, BTOS has fielded revised core and supplement questions on AI. Before the revision, firm-level AI use was elicited using these two questions, these two core questions. One was about the current use in the last 2 weeks that this business use artificial intelligence in producing goods or services, and accompanied by a forward-looking question, expectations during the next 6 months. Do you think this business will be using
AI in producing goods or services. Examples were given, accompanied by a definition of AI and further examples. The wording focused on AI use in producing goods or services. This was intentional. This was meant to be an umbrella term, a deliberate filter to capture significant AI integration into main business activities related to provision of goods and services, and try to delineate this important activity from auxiliary, incidental, or peripheral uses with little measurable impact. But of course, Gen AI revolution changed some of this view. Functional diffusion, especially in functions like marketing, IT, and finance enabled by Gen AI, challenged the legacy terminology. These functions may not be necessarily seen as being in the realm of producing goods or services by at least some respondents. And we obtained some additional feedback from the last FISEC meeting in 2024. And further cognitive testing in 2025 revealed that respondents in firms focusing on activities like intermediation, marketing, or administrative functions struggled with the term producing goods or services. As a result, we revised the questions to have a better assessment of how firms formally integrate AI into their business operations. So we simply replaced in producing goods or services with any of its business functions in both of the questions, keeping everything else intact. And this has had an effect on our estimates, as we'll see shortly. And the second BITOS AI supplement goes further and adds new questions on firm AI use in 15 business functions, worker AI use in work-related tasks in support of business functions, more general worker generative AI use in work-related tasks, Gen AI use in 9 different tasks, and types of worker task effects, augmentation, substitution versus creation of tasks. It also retains questions on the impact of AI on employment effect, AI capital substitution, intensity of AI-driven text replacement, and other aspects. So overall, both the core questions and the new supplement capture several extensive and intensive margins of AI use and impact. So here's a quick look at the time path of AI diffusion based on the core AI questions. Firm-weighted use rate rises from about 3.5% to 10 to 11% before the core questions were revised, and then jumps to 18% post-revision, expected to reach about 22% in the next 6 months. Employment-weighted rates sit around 35% and expected to reach 47% in the next 6 months. You can see the jump is sizable in relative terms, but not so much in absolute terms. It didn't take us to 50% or 80% adoption rates. And you can see the gap there in the graph towards the end, and that corresponds to the lapse in government funding, after which we immediately resumed releasing estimates. Okay, so next is AI used by sector. AI is diffusing very unevenly across sectors, and AI use is concentrated in knowledge and human capital intensive sectors such as information, professional services, finance, and accounting. They have about 30 to 40% adoption rate firm-weighted, nearly double the national average. And even more pronounced if you look at the employment-weighted results in the graph below. The gap is even more clear there. On the other hand, physical output and trade sectors, manufacturing, retail, and so on and so forth, tend to lag. In terms of the near future, high-use sectors are expected to exceed about 50% use rate in employment-weighted terms. At the same time, some laggard sectors, such as retail, manufacturing, wholesale, show near-term high expected growth rate in employment-weighted use rates. AI used by firm size is similarly concentrated. There's a firm size AI use gradient, as you can see in both of the graphs, firm-weighted and employment-weighted. use rates rise from about 18% to 31%, going from small to large sizes. Both, and also the rise is evident in the employment-weighted rates as well. But the important thing to recognize here is that we get even higher use rates in the right tail. Use rates in 1,000 plus employee firms reach about 35%. And on top of that, there's an interesting size sector interaction aspect of this. If you look at really large firms in AI-heavy sectors, we reach rates like 57% in current use, and 68% in expected future use, firm-weighted. And employment-weighted numbers are even larger. So definitely an important aspect of the diffusion of AI is this interaction between AI-heavy sectors and large firm sizes. And I should note that use rates for the next 6 months are expected to be higher across all sizes, especially for large sizes. This indicates that the adoption discrepancy between small and large sizes, large firms is increasing, but we should do more to quantify this increasing inequality. So the next is a quick look at the AI used by firms versus workers. Again, as I mentioned, this is assessed at the firm level. So here's a generic representation of AI use by firm and workers. A firm could have firm-level systemic AI as background automation, and it could provide output to someone like worker one who does manual tasks. In this case, firm is using AI, but the worker is not necessarily using AI or interacting with AI in an organic fashion. In another example, the interaction could be both ways, right? AI supplies some information and worker gives feedback. In that case, the worker is AI augmented. There could also be shadow AI used within the firm where a worker uses personal AI tool. And also there could be workers using just simple traditional work. So what we find is that 18% of firms use AI in the last 2 weeks, and in 23% of firms, workers use AI in work-related tasks. So the two rates usually overlap to a large extent. However, what we find is that conditional on firm use, 19% report no formal worker uses. This is an interesting case, but could be possible when you consider AI automation in cases where AI used in, for example, fraud detection, credit screening, predictive maintenance. It may just generate some output that is passively used by workers who are basically interpreters or exception handlers. There could also be a visibility bias issue here. Some of the respondents at the firm level may not be aware of the worker level use aspects. On the other hand, conditional on worker use, a larger fraction of firms report no formal firm use. So the basic conclusion from these descriptive patterns is that AI seems to be diffusing via dual pathways. Both top-down and bottom-up adoption patterns appear relevant. But obviously, we have no data on the dynamics of adoption and the mechanisms directly. No questions on those. Quick comparison with other estimates in the literature. Others find much higher rates, like 70% firm level, firm-weighted, 80% employment-weighted, and 40 to 45% at the worker level. Some survey samples are more representative of large firms, AI-heavy sectors, and specific respondent types, such as executives. Question wording, AI diffusion examples, and so on and so forth also matter. One important point here is that concentration of AI use in large firms and certain sectors imply caution in comparisons. When we restrict attention to subsamples of BTOS data, similar to the samples used in other surveys, we find much higher rates. For example, large firms in AI-heavy sectors reach 50 to 60% adoption rates, 60 to 70% employment-weighted. On top of that, if we restrict further to top executives and owners, we get 70 to 80% adoption rates. And even though our survey is not worker level, when we employment weight the worker adoption rates, worker use rates, we get numbers like 40%, which are not too far from the estimates out there. So the main conclusion here is that various surveys and estimates are not necessarily inconsistent, but complementary. In terms of the business functions, very quickly, conditional on firm using any AI in any business function, sales and marketing lead at 52%, strategy and business development follow, and that is followed by IT, AI use in IT. At the bottom are distribution, production, sourcing, and supply functions. This is partly driven, of course, by the specialization of business functions in industries or firms. And we see that growth is expected in all functional use rates in the near future. One other interesting observation is that functional use seems to be narrow and concentrated in general. In 57% of firms with functional AI use, uses at most in 1 to 3 functions. Similar concentration in Gen AI use in worker tasks. Writing and editing has the highest rate, 85%. Information search and technical help comes second, followed by document analysis. Coding, debugging, customer support, tutoring, and learning are at the bottom. Again, partly driven by industry and business niche. For example, writing and editing is common across many firms, but coding can be more specialized to tech firms and other firms that engage in software. Again, just like as in the case of business functions, we find that task use is narrow and concentrated. In 65% of worker Gen AI use cases, use is limited to at most 1 to 3 tasks. We also look at operational investments to implement, enable, or use AI, and we find that most firms actually report no adjustments or investments, about 64%. As you can see in this response category at the top, employment-weighted rates are far below the firm-weighted rates, suggesting that these could be relatively small firms using off-the-shelf AI. Most common adjustments: develop new workflows, train current staff, purchase cloud and cloud storage and computing power, and these seem to be prevalent in the relatively large firms, based on the graph again, where employment-weighted rates exceed the firm-weighted rates for these specific response categories. So these adjustments and operational investments may signify more formal use, structural integration, more pronounced performance and employment effects, and initial implementation frictions and gradual accumulation of AI-related intangible capital with implications for the productivity J-curve. I'm going to skip this part in the interest of time. So I'm going to talk about effects on tasks, capital, and employment. So the firms were asked to describe the effect of AI use on worker tasks in terms of augmentation, substitution, and creation of new tasks. And firms had the option to select all that apply. Using these responses, we constructed mutually exclusive task effect combinations conditional on some effect. And the striking picture here indicates that augmentation dominates. 66% of firms using AI use it solely for augmentation purposes. And task replacement intensity seems limited. Conditional on replacing tasks, 71% of firms replace small number of tasks and 7% replace a large number. And overall, we see low incidence of employment change. Only about 4.3% of AI using firms report any AI-driven change, either increase or decrease, and only 2% report employment decrease, net employment decrease. On the other hand, capital substitution seems to be more prevalent. 16% of AI using firms report substituting software and equipment with AI. So it seems like more than the employment effects, AI is having some effect, some tangible effect on capital substitution and new capital installment. The final analysis that I'm going to talk about is a simple regression setup to relate AI use to firm outcomes. For this purpose, we created 3 diffusion indices capturing different dimensions of AI use. One is a functional use breadth index, which is simply the number of business functions using AI divided by the number of available functions. And we did a similar construction for worker task use breadth, and operational investment breadth. And then we relate these 3 different aspects of AI use or operational investments to enable AI use jointly to qualitative BTOS firm outcomes in a linear probability model framework with rich fixed effects controlling for size class, 3-digit next industry, state, and survey period. The outcomes are constructed using the data already collected within BTOS, above average overall performance dummy, sales increase dummy, employment decrease dummy, and an AI-driven employment decrease dummy. And the summary of the results are shown here. On the performance and sales side, functional use breadth is positively associated with sales and overall performance. The same holds for operational investment breadth and worker task use breadth, but effects are smaller for these 2 indices. Overall, the conclusion is that broader AI integration seems to be associated with higher performance and sales. On the employment side, the results are a little more interesting. Functional use breadth and the operational investment breadth are both positively associated with employment decreases, but worker task use breadth is not. So, of course, there's no causal association here. We didn't attempt to identify any channels or mechanisms, but one interpretation of this finding is that broader functional use and operational investment may capture top-down structural redesign aimed at capital labor substitution, while worker task use may operate as a productivity output enhancer without replacing workers. And this is consistent with the high augmentation rates we observed earlier. So in the remaining time, I'm just going to put up this slide, if you will. So I'm just going to conclude here with the key takeaways from the paper so far. Growing but limited diffusion, size matters, there is sectoral concentration, and the interaction between size and sector is also relevant in understanding the diffusion of AI. We documented narrow functional use, high use rates in marketing, strategy, IT, comprehensive functional integration is rare. Most firms are minimal adopters, but specialized use is also relevant. Task augmentation is dominant, employment decreases are rare, and broader structural integration correlated with better outcomes and employment decreases. That's all.
The next paper is the household impact of generative AI, evidence from internet browsing behavior. So please.
Great. Awesome. Thank you very much for putting us on the program. It's a pleasure to be here. I am Michael Blank, for those of you I haven't met. I'm an AP in Finance here at Stanford, and this is joint work with Gregor Schubert, who is at UCLA, and Ben Zhang, who's at USC, and also in the audience. So there's been, a lot of great work, and we're still kind of learning a lot about kind of the adoption of generative AI tools in the workplace and by firms. A question that we think, though, is kind of equally interesting and that we think is relatively underappreciated so far is to what extent households have been adopting generative AI for their own personal and household use. Why do we think this? Predominantly 2 reasons. The first is that we think a fair read of the evidence suggests that, if anything, generative AI so far has been predominantly adopted, or a little bit more adopted, by households for use outside of the workplace. So this is suggested through a few different sources. For one thing, the paper by OpenAI that looked at chat logs and kind of classified them according to what the purpose of a given chat was suggests that majority of chats, that is, if anything, been growing over time, are based off of things in personal tasks rather than things for work. And then there are also surveys that suggest that, again, people have predominantly been coming into contact and starting to use generative AI tools for use outside of the workplace rather than in their jobs. And then in addition, we think that, with households, there aren't really the organizational and coordination frictions to adopting generative AI and beginning to kind of, transform one's life using it, or potentially transform one's life using it. And so we think that it's potentially kind of maybe an early indicator or, impact of generative AI that kind of is more profound than just kind of adoption rates. It can kind of change how people are allocating their times in potentially very important ways that could be kind of missing from the GDP statistics. All right, so the main question that we're going to try to answer in this paper is, how does generative AI affect households at home, and in doing so create value? And to unpack what I mean by this is not going to just be a matter of looking at what we observe households doing when they're using generative AI at home. Rather, when I say, how does generative AI adoption affect households, I'm going to be trying to go after a more causal treatment effect, meaning that I want to be able to measure the change in a household's standard of living and time allocations after adopting generative AI relative to a counterfactual world in which they had not adopted it. And then when I talk about how does generative AI create value, what I really am trying to get after is what types of economic activities does the adoption of generative AI crowd in? And there are a few kind of different possibilities that of what activities could be crowded in. Just to go through a couple of extreme examples, one possibility is that even if generative AI kind of helps people do productive tasks more efficiently, they might not want to spend a ton more time doing those productive tasks. If it's something like completing their tax returns, for example, they might just want to get it done as quickly as they can and then use the excess time savings that generative AI gives them to engage more in the leisure activities that actually give them kind of intrinsic welfare value. But it's also the case that generative AI might give some people, perhaps with less formal education and technical backgrounds, more opportunities to invest in their human capital if generative AI tools help democratize learning new skills, finding new jobs or opportunities in the labor market, and so on. And so these are examples of very different types of activities that generative AI, once adopted at home, could be crowding in, and we want to try to kind of understand if what exactly has been crowded in and what implications it could have for welfare. All right, and kind of something that's going to be in the background of these questions is the distributional implications, depending on whether generative AI adoption at home exhibits kind of a gradient with respect to income or age or education levels. And so to the extent that's going to be possible in our data, we're going to make sure to keep track of exactly which types of households are adopting generative AI, which is going to kind of mediate how we then are going to think about these treatment effects. Okay, so what do we do in this paper? So the kind of core of our paper is going to be a novel source of household time allocation data. And in particular, we're going to use data from ComScore, which is a digital marketing company that gives us a panel tracking 200,000 households who we can see the second-by-second time-stamped internet browsing behavior of. So as I'll explain in a bit more detail in a couple of slides, ComScore incentivizes people to put a tracker on their home computer and their cell phone, and we can then see all of the online browsing activity that that household engages in. So with this data, we're going to first off measure who exactly in our panel has apparently adopted ChatGPT, as well as who, based off of their pre-release of ChatGPT browsing allocations, seems to be most ex-ante exposed or find it most ex-ante useful to adopt ChatGPT once it actually comes out. And then we're also going to look at exactly how people allocate their browsing time between different types of activities, and in particular, we're going to focus on breaking down website visits into activities that we could classify as productive versus classifying as leisure in a household production sense. Okay, so using this data, we're going to have 5 main findings. The first is that there's been faster and more persistent adoption after the release of ChatGPT of generative AI tools by younger and higher income households, which is consistent with survey evidence. And more generally, there's been more adoption among the households who we can say have an ex-ante higher usefulness of using ChatGPT. So the people for whom we're doing activities before it's released that would have a greater overlap with ChatGPT are more likely to begin using these tools once they're made available. So this second finding is going to be helpful in that it's going to give us a source of variation in adoption that's going to be useful for trying to get at a plausibly causal treatment effect of adopting ChatGPT. That's what these next two findings relate to. In particular, the third finding is that according to our baseline estimates, adopting ChatGPT leads households to spend significantly more time on leisure-related browsing activities and correspondingly a lower share of time on productive browsing activities. But this is going to have to be interpreted in line with our fourth finding, which is that when we look at kind of high-frequency browsing windows to try to isolate what exactly people are using ChatGPT in their homes to do, we find that they are predominantly utilizing ChatGPT to perform what we classify as productive digital activities. So this is a bit kind of counterintuitive or hard to square. What do we make of the fact that people are doing more time on leisure activities overall, even though the direct effect of adopting ChatGPT is seemingly related to productive activities? This is where our fifth and final part is going to come in. What we do in this part is we estimate a structural model of time allocation, which, when combined with estimates of the elasticity of the angle curve between leisure and productive browsing activities, we're going to be able to infer that ChatGPT adoption has led to a scaled efficiency gain of 75 to 175% of productive, or for productive activities rather. Why, though, does leisure time allocation go up when you adopt ChatGPT? Well, according to our estimate of the angle curve, leisure goods are time luxury goods, meaning that when somebody has more time overall that's freed up by having more productive more productive browsing activity, they're going to want to do more of the things that they actually get intrinsic enjoyment out of and do less of the time necessity goods, which are going to be productive goods according to our estimates. Okay, so in the interest of time, why don't I go right into what we do, starting with the data. So as I said, our main data source is going to be the ComScore desktop panel that we have access to right now from 2021 to 2024. This is going to be a panel of around 200,000 machines, which I'll refer to interchangeably as households, which, as I said, are going to give us the exact timestamp and URLs of all browsing activities that people engage in on the machine that they have these trackers installed on. Right, so this is a ton of data, so we have to kind of aggregate it in a way that makes it kind of usable and kind of lends itself to our analyses. So the way in which we're going to do this is by aggregating the browsing information to the machine by quarter by website type level, where we're going to consider two particular classifications of sites. The first is going to be whether or not a site seems to be associated with completing a productive or a leisure household task. And then the second classification is whether the site seems to have overlap with ChatGPT, meaning that its functions can seemingly be completed with ChatGPT rather than going to the website itself. Okay, and then we are then going to also, through these aggregated measures, estimate the extensive margin of time allocation to a particular website category, which is just going to be whether or not a household visits the site type in a given quarter, as well as intensive margin-based measures in which we're going to be able to say for a given machine in a given quarter, how much of their time when they're browsing is allocated to that particular type of website. Right, and then very importantly for our purposes, ComScore also collects self-reported household characteristics for the people in the panel, which are going to include the household's income, age, and MSA, as well as whether or not the machine is predominantly used for work or home use. And we're only going to keep, for the purposes of our analysis, machines that are reported as being for home use. Okay, and then there's also a lot more kind of data that comes with our sample that we haven't yet made much, if any, use of, like smartphone-based browsing, the text of people's search queries into Google, online shopping outlays, a lot of these things. We are very eager to hear if people have suggestions for how we can begin incorporating some of this richer digital footprint type data into our analysis, because we suspect that there's potentially a lot more that we can do to kind of augment what we've done so far. Okay, so first off, I just want to kind of, because this is a relatively new data source, go over what the distribution of households in our panel is between age and income buckets. So not surprisingly, our panel is not exactly representative of the US population. I don't know about people in this audience. I would not want a tracker to be put on my computer. I don't quite know who the types of people who would are. But it tends to be the case that our sample overrepresents households at the lower and the higher ends of the income spectrum. We think that the lower ends might be kind of college students, the upper ends might be people who are kind of, relatively well off in terms of wealth and maybe spend more time at home. And then we also underrepresent older households and tend to overrepresent younger households. So throughout, we're going to always reweight our sample so that it replicates the ACS sample weights, but of course it's a caveat that that's only going to be okay to the extent that kind of in a given bucket, the households that we observe are reasonably representative of the population. Okay, so let's now get into exactly how we construct our measures. So first off, to measure generative AI adoption, we're going to do something very parsimonious and simple. We're just going to focus on the extensive margin adoption of ChatGPT over time as a broader proxy for adopting generative AI. And so in particular, we're going to say that you are a ChatGPT adopter if we ever can observe you visiting either ChatGPT or OpenAI.com at some point in the past. So to be clear, adoption turns on, it becomes a 1 when we first see a household visiting one of these sites, and it stays on for the duration of the panel. So this is obviously kind of a very stark way to measure, or crude way to measure ChatGPT adoption. The reason that we do it is that we think that ChatGPT was kind of the first kind of, in that people had to starting to use generative AI tools, even if they start using other tools like Claude or Gemini more intensively afterward, it's still going to be picked up by our measure. But to be clear also, we've run robustness checks to different variants of this, including things like looking at more stringent extensive margin-based measures, utilizing intensive margin-based measures, or using a broader kind of set of generative AI-based tools, and we kind of have found similar results regardless of what we've done. Okay, now let's go into how we classify sites into whether or not they are predominantly productive or leisure in nature. So the way in which we do this is for each website in our sample, we scrape domains to obtain the HTML metadata, which includes things like self-descriptions and keywords that websites maintain to do things like search engine optimization. And then what we do is we feed this metadata into GPT 4.1 mini and ask it to generate the 5 cleaned activities that the website appears to be associated with. Okay, and then with these 5 activities, we're again going to feed them into an LLM 4.1 mini and ask the LLM to classify whether or not each activity seems to be associated with a productive or a leisure task. Where by productive or leisure tasks, we're going to utilize the definition built by Aguiar, Hurst, and Carbar-Bunis that was kind of based off of the American Time Use Survey. Productive activities are going to be things relating to market work, education, childcare, shopping, and so on. To be clear, even if something like shopping is ultimately based on the purpose of engaging in leisure, like you're buying a book to read in the future just for fun, the act of shopping itself is not going to have an intrinsic kind of pleasure in it, or well, for some people at least. And so it's going to be classified as a productive home task. Leisure activities are going to be things with intrinsic enjoyment, like gaming, social activities, streaming, and so on. Okay, and then as I said, the LLM is going to slap a label of either productive or leisure depending on the initial classification of activities. We're also going to allow the LLM to spit out a mixed category label because of the fact that some sites, like search engines, can't really be given a classification into either of the 2 categories. Their diversity of use is too great, and so we're going to separate them in our analysis. Okay, and then for validation, we went through and did a manual labeling of the top domains in our sample and validated that it matches up reasonably well with the LLM-based labels. Okay, in the interest of time, I'm going to go straight into how we then measure household generative AI exposure to ChatGPT. So we're going to again start with the 5 activities that we had the LLM label for each website. For each of those activities, we're then going to ask ChatGPT, after feeding in a rubric of ChatGPT capabilities, to say whether or not that activity has overlap with ChatGPT or not. So whether or not ChatGPT use can reasonably substitute for what activity was previously done on the website. We're then going to aggregate these activity level exposure measures up to the website level by just summing by summing the zeros over the ones. So each website is going to have a number from 0 to 5, 5 corresponding to 5 out of 5 of the website's activities overlapping with ChatGPT. Okay, and then we are going to, for our analysis, build a household level exposure measure in which we are going to simply say, what is your share of browsing before the release of ChatGPT, so in 2021, of websites that are classified as being exposed to the release of ChatGPT. So just to say that more carefully, it's going to be a household level weighted average where the weights are going to be the 2021 browsing shares of all the different sites. And then the thing that's being averaged is the 0-1 indicator for whether or not the website overlaps with ChatGPT in the sense that it has either 4 or 5 out of 5 of its activities overlapping with ChatGPT. Okay, and then let's get straight into what we do with these measures. So first off, just as a sanity check, our measure of household ChatGPT adoption kind of looks to exhibit time trends similar to those that have found in surveys, and that also kind of correspond to what we kind of a priori would expect in the sense that we kind of have, you know, pretty pronounced accelerations of adoption behavior around kind of model release dates that generated a lot of buzz, like the release of multimodal capabilities or the more recent release of agentic capabilities. And then we also find, and this is our first finding, that there's more rapid adoption by high-income households and by young households. It's not quite monotonic, but the patterns look kind of to exhibit the income gradient that's positive and the age gradient that's negative. And then our second finding is that once we look at ex-ante exposure, so no longer demographics, but the exposure measure based off of what households' activities were in 2021, we find that ex-ante exposure is very strongly predictive of whether or not a household ends up actually adopting ChatGPT. This continues to be the case even when we look within our income by age bins. So what I'm plotting here are the coefficients from a saturated dynamic regression, where the left-hand side variable is the indicator for ChatGPT adoption as of a given quarter T, and the right-hand side is just the saturated interaction of time dummies with the household level exposure measure, again, based off the 2021 activity shares. And what we find is that even within income by age cells, households that have more ex-ante usefulness of ChatGPT according to our measure are substantially more likely to adopt it. And so because of the fact that we're able to look within household types, this is going to kind of form the backbone of our approach to trying to estimate the treatment effects of having adopted ChatGPT. So just to kind of fix ideas in terms of what exactly we're going to be doing for these treatment estimates, we're going to be making this exposure measure on the basis of the 2021 website level shares. We're then going to have kind of a burnout period that we aren't going to incorporate into that measure. And we're then going to look at what the difference is in a household's browsing allocations between 2022, so January to November before the release of ChatGPT, relative to 2024, after it's been released and household adoption is kind of diffused throughout the population. So in particular, the specification is going to be on the left-hand side, just regressing the change in browsing outcomes between these two pre and post periods. And then the right-hand side is going to be, in our endogenous specification, just the dummy for whether or not the household adopted ChatGPT, which we're going to instrument in a two-stage least squares specification with our measure of household exposure, which we're going to interpret econometrically as just a shift share instrument, where the shares are going to be the 2022 weights, and then the shifter is going to be whether or not the website is overlapping with ChatGPT or not. Okay, and in all of our regressions, we're going to be looking within, again, our age by income cells. So we're always going to be including age by income fixed effects so that we're using the within demographic bin variation in exposure. Okay, so what do we find? First, just in the reduced form. So this is just a regression of the browsing outcome on the left-hand side on the saturated set of time dummies interacted with our measure of exposure on the right-hand side. Well, what we find on the left-hand panel is that households that are more exposed to ChatGPT experience substantially higher browsing duration after ChatGPT has been released. What the right-hand side graph shows, given that the units look the same, that the time path of the coefficients is very similar, is that this expanded browsing activity that households that are more exposed to ChatGPT engage in is almost entirely in the leisure category. All right, and this is just showing the full set of IV estimates where the first stage is very strong, and again, just it's saying in a pooled sense that the adoption of ChatGPT has predominantly led to a greater allocation of browsing time into leisure. Okay, I'm going to skip over this section entirely and just describe exactly what the structural estimation is doing in the interest of time. So as I previewed in the introduction, what we find in the kind of high frequency window part of our paper is that households are predominantly engaging in productive activities when they're actually using ChatGPT, even though on an overall time allocation basis, we estimate that they're pivoting towards leisure tasks when they actually adopt ChatGPT. So what do we make of this? Well, we're going to adopt the time use framework of Aguiar 2021, in which households are going to get utility of spending time on either productive or leisure digital activities. And the intuition behind our structural estimation can be entirely explained using this kind of Econ 101 type graph. So what we actually estimate are the points A and B. Point A you can think of as in the space of, on the x-axis, the amount of productive browsing people do, and the y-axis, leisure browsing that people do before the release of ChatGPT. We estimate how the average household moves from point A to point B after adopting ChatGPT, so pivoting towards more leisure browsing, doing only marginally more productive browsing. What we want to infer is how the time budget line has kind of pivoted around the x-axis, which is a way of saying how much more efficiently browsing activity is after adopting ChatGPT. But to do that, we need to know one particular thing, which is the curve, the slope of the angle curve. Because without doing that, we can't distinguish between the angle curve being a particular slope and the budget line pivoting out more or less. And so what we do in the paper is we estimate the angle curves. As I said, we estimate that leisure activities have an angle curve elasticity substantially greater than 1, meaning that they are leisure luxuries. Productive activities have an elasticity substantially below 1. And so then through the lens of this framework, we can back out that productive activities have become more efficient after adopting ChatGPT, which because leisures are time luxuries has led households to pivot it towards allocating much more of their time into leisure and doing the productive tasks more quickly, but not then allocating more overall time to them. Okay, I am already over time, so why don't I just wrap up by just quickly going over the main findings. So using our large panel of detailed household internet browsing data, we construct new measures of household productive or leisure browsing activities, and then estimate our long difference IV specification that suggests that generative AI use at home has facilitated more efficient completion of productive tasks, but that this has led households to utilize their expanded time budget by engaging in substantially more leisure activities. And the kind of next step is to then translate this into welfare effects and kind of speak to how much of the missing productivity effect of ChatGPT use at home is missing from the GDP statistics. Thank you.
Our discussant is going to be Martin Beraja.
Hi, everyone. Yes. Thanks, Eric and Karen, for inviting me to discuss these 3 papers on AI productivity and economic value. And so discussing 3 papers is kind of hard in only 15 minutes. I'm not going to go deep. I saw my role as a discussant as framing a bit how these papers fit together, and in fact, and also sort of giving you a hitting the call of Matt Jackson's this morning on, there's one shallow view of this session, and also I think it applies to other sessions, which is, these are just 3 papers that measure AI use and value at different layers: national accounts, firms, and households. And in a bunch of other sessions, we saw the same idea that people are just trying to paint pictures of what is going on with AI use, adoption, value. And I think the call of Matt's, which I wholeheartedly agree on, is that we need a bit more theory to kind of see what are we learning from all these different pieces of evidence. And the theory that I'm going to put on the table right now is that I think these papers are pointing to something deeper. It's not just different layers. They're pointing to thinking about AI not just as a technology that will automate production tasks, like a fancy robot, but more so that is a technology that can accelerate learning across different agents. So firms, workers, and households, when they learn and codify and act on information. Okay, and so the question, the organizing question for the discussion is not going to be, is AI being adopted, which can be read as a bit shallow, but does AI change how agents learn and use information. And I would say the different papers measure different parts of this learning process as it happens through the economy, starting with households searching ideas and jobs and learning skills, and then turning into firms and workers who then codify some sort of knowledge into organizational capital that then aggregates into something that we can measure in the national accounts. And so, starting with the last paper that here comes first, is the households paper, where their language is that ChatGPT is mostly used for productive online tasks. And I like to translate that into being about pre-market entry learning in the following way. So one, which they talk about quite a bit in the paper, and another one that I wish they talk more about. I think you have the data there to do so. So the first part is learning by workers or potential workers, both through education and job search, different informational activities that end up being built into what we will call just human capital matches across firms and workers. And in the paper they go a long way trying to look at those type of activities. There's a separate activity that also happens at home, which is someone just ideating a new project, a new firm, a startup, and in that process, they're doing a lot of informational research and discarding ideas that may be good, discarding bad ideas and focusing on better ideas. And that all fits into entrepreneurial pre-entry signals that eventually become firms. So I would really like, I'll show you later, I think this second part is actually a big deal. It could be a big deal quantitatively in how it fits into aggregate GDP. The paper then that goes on, now we're moving within firms, and here I really liked in this paper how they separated the functions and not just saying, oh, these are the tasks that are performed within the firm versus not based on own it, but functions that really align, in my mind, better with what is organizational learning. So the bottom-up channel that was discussed, this idea that there's workers that are experimenting with both the tool and the task and are learning in the process of performing those tasks how to perform it better, and which eventually leads to some codification coming from the top of those activities as being firm policies or broader functional deployment. So again, this chain from individual learning to organizational capital is kind of what is being shown in the paper on firms. And an initial reaction in that paper is, well, if you see some of the numbers, actually, they look small in terms of adoption so far, so narrow use. But I think that the way I read this is just early evidence for organizational learning. The firms are still figuring out exactly how is it that we're going to use these new AI tools. And again, I would commend the authors to really push this idea of how is it that we move from one layer to the other layer. I thought that was the most interesting part of the paper, not just, oh, here's another survey where we're measuring AI use within firms. Lastly, the paper on intangibles or AI organizational capital in the aggregate, I love this phrase. I didn't know it from McElheran. It was from McElheran and Roberts that the one way to think about organizational capital is as the accumulated stock of solutions to the meta-task coordination problem. I think that's a fantastic phrase. It's a fantastic way of thinking about this. And that what AI can do here is really reduce the unit costs of coordinating activities within the company that then leads to organizational capital and things that we measure eventually as higher productivity. And so this is really the bridge from task exposure measures to organizational learning. How we're gonna coordinate those tasks. Now, for those of you who have never thought about intangibles but know a bit about physical capital and the perpetual inventory method, let me spend like 2 minutes on why is it what Carlo was doing hard and why I give her a lot of credit for trying to do this. So if you think about physical capital, how is it that we measure it? We don't go out and count machines. That's not what we do. What we do is we count the flows. So we look at, say, machine purchases, the flows, we have some sort of deflator for those prices, and then we come up with a measure of the quantity of machines that were added to the stock, and then we accumulate those and hope that over time, the old machines depreciated enough that they don't matter anymore, and we get a measure of the stock. That is the perpetual inventory method. This works well because what you're measuring on the investment side, machines, is exactly what goes into the stock. Okay. The problem with organizational capital, intangibles, now the new version being AI-based organizational capital, is that what you're seeing, say, use of AI or expenditures in AI, in cloud compute, whatever it is, like give me your preferred measure, is not really what goes into the stock. It's an input into what goes into the stock. So you're not measuring the investment flow well. In particular, you can think, for example, that the way to build the stock of organizational capital is not just with compute or tokens or AI use expenditures. You need to combine that somehow with, say, managerial and worker time. Okay, and that, by combining those two things, they figured out how to, say, produce better, coordinate those meta tasks. That's the knowledge that is being produced. And what you would like to measure is this knowledge flow, not the use of AI. And that is hard, because we don't observe that other part. We don't observe the managerial time, we don't observe the worker time, or any other resource that goes into the investment of that leads to organizational capital accumulation. And so what are the risks, or when is it that this works well? So suppose that, imagine that the investment technology is just CRS. So here you can see very clearly that if you have, and they did a great job at trying to measure the decline in the price of AI. If you have AI that is getting cheaper, then what's going to happen within the company is that we're going to use a bit more AI, and we're going to substitute away from other things that we were using before to build organizational capital. So if we just count and accumulate all the expenditures of AI, we're going to be overstating the actual increase in investment, because we're not seeing all the substitution that is happening, say, with manager time, worker time, whatever it is. So this only works, it works perfectly when the two are perfect complements. So if the managerial time and AI are perfect complements, let's say, to build organizational capital, then you're getting the right measure. But otherwise, you're overstating it. So one idea here is to use, how do you fix this? So you could use substitution elasticities, and I don't know if you try this, for other forms of IT-related organizational investment that we have seen in the past. And the extrapolation would be, well, maybe the elasticity substitution are similar between computers and managerial time than they are now for AI and managerial time, and then we move forward. Now the second one, this one is really I don't know what to do. I think it's not just a problem here; it's just a more general problem. That when you're measuring AI use or when you're measuring AI investments and expenditures, what you're seeing is not really the part that goes into that is really investment. You're seeing both the production and the investment side. So imagine that you're spending X number of tokens, and that's what we see. That's what you see for each firm. We don't know where those tokens were used for writing emails, which would be like a production task, or they were used for ideating new products or codifying information, anything that looks more like an investment. So again, I think this is a call for this is a call for kind of trying to separate better what is investment, what part of what we're seeing as being AI use and AI expenditure is really an investment versus something that goes into production, and it's maybe automating or augmenting those tasks. So here I think the two papers, the firm and the intangibles paper, can kind of like talk to each other a bit and see whether from the surveys we can get some idea of how much of the use is really something that looks more like investment versus something that looks more like production, and with that we can do maybe some adjustments. Good. So let me just close, again going back to theory a bit on what are the I talked about learning, but what are really the two mechanisms of learning that can be important here? So one that the firm paper and the national accounts paper point to is really learning through firm organizational capital accumulation, and that may be an important part of the story, but it may only be half the story. A more important part, or as important part, that I think receives much less attention, is whether AI can help potential entrepreneurs or even companies select better which projects are more likely to be successful. And the household paper is going some way into trying to measure that. I would push you to do way more on this, because I think we need much more work on figuring out this part, so that AI may not only matter by speeding up our capital accumulation, but also by improving selection of projects in the economy. And so let me just give you. You might say, well, why do we care about all these things? Is this a big deal or not? And another way of asking that question is the question that we asked in this paper with Eduard Talamas on if we had a technology that could accelerate learning like AI, then what would the aggregate GDP gains be? Are those potentially large or not? Because if they're not large, then we could just close shop and just think about AI as a robot. But if they are large, then I think it requires much more careful thinking and measurement about those two channels. So in this paper, we came up with this metric, the VOLT, which is the value for organizational learning technologies, and we show that in a very large class of firm dynamics models where there is learning happening, you can come up with the gains just by looking at two sufficient statistics that try to capture how much learning is going on in the economy. So one is, if you see an economy where mature firms are much larger than young firms, that is an economy where organizational capital accumulation is really slow. It takes time, and it's important. And the other statistic is, if you're seeing an economy where young firms exit much more frequently than older firms, that is an economy where selection at entry, before entry, is not very good. So we're not doing a very good job the economy is not doing a very good job at selecting the right projects pre-entry. And when you compute those statistics in census data, you come up with numbers that are, older firms are 3 times as large as younger firms, and they die 7 times less than younger firms. And so that gives you a gain in terms of aggregate GDP, potential gain of accelerating learning if you go to the very top firms. So this is accelerating a lot, 40 years. So we think about this as an upper bound of 2, meaning that accelerated learning could double GDP in the US. And now what we don't know in this paper with Eduard is, well, how much does AI accelerate learning? We can look at different scenarios. Imagine it can accelerate learning by 40 years, 30, 10, 2. And then the gains are very different whether you have, whether AI accelerates learning by many, many years or not. And also depending on the mechanism that you have in mind, whether it works mainly through organizational capital or through the better selection and prediction of projects. So then the call for all these, the papers that are working on measurement is try to frame the discussion more in terms of these mechanisms and the efficiency gains in each of these mechanisms in terms of, for example, years accelerated of learning, because I think then that's going to create much more value for the rest of us that are trying to quantify, say, aggregate gains or macro implications of this evidence to try to map them better to the models there. Okay, thank you very much.
We've got our microphone up there. If people want to line up if you have questions or comments. All right, yeah,
All right.
please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. So thank you all for coming and presenting to us. I think these were amazing papers. I guess I have a question maybe for the first 2, especially about AI diffusion. So there was a lot of focus on the AI diffusion maybe within workers adopting AI, and within organizations where either from the top down or bottom up, it's used more. But if we think about AI diffusion across like an entire industry or across the economy, there's also maybe similar to the idea of a selection effect mentioned by the discussant. You could have new firms who pop up who are early adopters of AI technology. I mean, I'm just struck by we're in Silicon Valley right now, the home of startups, and there are so many AI native firms hoping to disrupt, existing incumbents and existing industries with some sort of solution that's fully AI based. So I was wondering if there are any thoughts on like metrics that could be used to track this to see if it's important or not. And I guess if you have any personal opinion about this avenue being important for AI diffusion within the economy. Thank you.
Do any of the, could you get there's a microphone right there.
Is it like this maybe? Okay, it works. So yeah, that's a great question. One thing we haven't so far accomplished in this paper is that we didn't match the BTOS data to LBD, which is the next task, and it's almost done. And then we're going to be able to bring in the age variable for firms, right? So then we can really look at the diffusion patterns for young firms versus old firms, and basically chart out the discrepancies there and see if there's a extra propensity for younger firms to come in with already AI technologies, for example. And I do have a related paper that looks at business formation microdata from the business formation statistics of Census Bureau, where using text analysis, I'm able to sort of like fuzzily identify which firms are AI related, which business applications are AI related and aiming to start AI related businesses. So we have seen an acceleration in AI related business applications and formations in the last 8 years since the deep learning revolution, trying to commercialize these technologies. So definitely there is some evidence of that. The diffusion through entry and new firm formation is definitely there, and maybe we could do more to quantify that. I agree. Yeah.
Carol, do you have anything to?
No, I don't have anything to add. To that, I think the linking to the age variable answers the question the gentleman had. I think that one does have to bear in mind if somebody is using AI technology to disrupt a traditional business as opposed to an AI firm that's operating in that AI stack. I mean, they're just serving very different roles in the economy. Both are good, but it's the diffusion is the first example that I used.
Terrific. Eric, are you go?
Yeah, it's a question about the ComScore, and maybe I missed it, but the adoption was, if they visited the website, and then there were adopters there after. But it seems like the power of the ComScore data, if you have this second by second, I think most people use, or a lot of people anyways, use ChatGPT through the website, and wouldn't that give you a very detailed information about extensive use? And people who use it for a while and then stop use it, I've seen some of the adoption surveys see falling usage by some people, or just level of intensity. And I don't know if you could do more with that, or if I missed a reason why you weren't.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think it's a very well taken point. We have the intensive margin-based measure of just, in a given quarter, how many seconds or what share of your browsing seconds did you spend on ChatGPT or OpenAI.com, but it's not something that we use to kind of extend any of the insights of our analyses. It was more just kind of as a robustness check for the endogenous variable. But I agree with your point.
You can say, I mean, honestly, that would have been the first thing I would have looked at. But what is there anything you can say about what that showed? I mean,
yeah, I mean, we find similar treatment effects essentially when we scale it by that alternative endogenous variable. But I think kind of to your, more to what you're asking, I think that, there's a lot more that we could push on in terms of things like, is there a generative AI divide when it comes to if you start using it, do you keep using it? Like, is the divide we see the extent?
John Hartley found some evidence in their survey that usage was going down. I don't know whether it was like a blip or noise or whether it was real. Did you see anything like that?
I honestly do not think that we have. No, so we see that the intensive margin is going.
Yours may end before. When does your data end? 2020?
So it's about to be extended up until the end of 2025, but currently it ends in December 24. Well, no, we haven't seen any evidence of a dip so far, but I think within person that could, it could be masking within person heterogeneity. So yeah, we should look at it.
Eric, that's great. Just to add to that, so we are also exploiting the substitution between computer versus mobile. Because when we talk to the OpenAI, I think there's an important fact. Folks are here. So there is a kind of massive rise of a mobile use at the end of our sample. I think it's June of 2025, I believe. So that's another thing I think you're mentioning we're really excited to look into. Yeah.
Okay, since we have about a minute left, I just want to ask if any of the paper authors have anything to say in reaction to Martin's excellent discussion.
just want to thank
Oh, yeah.
you. It was really nice, and you gave us some new ideas to exploit entrepreneurship. Yeah, that's cool.
Okay, we have a 15-minute break, a little more networking time, and then please be back here promptly at 4 o'clock, and we have an amazing panel. See you then.
I'm thinking for the panelists that we should just put them in the lab ones. Yeah.
Are you going to moderate from here or no? Okay. Can we fit 4, 5? 3 here, 2 there. I don't think I want to. this one's not working?
I think that one's working, but these are going.
Let me see if can I get one? I'd rather. Okay, folks, come on in. Let's grab your seats. We'll get started.
Like my seat's kind of high.
All right, folks, go ahead, grab your seats. Let's get started. Okay, so I'm delighted about this panel. We got the right people in the room on the panel here. As I said at the beginning when we opened the conference, AI raises all these measurement challenges, but it also creates all sorts of opportunities and solutions for these. And here are the people who are going to solve our problems. These 4 people have the data and have a way of us getting at some of the ways of answering some of the questions. So we'll talk about that. I'm also really looking forward to all your questions and comments. I hope you won't be as shy as you were during some of the earlier sessions to get involved. But let me just introduce the folks here, starting with Misha Fisher from the Zillow group, and then Karen Kimbrough from LinkedIn, Alex Richmond from OpenAI, and Maxim Maxikoff from Anthropic. So let me just dive in with the first question about new data sources. We'll kind of just run right down. Start with you, Misha, about what are some of the new data sources that are becoming available to measure AI adoption, AI impact use. And I could list a number of possibilities, but why don't you tell us from your perspective?
I think there's a bunch of new data sources. The challenge, though, is then deciding which are the best data sources. Because AI, by definition, is creating a lot of data for close to zero marginal cost, and so a lot of it's going to be noisy. So in my mind, if you're sort of thinking about real-time data, labor market data, platform data, what's the most useful, I tend to actually have a pretty strong answer, which is that I'm biased towards platform data.
Yeah.
Because when you're looking at the private sector use case, you don't have some of the normalization challenges that you've got with labor market data. You don't have some of the noisiness problems that you've got with the real-time indicator type data. And instead what you've got is existing companies that have mandates and a motive to make it work. And that's where you can really have a controlled environment to see what data is working. So in the case of Zillow specifically, we've had AI and ML deployed at scale for a long time. Right? I think this estimate's 20 years old. Right? We've had all of that infrastructure in place. We've got a lot of traffic. We've got a lot of search activity taking place. And so then when you introduce AI mode, which is something that we're right now there's a sort of a preview of it running, it allows you to get a much more fine-tuned understanding of what people are searching for and why they're searching for it, because it's so much more of an intuitive way of solving that matching problem that people have. And we can talk about matching a little bit later.
Yeah. Actually, it'll be a little bit more. Actually, it'd be great to know. Give me a concrete example of how AI mode changes things.
So a traditional way that you would search for something is you're going to go on the platform and you're going to look for the house. We're all guilty of late night Zillow searching. I've seen the traffic data. I know everybody here in the room does it. So you go in and you're looking for something, but instead you're dialing in parameters. You can instead say, hey, I'm thinking about moving, or I'm debating with my spouse a lifestyle choice. This is what I'm looking at. You can have that conversation with the tool. It can walk you through specifically the trade-offs in renting versus buying, what price cuts could be indicating on the series of properties that you're looking at, make the comparisons. It removes some of that friction in terms of booking tours. So it has a lot more capability into it, and you can have that relationship with it of giving it the why. And that why is very, very intriguing.
Are you also connecting it to outside data? So we saw a little earlier that map of the Bay Area and which areas had more restrictive housing rules. I don't know if you were here when that was presented. Yeah. So is that something you can kind of correlate with the housing prices and the purchases and sales? Have you done that?
I don't want to get myself in trouble with any of the product-related discussions, but we are very aware of some of the public policy things, and as a company have been weighing in on improving some of the zoning pieces. In terms of the product roadmap, right now there is functionality in terms of how affordable things are and where you could be searching around. The connection between those two doesn't exist yet, but in theory it could.
Great. Karen, why don't we hear from you? I mean, LinkedIn is like the ultimate data source for information about jobs and skills and what people are doing. Tell us about how we can learn more from it.
Sure, and thanks again for
Do
inviting me.
you have a mic? Yeah. Oh, yeah, you do.
I
Yeah, you
have
got.
a
Oh, yeah,
lovely- I'm
it's
like
very
you,
subtle.
man.
Well
Yeah.
done.
Okay. Not my first time. Yeah, so at LinkedIn, I think a little bit like what Mishka said, we have a lot of different kinds of data. The most obvious data is, of course, looking at just what jobs employers are posting. I mean, that is going to show you what they're looking to hire for. And even if it's the same title, you can see how the skills or the tasks that they want the candidates to perform is changing over time. And that gives you a little bit of a sense of the degree to which AI is starting to move into particular occupations or functions. So we can see the job posting data. We obviously can see what skills members, which of now there are more than 1 billion on the platform, tell us they have and what kinds of roles they're working in, and also the degree to which having AI skills, whether you claim you have them or we know for sure you have them, they allow you to move around the career ladder more easily. So there's a lot to tell us about like labor market frictions and mobility from that data. And then finally, maybe to your point as well, we have tools that let you kind of just put in like what kind of job you're looking for. Like, hey, I want a job where I can do fly fishing, and do this and that. And you can just put that in and it will suggest all kinds of roles. And so we're starting to be able to see the intent of job seeking in that kind of engagement on the platform as well. If I could, I'll just say one more thing that I think is really interesting. So there's a way to also look at the firm level using the data, and something that a really brilliant economist on my team has been doing, Mark Harpanelli, is looking at the degree to which you can understand the composition of talent in a firm. Like, how many recruiters do you need? How many marketers do you need? How many go-to-market specialists do you need? And we can say, well, if you're an AI-forward company that's explicitly building and using AI, are you organized differently? Do you have different percentages of types of talent relative to, say, a more traditional company? And of course, the zinger is, yes, you are. And you do have fewer recruiters and fewer marketers, and you have fewer customer sales associates, but you also have a lot more go-to-market folks. So we can kind of also look at organizational structure to some degree using the data.
I want to pick up on something you said near the beginning about how if all those skills seem like super useful, but we don't know I don't know how reliable they are. So tell us, how reliable are you? I think you said something intriguing, like whether you really have the skill or whether we know you have the skill. How do you know whether they really have the skill?
You're right. No, fair question. So I'm being a bit provocative when I said that. So we have this taxonomy at LinkedIn that we're really proud of. It's got over 41,000 skills, and we find it really helpful to understand how these skills ladder up into occupations. And one of the things, and there are crosswalks with ONET, of course, but one of the things that does happen is you can go on LinkedIn and fill in your profile, and I encourage you all to do that. But you can say what kind of skills you have. Now, I could go on and say I am an expert skier, and my kids would laugh and say, no, she's not. I do not endorse her. Or they could say they do endorse me. So one way to know whether or not you have a skill is if you've been endorsed by someone credible who's worked with you. Another is that if we can infer, of course, if you've worked as an economist at Stanford, teaching and leading a research,
then you don't know anything about economics.
Probably know just you know enough. Yeah. So we can infer, we can see endorsements, and most people don't have an incentive to lie too much on LinkedIn for that because it doesn't get you very far.
Do you also have some tests? I mean, for a
Yeah,
while,
absolutely.
yeah.
There's some credentialing and tests you can do, but obviously it's one thing to say that you're really capable in Python. It's another thing to say you're an amazing collaborator. So depending on the skills, and I mean, I'll just jump to a punchline right here. Is what we're finding is, as much as there's an enormous demand for AI skills from employers, there's also an increasing demand for those human skills because
that's really interesting.
Yeah, I mean, so I'm definitely one person who believes humans are going to still make it.
I guess that's a minority position. I don't know.
I think it is.
Okay, Alex, tell us about OpenAI and the data there.
Yes, absolutely, and thanks so much for having me. OpenAI released, the paper How People Use ChatGPT in the fall, then followed that up in February with the sort of first round of OpenAI signals, which is a commitment to sort of on a recurring basis, releasing usage statistics, ranks of usage by country and state, and breaking down usage in other ways. And we're continuing to work to expand the kinds of data we're releasing about use and diffusion. Actually, just yesterday, we released the first edition of what we're calling B2B signals, which is some data on how different firms are using our tools, which I think is really exciting. We released, for example, the difference in token intensity between frontier firms and median firms, and how firms in different sectors have different usage breakdowns.
That's amazing data. It's so useful. Ronnie presented some of it. We had Zoe Hitzig present a month or so ago here at our seminar. I'm so glad you're making that more available. The B2B stuff is new, though. Tell us what that is.
So yeah, the B2B stuff is brand new, and it's our commitment to increasing to sort of expand our understanding of all these different types of usage. The previous OpenAI signals data had focused more on consumer chat, and in some ways it's logistically easier for us to examine consumer chat, which is why our initial efforts were focused there. But we know that enterprise usage is an increasingly important part of AI usage, especially for how AI will affect work in the labor market. And so we're committed to trying to responsibly communicate what we can about how firms are using data as well. There are really interesting breakdowns. I think the token intensity, for example, is really, really interesting. Like frontier firms, which we call the 95th percentile token consumption firms, are using just way more than even the median firm. The codex usage
is it like 5x?
I think it's
10x?
I think it's roughly 6x. And then I know in particular for codex usage, the frontier codex firm is using or has codex messages at 16x the rate of the median firm.
Wow. Well, I heard that Mark Zuckerberg was providing rewards to people who would use more tokens. So you must have been very happy when you saw that memo go out.
I thought that was very interesting. Yeah.
Maxim, I should give you guys credit because I'm delighted what OpenAI is doing, but you did it first.
Yep.
You kind of led the way with providing information about the prompts and how people were using that and mapping it to ONET and the type of super useful stuff. So tell us where you are with that, and are you keeping up with OpenAI, or did they leapfrog you?
So we've been putting out the Anthropic Economic Index for more than a year now, and what we're trying to do with these reports is to sample millions of Claude transcripts and describe the work that's being done. As Eric said, we map these to ONET tasks, which in turn map to jobs, and I think our initial goal here was to think about this as a way to just kind of get the word out about what are people trying with AI. I think a lot about an analogy with Waymos. So right now, if you're a professional driver, you can see Waymos going around in San Francisco and Phoenix, and you know that changes are coming for that line of work, but maybe not yet, because there's still not too many Waymos. And what we want to do with the economic index is, as soon as we see our little Waymo complete a test drive in a parking lot, just to open source that fact. So we present everything in an aggregated, anonymized way. There always has to be a bunch of pockets of activity where they're trying the same thing. But we think this is just a really big part of our mission to try and inform the public about these changes. We love the work that Alex's team is putting out as well. What we've been looking at more recently is attributes of the user too. So in a recent economic index report, we looked at learning curves. So if people have been using AI for longer, what's different about their prompts? Are their prompts more complex? Are they more likely to have a successful interaction with Claude? What else are they doing differently?
Well, one of the interesting things is the lag between that demonstration. Waymo is an interesting analogy. We had Sebastian Thrun come to my class on Tuesday, who made the first self-driving car in 2005. Or I see Tom Mitchell here. There were some at Carnegie Mellon, I think even before that. And then I rode in a Google car in 2012. And so you're saying there's a few going around in 2026, but it seems like there's a pretty long lag between when you can demo that a capability can be done in the lab. it seems like it's faster. We saw a chart earlier about how the adoption times are coming much faster for different technologies. Well, first for Maxim, tell us a little bit about, are you seeing like a shortening of time? You guys apparently are creating a lot of the code inside of Anthropic with Claude.
Yeah. So I think that gets at a really key question for anyone, which is, let's say you see AI doing a certain task. So what? What does it mean?
Right. In your index, it's like if just one or just like a very small number of people do the task at all, it gets counted as being done. But as we just heard from Alex, like there's some people are way ahead of other people, right?
Yeah, exactly. So so there's different things that you can capture, and what we focus on when we're thinking about like jobs that might change a lot soon is usually just does this task seem like performant with AI today? Mm-hmm. And we don't really think about whether it's only like 1% of businesses or 50% who are like putting that kind of workflow into production. But that's also just going to be really important for understanding how this unfolds.
For both of you two, so it's great. Is there a plan to pool your efforts or coordinate? There's at least one other big, a couple of other big AI firms out there, and it seems like selfishly for the folks in this room, having some kind of coordinated, aggregated, anonymized data that wouldn't like give away any trade secrets or PII or anything would be incredibly valuable, and maybe wouldn't be that much work for you guys. So how close are we to having something like that happen?
Sounds like a plea.
And this is a binding commitment from them, right?
Yes. We're going to get the lawyers here.
There's an existing World Bank technical working group focused on this
Tell
effort.
us about that.
So I need to, I have to be very careful to, the thing we really want to do as part of the technical working group is respect everyone's sort of privacy and competitive sensitivity as we work together to figure out what the solutions are. But Maxim and I see each other virtually on a semi-regular basis as part of this, and we're working to figure out ways in which we can encrypt and anonymize and aggregate all kinds of usage data.
You want to say anything on that?
Yeah, just very excited about that. Obviously, it would be great to just kind of combine all.
So the World Bank, I know, is kind of trying to get you guys all to,
Yes.
So that's coming. Huh?
They've been a really encouraging partner in this. I hesitate to put a timeline on things, but it is very much in the works.
Sounds good. Well, the next thing would be to combine it with other non-AI, what is it doing to jobs?
Yeah,
so
we're
ONET
there.
is a natural.
We're
yeah.
already there.
Okay,
Tell
tell us about
convened
that.
all of us. No, keep going.
Oh, no. Yeah. Tell us about so mapping. I mean, obviously, ONET is one way to connect it to jobs and LinkedIn.
Yeah. So there's lots of different ways I think that the data could really be. I mean, in some phenomenal utopia.
Yeah.
You have the LinkedIn identity, which is verified, so I know you are Eric. You're not pretending to be Eric sitting in another country, because that does happen.
Okay.
So we have verified identity, so we know who you are, what you did, and then we know what tasks we'd expect you to do, and then we see how you're using these tools. And so
that's why people are so much nicer in the LinkedIn chats than they are on some of the other
They
platforms.
behave pretty well. It's one of the nicer platforms, I think, for that. Yeah, so I think mixing, combining the identity and the known occupation with expected tasks that you'd assign to that, along with actual usage, is kind of the right way to go. And I know we're at the same table with them in this World Bank.
Yeah, absolutely. I should have acknowledged that. And the thing undergirding this is the task occupation linkage, which I think is a part of ONET infrastructure that has becoming a critical part of how we translate AI usage into labor market impacts. And it's an incredible, phenomenal feat of effort that it exists, but it's not clear that it is exactly the right infrastructure for this purpose.
Yeah, it feels sometimes a little out of date, I would say, compared to our own taxonomy of skills and occupations, which we don't really share. But we look at theirs and we're like, it doesn't have all these roles that we see on our platform. So I do think there's a gap there.
You guys, there's some work at updating ONET 2.0, whatever.
Correct.
I see Andy in the back of the room there, and others here at Stanford are working on ways of updating.
And that would be ideal, right? Because what you really want is a public source ONET that is that we can all use.
And you want some way to measure how AI is helping people do tasks that may be outside their occupation or outside the traditional bounds of their occupation.
Well, that's a good point. Yeah, I mean, so much of it is on that extensive margin of new things that you never did before. And yeah, any fixed taxonomy is going to have a hard time capturing
Correct.
that. Yeah. In terms of, let's talk a little bit about some of the implications for the rest of the economy. So measuring AI use and what's happening, but how is it changing jobs, wages, real estate prices? I mean, one thing, when you look around like the Bay Area, it seems like a lot of this innovation, some of it's captured in wages and employment, some of it's captured in stock prices, a lot of it's captured in stock prices. Some of it seems to be captured in real estate prices as well. And so, yeah, actually, maybe you can say a little bit about that in terms of, do you see like one of the effects on rent and real estate prices?
Yeah, the effects in rent and real estate prices both are very clear. You see that right up the stretch of highway we're just sitting off of. You see that effect very clearly. So that's a quick yes. I think on the issue of measurement though and on value, there's another interesting question which I don't know that I've got a good answer to, but it's probably downstream of some of the existing literature about how you measure the value of digital services, which is that if you have a search product, which obviously it's kind of what our business is, but if you've got a search product and you make search better, but both are free to consumers, how are you measuring that? Yeah. And it's not entirely clear because it's definitely a better search experience and it's more effective and it has downstream consequences for the quality of the funnel that people on the supply side are getting, but it's not actually clear how that's being measured. And at the same time, there's another question, which is, as I think several of us, lead teams of people who use these tools every day for work. How do you make sure that they are actually doing more things of value and not just, is it the task being expanded, or is there actually value on the other side of the task that's being built out for the company? And that's also a missing piece on the value. So I know I hijacked the real estate question because that's
no. Actually, I want to continue on the value part. I mean, so you have to face this question for real, not hypothetically. What do you do to try to measure the value of of that people are getting from searches? And when you try to improve the quality of your tools, what are the mechanisms you use to assess whether or not you're improving the experience for the consumers or making it more valuable?
I think the quick answer is we're still figuring it out. The long answer is you don't entirely know because when you're putting out research, on the company level, right? We all work with an audience of policymakers, reporters, researchers. That size of that community is not expanding. So if we increase our output, just by default, it's not like that's necessarily creating value. So you want to make sure that it's better output or produces more inflection points in terms of decision making.
I mean, do you look at the number of transactions or the time to complete a transaction, or I don't know whether more search or less search would be a positive thing, come to think of it, which way the sign should go.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're still figuring it out, so despite the promises of solutions. I don't know if you've got a view from the LinkedIn side.
Yeah, I mean, I think we are kind of keen to see more search because I think there's sort of a sense on our platform, there's a sense that there's a lot of opportunity there. So are you talking about the member search, or are you talking more about
Yeah, just in terms of the effectiveness, right? Because obviously,
well, I mean, you want better matching, of course, but
yeah. So do you have a way of measuring better matches? I mean, if somebody has to search, for 3 months and thousands of searches on LinkedIn to get a job, that's not necessarily
that is not better experience for anybody,
that's not a better
right?
experience.
Yeah.
On the other hand, if they're spending more time there, maybe, I don't know, on the social network part of it, that seems like something you're trying to encourage.
Yeah, I mean, what you don't want is a frustrating experience where people are applying for jobs they're not eligible for, or recruiters are inundated with too many, and then they close the position after a day. I think you guys have all seen that, where you look at a role and it's closed the next day because they had 500 applications. And so I think what we want is better, faster matches, but people actually know what they're looking for, because the great mystery of the labor market is nobody exactly knows what job they want. They know what they like to do, and sometimes you know what job you want, but sometimes you don't even know what's out there. So that's where the sort of unstructured search. That's why I said I think sometimes it's better when people are able to search a little bit more.
Do you have ex post metrics of like that this 1 month later, 1 year later, this turned out to be a good search or a good match, and on the other hand, on the surface it looked like a good match, but now we're realizing that actually it wasn't a good match?
We do have metrics on the quality of the match, speed. We're working on time to hire, both for the employer's experience and the employee or worker experience. So we have all of those metrics, but I think what we find is, AI definitely can kind of speed all that up. And I know there was a paper this morning talking about recruiting experiences using AI, and that was super interesting. But at the same time, I think what LinkedIn is trying to do with all the data they have is kind of almost open up the world for job seekers to see the range of potential options they have, because a lot of people just don't know all their options. They think, well, I'm in accounting, I got to stay in accounting, but maybe you've got the skills that are perfect for some new job that you've never heard of. And so there's a sense that like wanting AI to be able to open up your realm of possibilities, and that's why I meant it's great to see more searching.
Well, one of the things we're using here at the lab, and we're going to talk a lot more about it actually at a workshop tomorrow, is asking people to assess the consumer value, like using these online choice experiments, offering to pay people to stop using ChatGPT or Claude or any sort of tool, and you find that there's like a downward sloping demand curve that if you offer a lot, people will be willing to give it up, but if you offer just a little, most people say no, I don't want that, and from that you can back out how much consumer surplus. And
what the value is,
what the value is, and so that's something
to pay.
we're seeing more. I think it's we've done it for the LLM, the chatbot tools, and what's the exact number? It's like 107. 125
all Gen AI.
Per month is the value. Yeah, so that's a fair, and obviously a lot more than what you charge, but that reflects your competition and things that, so that's kind of an interesting. I suspect as we do more and more of that, because like you said, this is free, and you're still getting value from it. So there's a lot more you can do with that.
Yeah, this gets at a kind of a bigger question that I think maybe a lot of researchers here are grappling with is we've been seeing capabilities advance a lot as measured by like evals.
Yeah.
Like all of the AI models getting like really good at these long-running coding tasks. But to some extent, the economic impact is the eval, and we sort of look at these eval results as like a window into what the economic impact will be, and so now it's sort of time to turn to the real world and start to kind of.
There's a huge gap. I mean, this may be like the biggest gap I've ever seen, where like the capability overhang is so far ahead of what we're seeing. Like the official productivity statistics, they're barely budging. Maybe if you really squint, last year I think it was 2.2% productivity growth. Nothing like blowing things away. It was a bit higher than was the previous years. Probably too early to say much there. You hear lots of news reports of businesses saying they're kind of disappointed, that they don't see as much value. A lot of projects are failing. The employment stuff, it's not that much at the aggregate level yet. There may be certain canaries in the coal mine of things that are happening a little bit early, but it does seem like that the overall economy is not changing nearly as dramatically as the capabilities are. So how can we start? Well, a couple things. Is that a fair assessment? And secondly, are there things we could do to measure things differently or better, or should we just wait? How can we start seeing where the effects are? Who wants to take that?
Can I start?
Yeah, please.
Maybe just by admiring the problem. I'm not sure I'm answering it.
Admiring the problem? Okay.
It's always fun to do.
That's a good way. That's a good attitude. I like that.
It's a good start. It's not sufficient. One, working in a tech company, but also just talking to a lot of people who run tech companies, they are in that pilot purgatory. Yes. Where they've run a whole bunch of pilots and they're not seeing the return. Everybody loves the tools, but they're not seeing at scale this big return that they can take to the board and say,
I hear that phrase, pilot purgatory.
Yeah, it's great, right? So one of the hurdles it's partly getting people used to using the tool and adopting it and figuring out good applications for it, but it's also partly figuring out how to use it safely within your own company. It forces a lot of redrawing of processes, and it's taking time. And the larger the company, the more hurdles there are to get it going at scale.
Some of that organizational capital that Carlo was talking about.
100% think that's why we haven't seen more product. It's my own personal view, but I think
these
that's why we
bottlenecks,
Yeah, or just the frictions that happen with trying to get AI working at scale across multiple teams. What is your source of truth? Do we all have the same agents? Are the agents laddering up to do the same thing and tell a consistent story, or is one team's agent doing something slightly different than another's? And so I think there's a lot of nesting that needs to happen.
Misha?
I think there was a paper earlier talking about new business starts. That's actually what I tend to be biased towards because, you know, I think about the, not Zillow writ large with its products, but just the economic research team and how we produce things, right? Our production function is limited because we got a finite number of people who can go and do media. We got a finite number of readers for the research. So we can maybe get that out faster, but it's harder to say, you know, it's not like there's an infinite room of eyeballs to expand into in terms of research insights. So it's just about streamlining it, make it easier. So if you think that businesses are running into that with their internal production functions across the board, which is, well, we still have go-to-market issues, we still have other things. Most product features, anybody who's worked on a product technology team in a company, you A/B test because most things fail. So maybe you can get to failure faster, maybe, but even then you've got a sample size with your testing. So if you're running into that problem, then you say, okay, well, where else could it appear? And that's going to be, if you're bringing down the marginal cost of human labor, then you should see new businesses spin up for things that weren't traditionally profitable to do, but now are. So that's the number one signal that I have sort of been looking at. I love that paper earlier.
Javon's paradox in the sense that, yeah, so you're bringing down the cost of the existing things, but the interesting thing is the new things, the demand expansion or the new products and services.
Yeah, exactly. I think Javon's paradox is perfect.
And I guess new startup. And there does seem to be evidence of that happening, yeah.
Can I jump in, and then I promise I'll pass it over to you. So one of the interesting things we've seen on our data is exactly this proliferation of both founders, which is a very hot topic, but like in some cases, you know, a 50% to 70% increase year over year in the number of members on the platform in a particular country who are now calling themselves founders. They may have other titles, but they're adding founder to their title. Partly that must be like window dressing and very fashionable to be a founder, but there must be some element of AI.
Do you have a way of distinguishing how much of it is fashion versus?
No, I'm being very frank. I mean, no, it's just also like it's people can call themselves whatever they want, but there is a huge growth in founders, and also just what we can see is a really rapid growth in like just entrepreneurship in general on the platform, which I think speaks to what we talked about.
Some people attribute it to COVID, but you know, it's got legs, right?
Yeah, I think it's got legs. It's continuing, and we're seeing it have smaller and smaller, you know, company sizes, firm sizes. Like it's 2 people instead of 4.
Here's a couple of startups on the panel here.
Small startups.
Tell us what's life like in one of these young startups that's just 5 or 10 years old.
Yeah, just life in a small startup. To think more about the aggregate statistics and measuring what's happening in the data, I'm definitely of the opinion, Karen, as well, that diffusion takes time and things are sticky and slow. But in the US in particular, not to harp on this point from earlier, but we have particularly poor infrastructure for measuring employment changes at the occupation level and sometimes even at the industry level, which is sort of a broader part of the aggregate national data infrastructure. And being able to measure these kinds of potentially AI-related changes with more precision would require lots more infrastructure than trying to sort of elicit what changes might be from using private sources, which are in some cases the best we have, like ADP, Eric's work, or like trying to use the occupations in the CPS to tease out these things is really, really difficult.
Let me just, before you answer, Max, I'm going to open up the questions. So if you just want to line up to this microphone over here, that'll be great, and then we'll get you into the conversation as well. But go ahead, Max.
Yeah, first, second Alex's point, there's in every state, I think when you apply to get unemployment insurance, you have to write down what your occupation is. And right now, that information isn't really open sourced. But certainly if there's going to be like a really big labor market transformation that happens really fast, that would be one of the first places to look is who is actually applying for UI. And
tell me more. That data is not publicly available. You're right. That sounds like a gold mine.
Yeah, like the Department of Labor aggregates it and then just uses these much coarser occupational categories. So it's like one little data tweak.
Is that to protect privacy, or is it just bureaucracy, or I don't know? Does somebody here know what the reason is?
Yeah, I'm not.
What's that?
It's the states own that.
The state. Go ahead. Do you have a mic there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, and there are people who are trying to get more out of those data sets. Will Raderman and Bill Congdon at Urban. And I think there is a lot that can be done with them, but I don't know the exact question whether it's privacy or not, but I know that just the federal government even using it requires agreements with the states. So
Interesting.
And
yeah, is there a mic? Here comes. Sorry, we're going to try and keep it for the people online.
I'll be brief. So are you talking about the BOS, OEWS data? Because I used that data many times in...
Well, the unemployment in particular.
It's from the unemployment insurance. So it's kind of in terms of the true source, I think it's a little bit identical, but they actually improved it to include all employees' occupation rather than only those who apply for unemployment insurance. To get that data, you need to work with the bureaucracy, as you mentioned. They're going to give you a lab like the census, and then you could do something about it.
So if you have like special sworn status, you can access it, but it's not federal.
No, that's different way. The application procedure is very similar, but two different tracks.
Okay.
I think, you know.
Okay. Well, here we go.
Yeah, so
the expert.
So John was right about the UI data being owned by the states. There is a big effort underway, something called the JetX project, that the Chamber of Commerce Foundation has been pushing on to try to standardize how employers keep track of their employment information and how it's recorded, and then to get that into the state UI wage records and make that more accessible. So it would be great if people could get behind that and sort of, if you have the opportunity, say this really would be useful.
Somewhere, a letter?
About it on LinkedIn.
Yeah.
I was going to say...
The OEWS data are from a completely different source. They're from an employer survey. So they are collecting over a 3-year period information on the occupational mix at firms, but it's just a sample.
And one thing about LinkedIn, I think people, when they get a new job, they tend to put it there, but they don't necessarily put it when they
Correct.
lose a job.
There's not a lot of incentive to go on and be like, hey, I got laid off.
I just got fired. Yeah.
Yeah. So we have a pretty good read. If you think about separations, we have a pretty good read on quits, like voluntary quits, but the involuntary ones are a little harder to pick up.
ADP, we've been using it. That's been helpful as another private source. Go ahead.
Don't be afraid about reaching out to the state unemployment insurance agencies either. So several roles ago, I was the state of Illinois chief economist overseeing, among other agencies, the Department of Employment Security, which processes unemployment insurance claims. And actually Steve Davis, who's here at Stanford, and some researchers from the Fed reached out and said, hey, we want to do an experiment and ask people these things. And we got the department to work with them, and they were able to generate a paper off of it. So you can, you can just reach out to people and try your luck.
Okay, something to do. Kristina.
No, this is great. Very exciting. So I have something I want you to track. One of the leading barriers to AI adoption that we saw in the MOP survey was a lack of use case. There was just this gap between what the technology could do and how firms could put it to work. And Hunjin Kim at INSEAD has this nice new paper where she set up an entire accelerator so she could run a field experiment to try to provoke AI adoption. And what she finds is that if you solve this use case problem, if you solve what she calls the mapping problem, and you give firms examples of how to use AI, it accelerates their adoption. What you're talking about is when you release the use cases, you might see an effect in the prompts that follow. If you could identify almost like a causal effect of putting a use case out into the world, do you see an uptake? And are we solving this co-invention problem by showing people how to use the technology, and whether that has a meaningful impact on the rate or direction of uptake of the tech? So if you want to add that to your to-do list, that would make me very happy.
Very cool. Consider this my verbal pre-registration of that idea.
Great idea.
Hi, thank you for a fascinating panel. So one of the main questions now in the world is which jobs are going to decline in number because of AI. Everyone is asking it, students, workers, employers, everyone. And there are more and more related measures every month, I think. So what would your recommendation, if someone would you combine a few? Are there some strengths and weaknesses in different? How would you answer this question?
I think there's one easy answer, which is although there's like a really big menu of exposure measures, they all tend to be really correlated. And so usually if you have a particular result, it doesn't depend too much on how exactly you're going to measure exposure. And it's a bummer that they're different, but I think that reflects just how much uncertainty there is in just trying to measure how exposed these jobs are. One example that comes up again and again is computer programming. So a lot of people are kind of debating the fates of software engineers right now. And I've been talking to some engineering leaders who run like 100-person teams in this space. And in the same week, one person told me like it's hard for me to justify hiring junior engineers today. And then somebody else who is managing a similarly sized team said, all of my junior engineers are lapping the senior engineers because they just embrace the technology. And so just hearing those two stories just kind of solidified like how puzzling it is right now.
We put out a brief discussion of this a couple of weeks ago, and yeah, it's definitely reassuring that most of the AI exposure measures are correlated. You could imagine, like, if you think of the top quintile of occupations that are the most exposed, that if you saw half of them grow and half of them shrink, and then you took the average, you could come up with a misleading aggregate answer. And so I don't think this question is fully solved yet, but to the extent that you can disaggregate by occupation and think about where AI is likely to be more successful in fully automating, or it leaves the sort of remaining tasks are more or less weakly bundled, you might be able to better understand the sort of differing trends in different occupations. But even within occupations, it's, to Maxim's great point, not clear.
I want to follow up on that exposure. So, well, there's people who debate about how correlated they are with each other recently, but perhaps more importantly, going forward, I mean, the technology is evolving very rapidly. Do you think the same kinds of tasks are going to be exposed in like 3 or 5 years as are now? Like, to take an extreme case, physical robotics is very different, and I don't know how many years off that's going to be more widespread effective. But even right now, agentic AI, what's your sense as to whether or not like this year's exposure measures are a good predictor of the jobs that will be affected in 3 years?
Yeah, that's a great question. That's part of why we're sort of in such a rush to open source the tasks that we're seeing being tried out today. Is it doesn't mean that they necessarily work, but it means they're probably going to work soon by the fact that there's this critical mass of users who are doing it.
Yeah.
But yeah, certainly just with like the advent of like Claude Code and Codex and like agentic coding systems, you see these like very, very long running tasks, and even from like a measurement perspective, it's hard to know what the right unit of work is in that interaction, like how you should sample from the traffic that you see coming across like our product surfaces. So it's going to be a moving target, and certainly right now we're not capturing anything about robotics, and you'll hear a lot of really optimistic takes about the pace of robotics, like once AI figures a lot of that stuff out.
Could I just hop in real quick to the question that you posed? And one of the things that we were trying to look at as well is the degree to which the demand for labor is shifting by the way employers post for jobs. It's arguably not complete, because if you have overhired a bunch of software engineers in the previous 4 years, you may not hire a bunch now, but it doesn't mean that that job is totally going away. So we did look also at which occupations we think are the most exposed by skills in our case, and it was really hard so far to make a case that there's any one particular occupation that's completely disappearing. And believe me, we've looked. We do see, like, I'll just put in these terms, hiring for certain what we would consider really exposed occupations is down, but so is hiring for many insulated occupations. So hiring down for everything is really hard then to pick out and say, oh yeah, aha. We suspect it's in communications, media, customer support, recruiting, HR, but it's also down everywhere. So
it's great
really
to have
hard.
this, as real-time data as possible, because whether you can like make predictions, that's hard, but sense and respond as quickly as possible. And the more we could do to create a data infrastructure where we're, like you're doing, to very rapidly show what's actually happening, this past month, and then people can update based on that.
Yeah, I mean, we can see it, but the trick is like hiring for all recruiters down, or is it only hiring for senior recruiters or junior recruiters? And that's where the
the more sort of fine-grained and granular and in real time, the better. Yeah. Go ahead.
One sort of final thing to layer on top of that. Obviously, there's a lot of uncertainty. They did a good job quantifying that. There's several instructors and teachers and professors in this room. As one who plays one part-time at Northwestern, it's really sad to see young people so discouraged. It's a real tragedy. And I think people should be really responsible about their rhetoric too, in terms of not discouraging young people. It's important that people feel motivated and excited about learning. And we don't know what's going to happen. I'm willing to stake that human desire is unlimited, and we will find new ways to employ people if indeed some tasks truly are 100% automated. And it's sort of a separate plea from the quantitative technical one, but just as a community, it's important that we remember that what it's like to be motivated and 20 years old, and how sad it is to discourage that.
Yeah, no, I would double down on that. I mean, you guys have probably seen that the national statistics that AI is extremely unpopular. Somewhere below ICE in terms of popularity. So hard to be that unpopular. And a lot of it's because people are so worried about all the negatives. And just a small anecdote on that. There was a student who came to my class for office hours about 3 weeks ago. And she was like almost in tears. She was saying, look, I'm a graduating senior from Stanford, computer science, don't have a job. A lot of my classmates don't. Like, are we a doomed generation? What should we do? And I was talking about this. I said, well, in class, we're talking about all these new, opportunities. Our class is all about using like vibe coding to create new tools and so forth. And then she confessed that actually she wasn't in my class. She was just coming to class office hours. I don't know. But so I gave her points for chutzpah. But what I tried to convey is that there's just as there's parts of the demand curve or demand that's falling, there's all these other new kinds of opportunities, and you want to try to identify those. And it's sad that a Stanford student feels like they're in the shrinking part and not in the growing part, and that's not where you want people to be focusing.
So to that point, there's we just updated our data, but there's some 1.9 million new jobs on the platform. They're not necessarily entry level, but that are related just to AI. So if you just look for like AI, so we are seeing new jobs getting created by AI. And then if we think about entry level,
how do you define? Because there's certainly like jobs at whatever OpenAI.
Super
and Anthropic.
Simplistically, if you have AI in the title of the role. So we were super cherry picking here. And there's arguably a better way to look.
That's a lot. You say how many?
1.9 million, but there's like 14 million. I mean, there's a lot of jobs on platform.
Okay.
But for entry level, I just want to say like there's a sort of a vibe going out right now that actually that whole entry level story is turning a bit. And a lot of employers held back on putting out entry-level jobs and delayed it to try to figure out what they want these people to do because jobs are being redefined more so than like jobs going away or jobs being created. It's the composition of tasks that you want someone to do that's changing. And what I'll say I think is that it took employers a beat to figure out what they wanted these entry-level kids to do, but they're now starting to put jobs out again.
Well,
so
the interesting thing is not just like creating AI, which is great, but also using AI in all the other 95% or whatever of the economy. So I don't know whether you're whether AI in the title would capture that. Maybe it would or maybe it wouldn't. People who are using AI to do marketing. Or,
it doesn't, for example. Yeah. But what I'm saying is, and I'm sort of mixed 2 points, is that we're starting to see entry-level jobs on the platform. They're
ultimately
out there.
that's probably the big. Not everyone's going to work at
Correct.
a frontier lab. I don't think. I don't know the way the trends are going. I think if you extrapolate a little further.
Are you hiring? You should put that on LinkedIn.
Let's get some more. Martin.
It's a question for Karen. You mentioned something sort of quickly, but I wanted you to talk a bit more about it. Okay. So you made a comment about how I don't know if you're trying to help firms or just in general thinking about their organizational structure, in particular in say like the shares of jobs or the proportions of jobs or skills that that they need. And I thought that was really interesting because, again, it's my work, this question of why is it that the firms, they start kind of small and then they take so long to grow? Like, what is it that they're learning? Why is it that they can just jump to be productive and they can learn from the guys that were there already? So I was wondering if you've done some experiments or anything where you've seen this sort of diffusion of knowledge about like how to organize your own organization from the newcomers. This is kind of like a service that you could provide for the newcomers to the platform on what is it that the other guys are doing.
I totally understand.
Yeah.
No, it's a great idea. We have not done that,
Okay.
but it's a really good idea. The work I was citing was more related to just trying to understand if you were an existing company and you wanted to suddenly be like OpenAI or Anthropic or any other sort of hot AI startup. How would you structure yourself? How much would you have in HR versus recruiting? But your point's really interesting. We haven't done that.
But when you say growing, you're talking about more people in the firm, right? I mean,
You're talking about growing or
to be provocative, I mean, the opposite, people are talking about, the one-person unicorn. Maybe how can you grow the firm, scale without mass by having, $1 billion in sales without hiring
with just
lots
agents
of people.
and,
Hiring a million agents, AI agents that do it. So we may be seeing, a different kind of economy. That would be
interesting.
Pretty interesting as well. Yeah.
No, but I was just thinking because like I cannot think of another data set nor a platform where the two sides are there at this scale where that learning could happen. I think the way that this happens is just by a manager moving from one company to another one or getting a spin-off to do their own startup. Very slow. But now like we have this platform where people are coming in to.
Yeah, and I mean I didn't mention it, but there's a lot of network data as well. Just.
What do you mean network data?
Basically, who knows who?
Oh, that
so
kind of.
So you are in my network.
No, I know.
So,
I wrote a paper with your network data, so I know what you mean.
That's what I mean. Yeah.
Okay.
You got network experts here.
The strength
more than I
of
know.
weak ties, the causal evidence.
Correct. Fascinating paper. So I think the idea of the dissemination of learning, whether that is sped up by people who know each other or suddenly join each other's networks, or whether, to your point, AI lets you leapfrog all of that in your.
Maybe for some, yeah.
I think it depends. I think we don't know.
Things are changing pretty fast. Let's get another question.
Hi, this is for Alex and Maxim. We've seen a lot of analyses of chat on different platforms, and I'm interested in data that you have that we don't about API usage and how that might differ from how people are using LLMs as conversational assistants.
Yeah. Great question.
It seems like the way in which API usage is productive is very different from the way in which chat usage is productive. I've seen in some of the economic index work separated analyses of API usage versus Claude.ai usage, but it seems like it's been sort of analyzed in the same way, like under the same hierarchy, and it feels like the tasks that people might be using on the API side might look very different. So I'm wondering if you've thought more about this, or if you're planning to do more API analyses.
We certainly have been thinking about it. It's interesting, and especially in conjunction with the changing composition of usage between agentic tools and the chat window and the API as well, how that might all evolve. I can't say anything about specifics, but it's definitely something we're thinking about. And if you have ideas, I'm open to.
Can you say? I mean, is API growing faster than chat? Come on. Okay. Can you say?
Things are going well.
There's your answer.
So it's a great point about the API product services. So just to make it clear to the room, some people use Claude.ai by typing into their browser, and there's a chat window, and they type, and then they maybe they copy and paste their response somewhere else. And with the API, that's businesses kind of hooking Claude up to their website, to whatever their production workflow is. And we tend to see the API patterns as more serious evidence of automation. So if somebody is using Claude.ai to write an email, it seems like that's not really going to can happen at a mass production scale. It's just one person writing one email. But if we see all these, which is one thing that we recently documented, all this B2B correspondence happening in our API traffic, that seems like it could kind of more significantly affect the chunk of tasks in a job. So when we think about job exposure, we actually weight the API tasks a little bit more than something that we see in Claude.ai, specifically because it's like it's so easy to scale that kind of like API type automation with like way fewer like humans in the loop. But yeah, you also mentioned that we kind of use a similar task framework for both of them, and yeah, it's certainly CourseNet I think does still capture the work that's happening, but yeah, maybe we should like dig into like an API specific framework for that.
Okay, great. Catherine.
I just want to come back to some of the conversation we started to have about all of this wealth of data that your companies and other companies have. You know, from my point of view, I come out of a background where I've spent a lot of time at the statistical agencies, and it seems to me that it's really important to have a national source of data that are the official statistics that are representative of the whole population. But it's also clear, I think, that in a lot of cases, the official statistics maybe have fallen behind. They're not providing the information that people need. We talked a lot earlier about, you know, the occupations not being right and so on. So I guess my question is, do any of you have thoughts or insights about how collaboration between the official statistics who produce information that everyone is relying on and your companies could be fostered and encouraged? Because I think that could lead us to a world that's better for everybody.
Go ahead, Misha.
I was going to say, I mean, I think the quick answer is there's probably not a perfect solution to it, because even official statistics can go away, right? I mean, series get started and ended, and survey quality degrades, and you know, all those things happen. So I think that the answer is then, you know, take a lesson from finance and diversify and have that. And that's something that Zillow's done for a very long time. You can go on Fred and pull up some of our data series, and we recently relaunched Z-Tracks, which is our researchers thing. We'll do a public webinar for that for researchers who want to engage with it. But you know, obviously we've got one view of the housing market, but there are lots of them out there, and I think the answer has to be diversification. You have to have overlapping series for any given thing that you care about, and that way when one goes away or a new one comes in, you can normalize and reconcile.
Alex?
I was just going to say, you know, in this era of trying to link, to finish the conversation we were talking about earlier, AI usage to occupations and tasks, and LinkedIn data to official statistics on occupations, you know, the official terms we use for occupation or the ONET task taxonomy don't quite look like the things that we're trying to map them to, like AI usage, or for example, it's quite difficult to accurately map job titles to occupations. So how could we also rethink how we measure these public variables to make them more actionable and, you know, directly observable in job ads data or in AI usage or even web search usage? I think is something we should spend more time thinking about. How do these taxonomy layers map to the usage layers?
Do you want to add that?
Yeah, and there's just to get like really micro, like there's so much that's sort of on our wish list of, you know, government surveys that are super cool, and then maybe we could add a question here or there that would kind of help contextualize the current time a little bit more. So for example, in the American Time Use Survey, which is just like an incredibly valuable source, we ask people about the time they spent at work, and right now it just says that they're at work, but
that was a conscious decision when it was designed, but might not have been the right one.
Yeah. So it's I guess it makes it a lengthier survey, but you know, something about AI use, just kind of, if we could sneak that into the ATUS, that would be I think like really powerful.
Be amazing. And one thing, I've been on a number of these discussions over the past couple of years, and one thing I've said, all the other ones I haven't said here yet, is that these kinds of data are very much complements, not substitutes, and it's amazing to have sort of very fine-grained, real-time data, but also having worked with many of your data sets, I mean, they're very non-representative and quirky, and sometimes they disappear and come back, as Catherine was saying. And the government data is, you know, you need something like that to calibrate it, and ultimately the two are much more valuable together than they are independently. So I think that's an important factor, because there are occasionally people say, oh, why don't we just substitute? And that's people who haven't really worked with the data and realized that they need to be used together. So we're almost out of time, but I want to give you each a chance to just very briefly make one recommendation about what sort of some of the important next steps we should focus on to improve economic measurement in the age of AI. But since we're low on time, you have to be pretty quick with your recommendation. Maybe why don't we start with you, Misha?
One quick recommendation, be really focused on the human time to additional value ratio. Because if you're using it a lot, but not actually adding value, there's definitely some of that going on. And if you're using it very selectively and creating a ton of value, there's probably some of that going on too. And I don't know that I've yet seen that framework to really distinguish those.
And
those
don't worry
facts.
too much about the tokens.
Yeah, don't worry about, well, now they can say that. Yeah.
I would say, I think, please don't get so obsessed with AI that we forget that it's actually humans that do work. So I think that it's the human skills that are actually going to make people differentiated. We were talking before we got started just about, like, you know, what would you tell your kids what should they study? And we can talk about that at whatever, drinks after, but it definitely is the human skills that are going to make a difference in the long run.
And you have some data. Is that published somewhere that we can reference?
We do. We have a lot of data on the demand for human skills and the rise of the importance of them.
Fascinating.
So, yeah.
That was going to be really brief. Expand the sample size of the CPS.
Yes, I'll get behind that.
Tell me what else you want to see in the reports. We're always trying to make them better.
Oh, wow.
And I'm staying for dinner.
All right, you're going to be inundated. All right, well, thank you so much. We really appreciate all you've been doing, not just in the panel, but all you're doing in your jobs and helping this community understand AI and the economy a lot better. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, well, where I was going to, I guess my chair's over here, so I guess I'll stay
Okay,
here.
I have three things, and one is just kind of, wow, amazing day. I feel like I'm leaving with so much food for thought about so many things, including things I didn't even know I was interested in. And I hope you had this experience as well. Second thing is, as we were kind of trying to pull this together, I just remember we had all these submissions, and they were just on all these disparate topics related to AI and economic measurement, even within that kind of like subfield of AI, and just kind of thinking, being overwhelmed, how are we going to kind of make sense of this day? But I really think it came together well. But I think, we talked about labor markets, we talked about research uses, we talked about economic value, and I just think the fact that kind of there was just so much breadth within this kind of subfield is really representative of I think we all know that AI is affecting our lives deeply and quickly, but also just the breadth with which it's affecting our lives and influencing the economy and influencing society and, creating kind of policy needs across a wide range of areas. So that's the second thing I want to say. The third is, I know Eric is about to do a bunch of thank yous, but one person I don't think Eric is going to thank is Eric. And I just want to say, I want to thank him for the leadership he showed in this area to get this going. I mean, it just was so important. And it was just a kind of pleasure working with you and your team on this. With that in mind, I have one piece of feedback for you, Eric, which is I heard from a couple of people today that we really need to do this again in a year or two. I mean, not just because we had this existing technology and organizational capital, and there was so much to be said about it, but because the technology and the organizational capital is changing so rapidly that they're just going to be kind of just new topics and questions we're going to want to cover. So that's what I have to say.
Okay.
Let me turn things over to you.
Okay, I got the mic here, so that's good. Yeah, no, thanks, and thanks for those kind words. And so a couple logistical. First off, before we wrap, I want to let you know that we do have a conference dinner tonight. You're all invited to Area Steakhouse at 6 p.m. It's about a mile away. You can find your own way there. Karen and I are going to walk over there. It'll take about 25 minutes or so you're welcome to join us as we walk over and stretch your legs after being in this room all day. I'm told the weather's pretty good in Palo Alto, so we should be fine. And as Karen mentioned, I want to thank a bunch of people. I mean, something as awesome as this doesn't happen by itself. There's a small army behind it. First, I'll
want to thank the NBER, and Jim Perturba really championed this. He pushed Karen and I to do this. He's been very much supportive of doing more stuff in AI and measurement, of course. Angela Garga, the director of conferences, NBER, was instrumental in making this whole thing happen. There are a number of financial supporters that made it possible. The Alfred P. Sloan Foundation, Smith Sciences, Microsoft, the National Science Foundation, thank you, and the Haver Foundation. There's a whole team here that I want to thank at the Digital Economy Lab. David Nguyen you heard from, Sophia Kazanick you heard from, also Fiona Chen, Gabriel Unger, Jose Romain Enriquez. They reviewed hundreds of submissions, so you guys are the elite of the ones that made it in here. Elsa Kondo, there's Elsa, thank you very much for your help in managing all the on-site details and including arranging the dinner tonight. Matt Smith, that you probably met at the registration desk, you're coming in, and Susan Young, who's really kind of the coordinator for overall project. Where's Susan? Is she here too? There she is. Thank you, Susan. And the production catering teams, ARC, Stanford Video, Handheld Catering, support the AV and catering throughout the day. I also want to thank our speakers and discussants. Absolutely amazing. I've learned so much from you guys today. We all did. And finally, all of you today for your thoughtful questions and comments and participating in all of this. Thanks for joining in person, and those of you online over there, well, thanks for joining as well, and those who are watching the recording. So thank you for being a part of this. We hope to see you many at dinner tonight, and I won't promise we'll do another event, but maybe we'll do that as well. Thanks very much.